skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
The regional Dota 2 series starts again today at 9 AM CEST for another 3 best of 2s here. I'm Harry, joining me is Bowie, and we are gonna be watching some awesome games today. Bowie, I know that you have had a little bit of a cough, but there is no such thing that can stop us from casting great Dota, right?
Oh yeah, we're gonna have Tough versus YG here, and I don't know how you feel, but personally, I do have a favorite here, at least for this series.
For this series, I don't have a favorite, right? So I'm not really sure. Yeah, I don't. Yangon have been looking solid, and Team Tough have been looking solid as well. I don't know. Do you see a favorite? Just to mention, Garuda and Neon are going to be our second series of the day, and Tough is going to be playing 2 series today. The second one versus MIPH. But in the first series, you have a favorite?
Yeah, I mean, I understand that the results of Yangon are relatively decent, but when we check who they played against, right? I think the Immortal is definitely not the team that I would consider to be the strongest one. Made in Philippines is solid, so they also 2-0'd them. But I feel like against stuff that did go to the semifinals, I think, last RES, I think this is going to be a test for them. I actually think Tough also played stronger teams, right? They played Neon and they played Mag Nirvana. So I feel like even though Yangon Galacticos looks good in paper, I do feel like Tough should be the stronger ones.
Yep, could be the case. I mean, Yangon did take a game of Garuda. Team Tough took a game of Garuda. Both of them lost the game to them as well. So if you're going by that, at least these two teams should be in the same tier, or at least I hope they are, because I want to see a good series. I don't want to see just a straight up Team Tough runs over their opponents and stuff like that. But let's get ourselves into the rosters here real quick to see who's playing for Team Tough, who's playing for Yangon Galacticos, just to remind our viewers a little bit. 423, Mamang Daya, Seimei, Kishka, and Tsukimoto. As we are waiting on the draft, we are going to be looking at these lovely players here, as we're seeing Mamang Daya and 423 coming in from different teams. But Yangon Galacticos, they are all in the same attire. Their jerseys actually do look quite nice, Bowie. I don't know if you're a fan of purple. I personally am not, and that's why it's even more impressive to me that these jerseys look so nice.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. I'm not necessarily a purple fan either, but I really like the asymmetric sleeves, right? Like it's only on one side. I think if they actually had it on both, I would probably dislike it, but it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, not gonna lie. It's a really good jersey.
Yep, looks good. Somebody really did put their mind to it. At the moment, there was some connectivity issues with one of the one of the players on in the lobby, so that's why we are not in the draft just yet, but we're gonna be getting there, no issues. I'm hoping our viewers are not gonna get too impatient.
By the way, do you think Team Tup's logo, I'm not sure if you know Foo Fighters, like, do you think their logo is based on the Foo Fighters logo?
I know Foo Fighters, but I don't know their logos now on the top of my head. Logo.
Yeah.
Let me check.
It's actually
could
not.
be.
Yeah, right. Like but it's an F instead of the T, I think.
Yeah, of course it is. It's Foo Fighters. This is Team Tough, but it could be actually. They didn't put a circle around it though, so maybe they should have. Maybe they should have, but. Yeah, could be that it might not be directly influenced, right? But maybe the creator of the logo is a fan, and then unknowingly he created a logo like that. I don't know if it happens to you, but sometimes I catch myself how I have been influenced by whatever is trending at the moment, be it clothes, be it some furniture or whatever. I'm like, I really like that. Now I'm really liking some retro furniture, and I'm seeing it more and more come out. So and it's definitely unconscious.
I had that as well. Like, you just start seeing everywhere, and you create this love for it. One thing that I've been seeing everywhere that I think I started liking just because it always wins. It's actually our boy Beastmaster. I'm not a Beastmaster fan, but it feels to me that like the last 5 matches I've cast where Beastmaster wins, and I just kind of feel like the hero is incredible just because of that now. Not sure if you had great success with Beast lately, but I don't know. I just like the hero.
Did you just, you watched Mixa play a lot in the finals of Europe, and then he played a lot of Beastmaster, and then it has to be that. So you're actually a Mixa fan. You're not a Beastmaster fan. You're a fan of us Serbs, because you know just how good at Dota we are.
You guys are pretty good at Dota, not gonna lie, but I don't know. I think the hero's solid. There's so many playstyles. I'm not sure we're gonna see it here, though. Beastmaster, to me at least, doesn't necessarily scream SCA. Like, it's more of an European thing, so I'm very curious to see what exactly SCA is cooking, because this is my first, mind you, RES2 SCA game I'm casting. So did you see anything different? Anything worthwhile talking about?
Not necessarily. Everything is kind of standard, but there are some heroes that are not being played. As you mentioned, Beastmaster, not really targeted all that much. Primal Beast, nobody cares about it. MIPH have been playing a ton of Nyx, though considering their results, it isn't giving me a lot of confidence in the hero. So yeah, I can't really say, oh, there's this that's super popular and it's super good. No, that did not happen. We did have a Bristleback game, which is cool, but again, it lost, so, and I have no idea why they picked it on Magaruda. So, a weird pick comes out from time to time. I'm gonna say something that I like about the region is that they put emphasis on the Omni Knight. So Omni Knight does come out more often than what we've seen so far in the regional Dota 2 series, and I like that. I think that the hero is, which is weird to say because he's picked quite a lot, underrated. It could be picked more.
Yeah, I think the hero definitely has its place. In pubs, the hero is super popular right now. So it will eventually translate more to competitive, I think. But maybe the Bristleback thing, have you seen the CCNC video with Jenkins?
No.
So CCNC had the task of fighting against 5 Heralds playing solo. Okay. And he had a Bristleback against 5 Herald players. And he destroyed the game. I think it was like 52-2 or something like that. So maybe they saw that video like, oh, maybe Bristleback is actually good. But, he was playing against 5 Heralds. Not necessarily the best way to judge a hero.
Yeah, definitely not. I'm I'm always surprised, you know, I'm like, how can heralds be that bad? But then I remember, like, I've been playing Warcraft ever since I was like 5-6 years old, and I can completely understand if I would give somebody who, my father, he plays Tetris on the PC with these two fingers. Like, this is how he plays it, right? Which is weird. And then I would understand if somebody like that gets into Dota, their ability to control the hero is very lacking, and then it seems like they have no idea what's going on. It's just that they, even if they have an idea, they're unable to do it. So I don't know if, yeah, as you mentioned, heralds are gonna be a right way to judge a strength of the hero.
Yeah, I mean, I think they knew Bristleback was the pick, like, since he picked first and everyone else could counter. And they just chose the worst heroes. Like, I think they had, like, Puck. What was it? It was, like, Puck, Undying. Well, it was the worst draft imaginable. And, like, you could have picked Void. You could have picked so many Drow. But they didn't pick, like, any actual counters. So they just got trashed.
Way too many items in Dota. I forget about them sometimes, but we're gonna be seeing some lightning. I really would like now some lightning to be on the screen, but our viewers can imagine it, right? Because there's a disruptor on one side and the razor on the other. For a disruptor, we know, but why would you get a razor as a first pick? We're seeing him banned quite a lot in the first phase. Is this? I'm guessing it's a Team Tough special. I'm not seeing it in other regions all that much.
I mean, I see it. It's kind of a popular hero. I think Razor specifically, the passive is good to have against Disruptor. So I'm assuming they want to lane this as an offlaner here. Or tough, but it's always flexible, of course. The Batrider, I'm surprised. Like, after the last nerfs that he got, I thought that, like, he was substantially nerfed and he wasn't really going to be picked all that much. But I'm still seeing this hero quite a lot, although I do feel like Disruptor is probably stronger. Like, the hero feels really good right now. Obviously, it was first picked, so Yangon Galacticos definitely giving the value it deserves. Now, just looking at how they could approach this, I'm pretty certain this is going to be the offlane for tough. So you could potentially even, like, third pick your carry here if you really want to. But I'm going to go support plus... I honestly feel like carry is probably the easiest choice that you can go for if you're comfortable. Like, you don't have overall last pick anyways, so might as well pick it.
Usually people go for it though on the 18th, but I'm looking at options now for Yangon. Mars is out, Centaur is out. That would be like my offlane pick now if I would go for it. Though this Venge could be an offlane pick. It's not out of the question.
True. Does get picked. Even the Omni Knight you talked about, I think he is overall pretty fast. You do have that. Oh, that's an SA special for sure. Wind Ranger, just so much love there.
Yep. That's hero that they like, and it is a flexible hero between positions 1, 2, and 3 actually. So yeah. I like it in that regard for sure. You do have ways to escape the Razor. When you have a swap, you're not afraid of the lasso all that much, which is a great spell versus the Wind Ranger. Also a Glimpse. That's one thing that we forget about from time to time, is that Glimpse breaks this lasso. And there's gonna be a Naga. When I look at Yangon's lineup, they see a Naga. The only thing they can do is cry while she sings. So I'm hoping that they're gonna be able to find counters to this hero, because this is a killer Naga pick.
Yeah, I think now you probably don't run this Wind Ranger as carry anymore. Like, seeing the Naga, you probably want to play it mid or off lane, so that you can pick something that addresses the Naga a bit better. Morphling is banned though, so that is, to me, a hero that would look really good right now. You could go for the Radiance route, right? Just have a Lifestealer as the 18 for Galacticos. But you can also go Sven if you want to go, a different way.
Razor could be a problem though for a lifestealer, right? Even with the Radiance, it sometimes doesn't feel too good. I'm thinking maybe Alchemist, though, doesn't strike me as a Yangon Galacticos hero.
I like the Alch actually with the Venge if it's 5, right? It's a lot of Man's Armor. The lane's super strong.
You could. That's a way to counter the Razor. You know why now it's not good? Because there's a Tusk on the other side. Very easy to dodge the Unstable Concoction. Unstable Concoction gets dodged and you're kind of screwed. So that's the that might be a reason to dissuade you from it completely.
True. I still really like this Vanner the Lifestealer. I know Razor can be a problem, but this is like a first big Razor. I think he's addressed by the sports. He's addressed by the Wind Ranger. I don't particularly feel like that hero is going to be too much of a problem.
There it is.
Oh,
you got your Beastmaster. We are going to be hearing him roar. So on one side, there's going to be beautiful songs. On the other side, it's going to be a powerful roar. We'll see whose voice is going to give out first in this draft. That's a solid hero to deal with illusions in the lane. I guess with the drums of Slum, you're actually pretty solid at dealing with illusions overall. And when we look at Team Tough, their damage output isn't that high, so you should be able to survive through everything. I actually really like this pick.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think they get a bit more control, which right now they actually have a lot of as well. So it's quite scary to fight them 5 versus 5. This Naga pick, even though like later on, I think the illusions are still going to be a little bit unaddressed. Taking those fights until minute 35 against Yangon Galacticos is not going to be easy because the Naga illusions will struggle when they're together, and it just feels like they have way better snowball than Team Tough has. Like they have a lot of pickoff on Tough, but the actual team fighting looks a bit weak. Like you need BKB on the Razor. Probably the mid laner Tough's going to pick up will maybe kind of tie that up a bit more. Maybe a Puck, maybe a... I actually really like Puck, and surprisingly it's not banned yet, but he might just get banned by Yangon.
Yeah, I feel like it's getting banned out. This Coddle is a great ban as well. It's a mobile hero that's very hard to catch. Though, I would argue that with the Glimpse, you're actually pretty solid at getting on top of him. But other than that, you really don't have much to play around with. So, Puck looks awesome, for sure. Even though every single hero in Yangon has some form of disable, it's just none of them are good versus the Puck.
Yeah, exactly. Looking for Yangon Galacticos, I still hope this Wind Ranger is going to be their mid hero. I just don't think Carry Wind Ranger really addresses Naga unless you want to play really fast tempo and you pick something like the Ember, something like the Pango. No, that is possible, but it just feels like the games are so hard to close out in Dispatch that I just feel like that route is unnecessarily hard. Like, I think there's just better ways to address the Naga. It's not like the hero is strong, but it had way better days, right? I think the hero is like at a state where in a good Naga game, it's good. In a bad Naga game, it feels pretty underwhelming.
Very true. But they did ban out both the Ember and the Pango, so Team Tough don't want to be playing with that. It makes sense because Young PH is really good on these heroes. You know what is left? Tiny is left in the pool, which is kind of weird that it's still in. And I wouldn't hate it for either of the teams, actually.
I hate it for Galacticos, actually. I think it's too one-dimensional. Like like the lane, he's a very strong laner. He has a really strong explosion. But how do you deal with the Naga if you pick this Tiny right now? I feel like you're not going to have what it takes. I think I would prefer something like Lina, actually. Like you have the Venge protection, you have that AoE burst damage on the illusions, and I don't think like it's a strong laner. And you don't really care about what they're going to last pick if you pick Lina here.
What about a Primal Beast, though? I look at the Lina and I love it, but it's too static for me, right? So, unless you get the bots and are very active on the map, TPing on the boars or on the Hawks, you could just remain underwhelming. Plus, there's a Tusk on the other side. And whenever I, think Lina SF in the mid lane, that's a problem. So, it is going to be a mid lane Wind Ranger. And they pick up a Faceless Void, which... I mean, Team Tough don't have anything to deal with the Faceless Void, really. His lane isn't going to be easy, but you're never going to have an easy lane versus a Tusk Razor. So this actually looks pretty decent.
Yeah, time dilation's amazing here, right? Only Naga can really deal with it, dispelling with Q. This is a pretty decent Void game. They don't have that much damage inside Chrono besides the Wind Ranger. But as you said, he's just an address, so he still will scale really well in the later portions. Tough, they gotta pick a mid hero. Is DK?
Out.
Oh no, DK is banned second phase.
What about a Quap? Is that a some type of burst?
I don't like co-op here. I think you need something that's either harder to catch.
Whoa.
Oh,
Okay.
What?
So I never would have guessed that.
yeah. That's not a hero you see, but it is a Mamandaya special. Huh. I like
I'm
it,
super
right? Like the
happy.
silence, the gap close and the silence on the supports is great against those saving / glimpse supports. So I do like that. It's also catch on the void, which they were lacking a little bit before Blink. I'm just not sure if Earth Spirit's that strong this patch, so I'm ready to be convinced wrong. I'm not a believer of this hero anymore, but that's because I rarely get to see it.
I'm a big fan of the hero. I love it. I have 1,000 games on this hero, and not most of them on position 4, but still mid is something that the hero has been known for lately, more so than the support role. I kind of like it, you know. The hero does everything that you need against Yangon Galacticos, but again, it does come down to, is the hero strong enough? I think that even if he's not, that it being a surprise pick, something that you're not used to, is gonna trump that, or at least even it out. So I have a lot of faith in this Mamang Earth Spirit.
Yeah, I was looking at the buffs here. He got an impressive plus 25 damage buff on Rolling Boulder. So
Whoa, that's actually
there
solid.
you go. That's absurdly scary. I mean, it's a buff for sure. I feel like the biggest problem of this year is that the lane is awful. Like when it was being picked a lot, I think last TI, I tried to learn Mid-Air Spirit. And the laning stage is by far his like biggest problem. And Wind Ranger is a strong laner. But I still feel like Team Tough is the favorites for this series, which is why I'm going with them, despite having some doubts about Desert Spirit.
It's hard for me to actually predict who's gonna win, because on one side we have a team that's gonna be controlling the entirety of the map, which is Team Tough with the Naga Siren, and then if you start snowballing with the 2 rollers, you're just gonna be killing everybody. But on the other hand, if you do not control the map as is intended with the Naga Siren, and you don't split it up, and Yangon Galacticos are allowed to come together at like 20-25 minutes into the game, you have nothing to win a team fight with. So for me, it's very hard to call it here. Don't worry, Bowie. Don't worry, Bowie. I'm gonna be manly about it. I will be making my prediction. So I think I'm gonna be going with Yangon. I would say that I would feel more comfortable playing their lineup, as it always has a way to make a play without much preparation. You can run into Team Tough on a high ground and still win. So I think they have what it takes.
All right. We'll see if that's going to be true here. We do see Void actually going bottom. So they are going to be inverting lanes, something we rarely get to see. Both sides actually inverting lanes.
Almost never, really. I think the idea is dodge the Beastmaster with the Naga. I think that was the idea, but Yangon Galacticos, they read it.
Yeah, they somehow were aware. No wards actually necessarily scouting that out, but yeah, this definitely favors Yangon, I think, because now you have this Naga playing the off lane, and this Beastmaster should have the time of his life. And I feel like they definitely, the cores that need to have a good game are the Beastmaster and the Wind Ranger. I feel like the Void doesn't care if he struggles a little bit in the beginning. He was gonna struggle anyways, in fact.
Let's talk a little bit about the Wind Ranger. You said hard lane for the Earth Spirit, but at least you can get some CS. Do you feel like Mamang Da is gonna be okay in this lane, or is this gonna be a problem?
He should definitely struggle, especially like past minute level 4, level 5, right? It's a melee hero against Wind Ranger. Like, there's no hero that really feels good about it. And the base damage on this hero is kind of meh. The CSing abilities are kind of hard. You don't necessarily harass that much of your spells. So yeah, I do expect he actually has pretty good CS, but I think Wind Ranger just naturally kind of wins this lane.
Yeah, and with an Earth Spirit, usually the threat of roll into a kickback into a tower is a problem. It's not a problem for a Wind Ranger. It's just that type of a hero that does not care. You use Wind Ranger and you're gonna be fine. You know, one thing that I'm not too big of a fan of this safe lane Beastmaster is that you won't have your Ancients to farm at the moment, because naturally you want to be on the bottom side of the map. So when do you think Ha is gonna decide to move to the bottom lane? Like, when is the time? Even if you crush this lane on the top lane, you would assume that he's gonna move to the bottom at some point.
Yeah. Probably when it's too hard for the Void to lane bottom. In fact, they might get a kill here on the Disruptor. A good glimpse, but might not suffice. Oh, good
Time dilation. It's just so annoying. You stop moving literally, and with the Tusk you always have at least 2 spells on cooldown.
This Void's struggling, huh? 4 CS. I just... Yeah, I mean, I said that he doesn't care that he gets a bad lane, but so far it's definitely been pretty tough one.
And Young PH is playing a carry. He usually is playing the mid lane, and it's KSH in the carry role. So it's very cool to see. This is something that Yangon Galacticos were very known for even back in the days, that they could swap between their carry and mid laner quite a lot, because Young PH was always like good at pretty much everything. So I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan that they're able to do this.
I mean, they're definitely surprising me here as in the top lane. We're gonna see a kill.
Yep. You might not be able to deal with the Beastmaster, but you can definitely kill his support, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. Ha is a little bit mad about what happened, but Young PH, that's gonna be a big kill. That is a huge deal. They have been constantly just poking and poking and poking on him until finally they got the kill. And with the waves coming into the tower, it's not going to be easy for him to farm. Seimei standing his ground. They're actually going to be going for Zorain. With the creeps coming into the tower, you can definitely finish this one off. A couple of more hits. And there's the kill. Kishka will just easily move himself away. No problem whatsoever. Loses the courier, but in the end, who cares? You're crushing this bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, the CS advantage is pretty massive here for the Galacticos, but still 3 kills with First Blood. That is a significant amount of money here that they're getting. And you know, so far, Mamandai is actually doing slightly better than I expected with this matchup. He's actually ahead in experience and doing pretty well, which is, no, honestly, from what I expected from his hero, because I do think he's a really skilled player.
You know, with the Earth Spirit, especially mid lane, you usually don't buy boots, or at least not at the start of the game, so you are significantly stronger than what is seen. Seimei will lose his life, so that's... He was low. I think he wanted to die. Not sure if that's how he wanted to die. And the Void is catching back up. So Young PH, you know, he's gonna have something, as they are going for a Ha. I don't think this is gonna work. Diving into the minus armor of the Venge. That is very dangerous, Tsukimoto. And he is gonna die there in the skies. The Hawks are gonna be the main hunters. Even 423 is in a lot of trouble. Zorain dies on the other side of the map as does get hunted down by Mamang Daya. But this is a much bigger thing that happened on the top lane, where Ha got a double and even the Naga Siren died.
Yeah, wrong read from Tsukimoto. They're going for the dive. He also had the stick, didn't pop it at the right time. Naga would definitely not have died if he didn't go for that play. So very, very unfortunate. Both carries struggling a lot. Both mid laners having a good time, and I guess that's the advantage your Spirit's gonna have. He can fight more often. He doesn't really need a Maelstrom, doesn't really need anything to be effective. Only relies on the cooldown of his ulti. His first rotation is going to be clutch. Probably the rotations to the supports, actually. He doesn't really want to leave the lane because of the minute 6 rune.
He did leave the lane to get the Urn charge, so Mamang Daya is incredibly powerful. They're thinking about coming over with Yangon Galacticos. Will leave Ha all alone, missing out on the stuns, but he's still in a lot of trouble on Mamang Daya. They need the glimpse if they want the kill, and will be doing just that. Power shot finishes him off. Lund gives his life away, but really a small price to pay for Yangon Galacticos to kill the enemy mid laner. It would still be fine for Yangon. I mean, great for Yangon if they didn't lose Ha on the top lane. But when left alone, you just cannot deal with those two.
Yeah, and you still got the rune here for Kish, so this is going to be awesome. Just having that lower cooldown on power shot next time he rotates. And yeah, you also talked about stacks here, but it does feel like the Beastmaster doesn't care. There's no stacks in the triangle. He might stack for himself with his boar in the top lane. Whereas this Void is just laning as much as he can.
Yeah, though definitely not looking good for him when we look at the net worth. The Faceless Void is at the very bottom of all of the cores, and by a significant margin for that matter. The supports are kind of close to him at the moment. And both supports of Team Tough are having a great time, and that's gonna be the first smoke of the game.
Oh, OT. I actually really dislike the smoke. They really even have the damage to kill anyone besides, Avenge?
I think they do, because they're gonna have 4 heroes here. Kishka, level 3 in the tag team, and they're actually gonna be going for the Venge. Nope, gonna be focusing on the Beastmaster. Ha in some trouble. There's the snowball waiting for the roar. Come on, do it. And he does get it out at a perfect time. The shards are gonna be perfect. Sukimoto on the other side, he couldn't finish off the Venge, and Mamang Daya, he will be participating in another kill. Really fast movement around the map. Razor was a casualty on the other side, so there's always a trade-off.
Yeah, I mean, 4-2-3, I didn't even notice he was that deep into the map. He somehow connects into that gank, giving vision for that smoke to connect. Really impressive stuff here from Team Tough. Like, this Naga that has 40 CS is actually struggling a little bit. Somehow allows the mid laner with no OT to get a kill. Really, really powerful stuff. And now they are here technically in time for the mid 8 rune as well. So it's going to be a 50-50.
So somebody is knocking on the door there. Hopefully everything is going to be fine. Might be Mamang Daya because he disconnected, though might be that he's having some lag as well. So Bowie, when you play Dota, do you ever open your door?
Normally not, but I have a problem here in my house that where I play Dota is like I live in a 2-story house. So
Okay.
my girlfriend is usually playing Stardew Valley with her headset on. Doesn't get to hear when people knock at the door because the sound of the doorbell.
Yeah, doorbell.
Yeah, doesn't really get to the upper floor. So I'm always the one that has to open the door, and it's a source of fight in our relationships because I'm like, come on, can you please just not have Paramore playing, at the loudest noise possible? But yeah, she's just like watching a YouTube video, has Spotify turned on, and is playing Stardew Valley because she's not a Zoomer, but she acts like one.
Okay, now I know why you're on TikTok all that much. Now everything is explained finally. Young PH, he does have the chrono, and KSH is going to be rotating. This is looking like a very dead Razor. The thing is, they don't even need the chrono with the 3 heroes here. TP in from the bat, you could die as well, Sukimoto, if you're not careful, but he will be fine. So are you not a fan of Paramore, or if it was some other band, you'd be like, okay?
It's just a really loud band, so like you can have the excuse of not hearing that doorbell. So I have to, just randomly DC and go like actually get her package that she ordered. Some random clothes. I don't know. She's always buying stuff,
Yeah, I know. That's cool.
Not to complain that much. But anyways, getting back in the game, it does feel like the Naga actually recover really well. CS-wise here, looking good. Obviously, the net worth is a bit deceiving, but he's actually second in net worth. That's amazing from 4-3.
Yep, he's doing well for himself. I mean, now the only hero that is really falling behind is the Razor, the one that had like a great time in the bottom lane. You know what I see here as a problem is that the top lane tower has taken a lot of damage, but from Yangon. But I don't know if Team Tough are looking to bring it down anytime soon.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they're necessarily with any rush. Like this Naga His farming Earth Spirit's kind of bad at taking that tower. You need to get a kill for that to happen. But now they have the inside of a lot of heroes in the bottom side, which could allow this gank to actually connect here on Yohao.
So Mamang Dai has a Spirit Vessel. He has a Shield Rune as well. That means that the Earth Spirit doesn't die. He literally doesn't die. If you try to fight him, you are gonna be in a ton of trouble. Meanwhile, bottom lane Tsukimoto is gonna be regretting his life's choices. And not for long. Well, his life will be taken. KSH is on a killing spree. It's 7-7, a very equal start to the game. And now we get to the point where, who does this favor? Like, did you have a favorite in the laning phase for either of the teams?
I definitely thought that Yangon Galacticos had stronger lanes. I expected this Wind Ranger to do a bit better. I expected... Even this Venge Beastmaster lane, I expected to be a bit stronger. So I think they're in a good spot, the Galacticos. Especially because I feel like Naga will eventually temper off. So if you can allow young PH to recover, which he's actually doing, he's now 4th, actually 30 net worth here. He's honestly closer to the Naga than I think he should be in a game where he's playing from the off lane, even died once. So yeah, I feel like Dire is slightly favored right now, and it's on Team Tough to really start connecting those plays. This Vessel has been done for a while and not that much action, but as I say that, they will smoke towards the bottom side.
Let's see if they're gonna be able to get some catches. There is still a Chrono available, so you might want to kill him, and Zorain will be there to break their smoke. Mamang Dai, a roll misses, gets glimpsed back. There's gonna be a roll in a second, so Zorain is definitely dead. No need to use any more boulders for this. You do defend your tower, but you lose a big rotation to just killing the support, so I'm not sure if they're gonna be too happy about the outcome.
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say he's gonna miss the rune, but he somehow connects the roll.
He's got him
with the Vessel. That's a kill.
That is an easy kill. KSH nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. He actually turns around, wants to fight, and swap on Mamang Dai. They have the Chrono. Are gonna be needing a little bit more in terms of damage. Kicks the Faceless Void away and gets caught in a Chrono mid-roll. Haw dies on the other side of the map. There's the sleep. Is this enough? Is this enough to save his life? He has the Spirit Vessel, charges the glimpse, takes him back. No roll out for you. In a couple of seconds, he's gonna have it. And finally, they bring him down. But the Faceless Void has been netted. No lasso any longer. They did use it to kill the Beastmaster earlier. So in the end, with the Earth Spirit dying, it's not too bad for Yangon Galacticos, but they still lose 2 cores around the map.
Yeah, I mean, and they forced the Chrono, right? That was going to be a kill without the need of it, and he just played so well that the Chrono gets forced. So it's still a decent play, even though Mamandaya died, and as you said, Beastmaster falling as well. He's getting close to his eggs, only needs the booster. But I can't help but feel like Tough is kind of squeezing some wins that maybe they didn't necessarily should have.
Yeah, I think it comes down to bottom tier 1 not dropping, and that is the thing that you forget if you play the Beastmaster in the safe lane. You forget about what this hero is all about. It's about that tower pressure, it's about taking the bottom side of the map, and you have a deep ward from Yangon Galacticos that is completely useless for you at the moment.
Yeah, that's true. Like, they could have definitely kind of rotated him. He wants to finish the stack now, so I understand why he's not there, as we will see a Void kill. Huge.
Yep, the 2 rollers are going to be playing together. Finally, their Spirit has some boots. He has gotten annoyed just not being able to move fast without his rolls. Could have maybe just skipped that. When you practiced for the mid lane Earth Spirit, did you skip the boots all the time?
Yeah, I did. I was following Gunner's build, and he would never get boots. But there's definitely people that do pick it up, so it's kind of a philosophy thing, right? Some players like running in one way. I think you don't need it, especially like it really depends. If you get the rolling boulder distance, you don't get boots 100%. But I feel like players have experimented more and more with the spell amplification talent.
Yep.
So very curious to see what he's gonna pick up.
I don't know, it just feels wrong to play him without the rolling boulder distance. That's
Yeah.
the case. But 10% spell amp as a core is kind of stupid in a sense how much it does.
Level 10 talent, right?
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structure.
Well, let's see. Zorain uses the Static Storm there. That's gonna be dissuading them from the follow-up, and with the Lun coming over, that's gonna be Disruptor surviving, but still you lose the tower.
Yeah, now no Static Storm, as you said, which means they can still fight. They have this Amplified Damage rune running out, but they still somehow find a good play. Their wards, though, are lacking. Like, they need better wards right now. They only... Never mind.
That's gonna be Lung caught. They have the Fish Punch, and of course Mamang Da with the kick lands himself a kill. That's gonna be 2k gold lead for Team Tough. So they are in a really decent position right now. I think this is the point where you like to be with this lineup. You're gonna start to pressure all the lanes with the Naga illusions. Naga, we haven't looked at her for quite some time. And at the moment, I'm looking at Yangon, and I don't know how they get themselves together. It's so hard to do so at the moment.
Yeah, and they're gonna fight again. No Static Storm. They know.
Yep. They know, they got Ha, and they might even be getting more perfect shards from Keshka. He finds Zorain, who's gonna be the next on the menu. Glimpse on the Razor, which nobody cares about. It's actually gonna be the sticky napalm that lands the kill for Tsukimoto.
And yeah, they're definitely online now. 4k goal lead. And that's the thing with Naga. It's just, it kind of comes online way faster. It doesn't rely on a cooldown as much as Void. So once this Orchid is ready for 2-3, the pressure is going to increase even more. And it already feels like the Galacticos... Like, has this Beastmaster even played Dota, right? He just sat top for a long time. Then he farmed Ancients. And now he's just running to a lane. It feels like they don't have anyone to play with.
Yep, really. Nobody on their side to do so. Yangon are they're in a pickle, not gonna lie, right? Is it just okay, guys, let's farm, let's dodge, let's try to survive? But the thing is, I don't know how you stop the pressure that's coming your way. You have to make like a master bait somewhere, and I don't know if Team Tough are gonna fall for it.
Yeah, I think the best play... Oh, no. I was gonna say the best play is fighting in a tower and rely on the Void TP. But if he gets found... Good read from him. He realizes they're here. Because if he gets found in that play, they're not going to be able to help him. They ping him out, but they're actually running the triangle.
Orchid is ready, however. Yep, Faceless Void has been caught. Faceless Void will get taken down. That's the Orchid that you mentioned being revealed. Static Storm not doing anything. At least the swap saves Ha, but they're all slept together, and it's just a question, how many of you are we actually going to kill? Among that misses on the roar. They're actually going to get the roar onto the 4-3. Naga, nice snowball save, keeping him alive, and they're all dying to the magnetize. 4-3 survive this one. It's going to be a disaster, and he is going to be able to do it. KSH dies with Seimei coming late into the fight. Well, they do wipe Yangon Galacticos. That Tusk, he was the only one that died, but he gave his life for the most noblest of reasons.
That was so good from Team Tough. Like, they just go up the high ground during nighttime, having no initial vision. They drop that one in the cliff later, but they had the Void separated, so it's just much easier to do when you realize where young PH is. He actually had an initial good read of not going to the wave, but he got way too cocky, thinking that he was not going to be locked down, and in fact, he might just die again if he gets unlucky. But yeah, it looks like Mamandaya by himself is not going to go for it.
Things are looking rough for Yangon at the moment. I mean, the odds do show it. They are severely behind, and Team Tough look very rich here. And of course, Harriers, if you want to get rich, banner down below. Huh? What's happening? What's happening, Bowie?
Whisper of the Dread on Mamandaya. So who needs the amp talent when you can get that Whisper of the Dread?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yep.
Is Young Peach dead? Yeah, he's very dead. Yeah, no, the swap might be there. Silence is not going to be lasting all that long. Lun will have to give his life for this. Tries to get some of the wards down. Not going to be happening. Kishka does take the ward down there as denies it. So what's the play for Yangon? I don't even know at this point. Like, for quite some time I've been looking at it, and this is exactly what you needed to avoid to happen, and you haven't done so.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. I think you need to bait into a lane with a tier 2 tower so that the Void can TP, and that's exactly what's happening. Maybe this could be the play. No lockdown, though.
PH has to be careful. You get silenced up and you're gonna die. Look at the Disruptor dying to the illusions. It's actually gone. They couldn't save him.
Yeah, that's that. He just rushed his TP a bit too much. They didn't roar anyone. They didn't lock anyone down. In fact, they're gonna be run at again.
Plan is dead, and you could go for more if you want to among that. The thing is, Team Tough have been so disciplined that I would be very surprised if they straight up dive the tier 3s. It's not gonna happen from their side.
Honestly, very impressive game. Like, I feel like the lanes should have actually got way more on Galacticos, first of all, so kudos to Team Tough adapting and not really bleeding any kills. But then past minute 10, they just played way better. Like, absolutely way better. There's not even a question. It feels like young Galacticos didn't even play the game, honestly. They were always just reacting, never really rotating. I guess that's slightly a draft issue, right? They kind of have to run. Like, Galacticos, they like when they get ran at, but somehow the supports weren't in position a lot of the times. Like, they didn't get the swaps. There were 1 or 2 good static storms, but in general, they just didn't posture right in the map as best that he did.
Oh, actually, no, the Chrono will be there. He's still dying from the AoE damage. The Sleep will be there, keeping everybody alive for the time being. The BKB from KSH finally popping it out. Tsukimoto in a lot of trouble. The Snowball save again, keeping them alive for a very long time. And finally, they bring down Hall. He did get the Roar out before he went down. And Static Storm completely off the mark. They are being ran at. They are being outplayed in every possible way. The Faceless Void getting silenced up. He has the Manta. And look at that, Magnetize plus Spirit Vessel finishes off the Wind Ranger. They have another round of silences there. And that is just an impossible fight, and looks like an impossible game for Yangon Galacticos at the moment.
Oh yeah, this is looking impossible indeed. Like, they already got tier 2 tower. They're gonna get mid tier 2 as well. They use all of their spells too. No focus fire, no chrono, no roar, no static storm. It's not like they can just respawn and do something about it. And a 60k gold lead right now is, you just don't get to see stomps at this level too often.
And you know, Yangon Galacticos yesterday, they were undefeated, right? They were untouched, and they won the first game. They were 5-0, and now they're being stomped. Just goes to show just how strong Team Tough actually are and how meticulous they are. Because it seems that these kind of lineups, some teams they struggle with playing them properly. Team Tough, not even close. They did everything right.
Yeah, I will say somehow, like, I actually been casting Mamandaya for more than 2 years now, I think. And somehow this guy is underrated in SEA. I feel like this 4-2-3 Mamandaya core combo is really, really good. They haven't really been picked by, like, one of the really big orgs, because there's a lot of kind of household names in SEA right now. But I wouldn't be surprised to see this guy playing majors, playing lands in the near future. He is really, really good.
You mean like our Belgrade land that's coming up later in the year when we finish all of our tournaments? Well, yeah, Team Tough, if they continue playing like this, they're definitely going to be qualifying themselves for it, as Wind Ranger has the BKB
Good
trying
shard.
to TP out and will be able to do so, but it is still an 8-second BKB down the drain. And meanwhile, on the bottom lane, the Illusions plus the Nagasaran are going to be killing the Spore Vengeful Spirit as young PH runs away. He has been spotted, Sleep available, and he goes for it a little bit too late.
Okay, yeah, he actually hesitated, but no, it's fine. He thought about it and eventually took a little bit too long, but they can get Roche if they want to. They're going to the Dire side, so I guess you can wait for the 20-minute mark and you get Roche on. Like, this Naga is not dying, right? You don't get to see Heart's third item that much anymore, but in this game, if he has Heart, where's, like, unless you focus fire the right Naga, there's no way you have enough damage to kill.
And they're not done. They're just going to be going for the Disruptor. Easy kill, kick between the legs. Mamang Daya finishes him off. Anybody else who shows their face are just going to get the same thing smashed in. So I guess the
Oh,
Faceless
no.
Void would
No
have the best
BKB?
chances. But Monk Daya is gonna get roared under the tower, but he has the BKB. KSH died on the other side of the map, and Monk Daya, he's not gonna be taken down, as that's gonna be avenged in a lot of trouble. Flame Break off the mark, so Lun will be surviving as he doesn't get pushed back, but it doesn't matter. You did kill the Wind Ranger, as you mentioned, getting caught without the BKB.
Yeah, this is... I don't know how to come back from this. Like, you're just way too far behind. This Wind Ranger, kind of a non-factor this game. Even more the Beastmaster, I want to say. And both of them forced to rush BKBs and still losing fights despite all of that.
Are scanning.
So it will have a Mjolnir, so his damage output is gonna be increased, but without the BKB, you can just get slept inside of the Chrono and not do anything. So it's still another item that he's gonna have to get before he's actually scary.
Yeah, it is really tough. You have to somehow fight after the song, but we are at a stage where Team Tough, they never actually have to use that spell to win any fights. It's just a counter to the Chrono, pretty much. Can they Roche, though? Can they, like, YOLO Roche Young Galacticos?
I mean, in these kind of situations, that type of a desperation play is the only thing that you have, but it's also a play that makes you lose faster if you do get caught. So, I'm thinking Yangon are probably thinking we've got one fight left in us, and if they do go for Roche, it's a tough decision because you're letting go of at least a tier 3. At least.
Yeah, you're also going against Naga, but okay, roll from Mandaya here. Has a shield rune.
Yeah, he's not dying. It's almost 4k HP that you have to go through. There's the roar. Oh, actually, well, the damage is going to be more than enough. The Razor going to be running in with the BKB, trying to drain the damage from KSH, but he's being focused. There's the swap from Lun, saving KSH for the time being. The sleep finally being used. There is no buyback on Mamang dies. How Say May kills him there on the other side. What a good positioning from 423 to keep everybody else at bay. The Illusions are doing so much. They're not even focusing you. Young PH thinking about who to Chrono, but you're losing your friends, and he's going to get lassoed. There's the snowball. There's the damage. He's gone. No Chrono for you, and you already did scream in this fight. You're gonna get silenced for good. The Beastmaster will get taken down as well, making it a 5-for-1 with Mamang dying before anything actually happened there.
Yeah, you know, it looks really bad, but it gives them all the vision. It allows all of the other heroes to engage in a meaningful way. Great song. It's not only saving the Razor, but allowing them to kill the Wind Ranger at the end. And they're no rush at actually taking Roche on Team Tough. I expected them to maybe force it now that the Blowthorn is ready. I guess now you can probably go for it. You can probably solo Roche as 423 if he really wants to.
Yeah, for sure. With all of the illusions that he has, it's not going to be a problem. A lot of teams in Southeast Asia are kind of dodging calling GG in games that are, let's not kid ourselves, it's impossible. It does feel that way. I guess, is it you're just waiting to use that Chrono to see how the fight will go? Is that the approach?
I guess. Yeah, I guess so. You know, this tournament is really important. As you said, the LAN at the end makes you really want to try out your hardest. Young Galacticos, they didn't play the first edition, so they are in a disadvantage in the sense that you just need to perform really well in both this tournament and the other ones. So, you know, I can respect them trying their hardest. But as you said, it's more than an uphill battle. Like, you need Tough to make several mistakes this game to come back.
Very true, very true. The win probability, 97%. There is 3% chance for Yangon. Galacticos still putting their faith in the Faceless Void. He is super far behind the Naga Siren, but he's still a Void. There's still a Chrono. A BKB piercing disabled. Does a lot of damage. Zorain. They do ignore him, even though it was kind of a free kill.
The smoke broke, but he didn't have a ward. They only have this one. So, I mean, this could be a kill, actually.
Oh, sleep, 4-3, baiting. Yeah, there's
He didn't
this.
BKB.
Now he can BKB on Mamang Dai if he wants to, and he does. Magnetize on all of them. Mamang Dai trying to run away, but he's going to be losing a lot of his HP. Chrono gets used, and look at that Wind Ranger in it, just dying to the Razor. They're being surrounded. You can do nothing versus these illusions. Actually, 4-2-3, he is being targeted in a little bit of trouble. Young PH running forward. He gets Yuled up and is left all alone in this world with Lun's Illusion, who actually has an Aghanim Scepter, which is quite surprising to me that he managed to farm that one up. But it's another team fight, and Yangon Galacticos this time around, they did use the Chrono. Again, only getting Mamang Dai.
It was a bad Chrono. The Shard prevented one of the targets from being hit, then the other target died before the Chrono even got cast, so he was just like walking through most of the Chrono duration. It was even closer than I expected, just because they had a lot of that focus fire damage on 4-3. But yeah, overall Team Tough just playing better. And when you're 30k gold ahead, it's not that hard to do that.
Definitely not. And that's gonna be a lane of racks for sure, it seems. Okay, they're gonna get the range ones. Glyph is available. 4-3. So be careful. No, there's the lane.
Without the Chrono, like, you have to be really careful. They don't even get the glimpse back, but maybe they're scared that it's gonna backfire even more if they try to go for a play when Chrono is on cooldown.
There's the fake back with the smoke. They want to engage once again. 33k gold lead. No swap coming out. Yeah, there's the swap now, but the damage was already done, and that is a dead Beastmaster. Has a buyback. Vengeful Spirit. Little trouble. Kishka trying to run away from the Static Storm. He will be able to survive. Has the BKB of his own, waiting to punch the Faceless Void. And you don't have a face, but you still have a chin that I can annihilate. The Seimei gets an ultra kill, and who stole his one kill? Okay, 4-3. 4-3 is there's gonna be a talk between teammates there for sure. As also, guys, if you do want this great app that we have from 1xBet, just scan the QR code and you are gonna be able to get all of the info. Everything is automated for you. Bowie, that was game 1 of Team Tough versus Yangon Galacticos. Very, very clean, I would describe it.
Yeah, the results were definitely what I expected. The way it happened, maybe not as much. I think they just won their lanes harder than I thought they would. I expected maybe a bit more fighting coming from Young Galacticos, but yeah, they were totally outmatched this game. I think they somehow Desert Spirit looked way better than I could have anticipated. I didn't expect the game to be that fast, even if they win. But yeah, I mean, Mamang Dai is a beast, man.
Yep, Mamang Dai is a beast. But there is still one more game. Yangon Galacticos, they might need this win if they want to stay in the battle for the playoffs. So they're going to be giving it their all. Is their all going to be enough? We find out after the break, so stay with us.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Screens give us the opportunity to live two lives at once, their own and their characters. to see them champion and win with them. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you're with us, you win.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are gonna be coming back with the regional Dota 2 series here with Team Tough versus Yangon Galacticos, but we have gotten rid of a Brazilian friend of mine here and brought in Kips. Welcome, Kips. We are gonna allow Bowie to rest. He was feeling a little bit under the weather. Of course, nobody noticed it as he's awesome as always, but now Kips is here to be awesome too. Kips, I don't know how much you caught about when it comes to game one, but how do you feel about this series in general?
I caught the end of the last one, where Team Tough was doing their usual spiel of, alright, we control the entirety of the map, and we're just gonna sit as far forward as we can, and we keep on killing ya. This time though, with a Naga Siren, where it's actually a little less surprising that they do that, because that is how you end the game when you play Naga Siren.
Exactly.
So, yeah, that it looked like there were some opportunities for Yangon Galacticos to take a stab at them, but they didn't quite come through. So, would you say that was the outcome that you expected?
10 seconds remaining.
No. When I saw the draft, I saw potential for both teams, and I was kind of leaning Yangon a bit because I think that they have what it takes to start applying pressure and keep up the tempo. But as soon as like the 7-8 minute mark came, I was like, yeah, Yangon, you're screwed, right? Because they weren't pushing towers, they weren't getting fights, they weren't getting kills, they weren't coming out ahead, and then it was just a matter of time before Team Tough are gonna do exactly that. So at some point in the game, it was clear what was gonna happen, unfortunately, to Yangon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I like that you said it was at like 7-8 minutes already, because that is like where the transition out of the laning stage starts, right? And you've heard me go on about that before. I think that that's one of the most important phases in the game, one of the hardest to get right. You have so much to do in such a short amount of time, and whoever gets that one off to the best start gets so much advantage into the mid game.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see if Yangon Galacticos can at least hold their own during that transition this time around.
That's funny, right? Because as Dota has evolved, right, and now especially with this big map, games have, I think, at least on the tier 1 level, gotten longer, but the impact of laning phase and transition out of the laning phase, the early mid game as we like to call it, has become significantly more important, as it does give you some advantages that are very hard to change throughout the game. Even if the game is like 50 minutes long, those small things at the start are gonna haunt you. And Yangon this time around, they're gonna be changing their approach. They will be starting off with the Shadow Demon. So now if you want that Bat Rider, you're not gonna be feeling too good. If you want the Disruptor, you're not gonna be feeling too good either. So overall, a pretty solid pick. But they go for the Bat either way. Team Tough, they just want to have a very farm heavy position 4 on Kishka.
Yeah, at the very least a hero that if he gets farmed on it, and with the bat of course it's a necessity, but he can have high impact. That seems to be like the name of the game for him. And he's been successful in that so far. But yeah, now as a bat you definitely have a mission to either be where the Shadow Demon is not, or to grab him, of course.
So there will be a Meepo ban, so we're not going to be seeing that. 423, very well known for his Meepo. Among that, I can play it as well. I mean, nowadays probably everybody can play Meepo, but when you have an old school Meepo player with all the new buffs, he's going to show you how it's done.
Yes.
Anything in particular as a follow-up here that you see as a potential for one or the other team? I'm not even going to mention the Primal Beast anymore because nobody here cares about him.
No, but since the Shadow Demon is on the board, they also kinda shouldn't, at least on Team Tough. And you know what? There's Kunkka, our friend from yesterday. Didn't we cast like just straight up 6 games of Kunkka yesterday?
I think one game he was banned. I'm gonna say one game he was banned, and I'm gonna check so you can continue just giving all of the info to our viewers. As
well, the info to our viewers is very simple. We've got ourselves a Venge Luna lane plus the Shadow Demon behind it to make those Luna illusions later on in the game. A fantastic lane, right? A little fragile, so you have to be careful that you actually get to play a trading war as opposed to a killing war. Luna Venge can and will die if the enemies are simply suicidal enough to run at you. But if it's about harassment, this lane is very hard to.
So we cast 4 out of 6 games of Kunkka. He was banned in 2. I'm gonna assume he was banned because in one I know he was. In the other I'm not so sure. A lot of the games are kind of mashing together in my head. But I do think he was banned as well because the hero is way too strong. So how do you feel about these responses from Yangon? So now you have a ton of saves for the Luna, and you're putting a lot of emphasis on the Luna. Is that the approach that you like?
Yes, certainly. It makes it very easy for Yangon Galacticos to have something to play for, right? It's all about this Luna. At some point she's going to be big, and she's going to be making the call, right? This is where we group. And then you go. Of course, you have to, well, be careful in the... Like, for example, with the Brewmaster, one of the problems versus the Luna is definitely that if you are a Luna in this game, normally your glaives start hurting at a certain amount, but Brewmaster tanks up a lot of those bouncing glaives. It's actually, and it's the push-pull of like a Luna is like, okay, if I love being against multiple units if my damage is high enough, because it means I just shred through all of them at once. If my damage is too low, however, it means that I'm actually going to get nothing done anymore at all because none of my glaive bounces get anywhere that matters.
Is there another hero in Dota that does more damage if there are more opponents? Like constant amount of damage. I'm not talking like overwhelming odds Legion Commander and then you do it once and then it's gone. Like is there a hero that just consistently does more single target damage if there's more units in the vicinity?
No, not really like that. Like I do consider Luna's glaives to be a form of cleave, if you think about it like that. Because Sven does deal more damage if there's more units. It's just not to the single target.
Exactly, yeah. A specific type of cleave. Let's put it that way. There will be a techies on the other side. I assume this is gonna be a 5 techies as Kishka has usually been playing the Batrider, but we'll see. We'll see how they go about it. You don't have 2 like squishy supports on Team Tough, so I'm not sure what Yangon want to do. Tiny's again completely ignored, and I feel like that change up of tempo could be what Yangon needs. But they go for the Pango. Okay, so we're gonna be seeing those nice buildings in the backlines once again, and Young PH has been really good on the hero.
Yeah, he absolutely has looked really good, even in scenarios where it was like, it's a little touch and go if you're actually going to get a nice Pango game out of it, but his lanes have looked really, really stable, really able to get away with a lot in it, and his rotation afterwards always looks crisp, so far very pleased with his Yangon Galacticos lineup. Very much, and you know, normally you'd be like, okay, but I'm first a Batrider, I'm gonna get Lasso during my role, but you do still have that Shadow Demon as well, so yeah, it was pretty decent.
Yep, does look pretty good overall there on the side of Yangon. I mean, when you get the roll off in these fights, you actually might be able to trump the on the split, which is not something that you do too often. But in the end, I'm looking at this Pango as, again, a tool to allow the Luna to do her thing, right? Maybe not in the early stages of the game, but later on, when the Luna stands her ground, you have two safe supports and you have the Rolling Thunder around her. So that's how you win fights.
Exactly. She is still, even when she's a monster, she is still on the fragile side, so you need to have enough distractions and enough chaos around her that it's impossible to actually focus her down. And a Pango is absolutely perfect for that. I mean, I still think he deserves the term of team fight in a bottle.
Yep, true. There are a couple of heroes like that. I mean, the Brewmaster, for example. And Kips, I couldn't help but notice that you have the biggest cup in the world that you need to hold it with two hands like this.
It's very small.
It's not that big. Okay. So you just held it with two hands to keep yourself warm.
Yeah, I have very cold fingers. But no, you might be remembering, actually, I do have the biggest cup in the world. It says XXL on it. Exactly. So you're not wrong. It's just not this one.
Okay. So Kips wasn't as thirsty for some tea or coffee or whatever this morning, but maybe soon you're gonna be showing it to us if it can fit in the camera. We'll see.
I'll show it off.
Okay, makes sense. The Weaver will get banned out. That's an interesting ban. Team Tough do need a carry. 4-3 is very flexible, so I'm curious to see what he's gonna go for. Going for a carry that's not too reliant on stats is something that you would want. But Yangon Galacticos, first they need an offlaner, and what is even left?
I mean, we were gonna mention Primal Beast, right? So let's not.
No. That doesn't get picked, so just ignore it.
Sure thing. We haven't seen DK in a while.
And we won't see him now either? He's banned.
Yeah, of course, because he has been banned. Well, that makes a lot of sense why he's not showing up then.
Very true.
Hard to pick here into the matchup when you know you want somebody to take more heat off your Luna, but you also don't know the matchup at all. Makes, for example, a Death Prophet pick pretty hard to justify.
What about something like a Magnus? Oh yeah, there it is. Cool. Okay. So I guess it's, again, everything is in the Luna. The problem I see here is that you are going to be purging off the Empower, but that's something that he can kind of keep in the back of his head, that he should need to re-empower the Luna in the fight. But I like this because Team Tough don't have great push, and then the Magnus can get his Blink Dagger before the towers fall, and then the catches are going to be much easier. So I'm liking this from Yangon. Gives you options.
His AoE control as well as his AoE damage are going to be very good for his Brewmaster as well. There is a potential that if the Pangolier has a good enough game, the Magnus might be able to go for damage items, which would really help Yangon Galacticos out in the mid game.
So is this a Sven pick for Team Tough? I don't see many other...
I was thinking it.
Nothing else comes to mind. Everything else is banned out. Maybe, nah.
Did he go Slark or something?
Sure. Monkey King, Sven Slark, but Sven, actually. Okay. So they will take a Slark. So why do you think they would go for a Slark over the Sven in this game? Is it just the factor of the Shadow Demon?
I think a lot of it has to do with the Shadow Demon. Yeah, like the purges are very uncomfortable for you. It necessitates you having the Aghanim Scepter in order to actually get play, which is, we praise Sven for always being able to fight at whatever phase in the game he's in, right? And his early item timing, like, you just go for the Mask of Madness, BKB, Blink, you fight already. Versus a Shadow Demon, that's actually very hard, especially with this much AoE control that on Yangon Galacticos as well. I think put together, you're not too happy that you almost get forced into the Slark here, but on the other hand, this is a game where it's borderline impossible to control the Slark. That much is quick.
Very true. I like this Slark, though. This time around, this Team Tough lineup is a lot harder to play. Not gonna lie, right? Yeah. You have to get a lot of things right. You have to engage at the perfect moment. You have to poke, get out with the Slark multiple times. Whereas Yangon Galacticos, they come in front of your tower with the farmed Luna. Everything else is behind. And then what do you do? What's the play? So, having all of this in mind, any favorites? Do you think Yangon can actually equalize this?
I actually think so. Yeah, I think this is one of the. I don't want to say that the draft itself from Team Tough is weak, but it's certainly like one of the weaker overall pictures that we've seen from them after the drafting stage. We've always thought that they were either completely equal or had the upper hand. I think Yangon Galacticos do have the better draft here, especially with that ease of execution that you mentioned. So, yeah, I think we might have a shot at a 1-1 here.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I would like to see a 1-1. Of course, we're seeing that the odds do not favor Team Tough all that much, even though they are coming in as the favorites. The promo code is 1XRLGSEA now, guys, because we are in Southeast Asia. This is the second out of the 4 regional Dota 2 tournaments that we're gonna have in Southeast Asia. Of course, we have Latam, we have East Europe as well. But I'm not sure who to go for here, because again, I see the potential of Team Tough's lineup, right? It's definitely there, and they've been playing insanely clean. I just don't know how well or bad they play when they're behind. You did see them lose some games, so maybe you have more info on that.
Yeah, in the time that we were casting him with them with T-Panda, they looked very strong on the back foot as well, very ready to capitalize on any mistakes that the enemy was making. So I do think that they look good in that regard here as well, but they are a little short on the playmaking options here, especially since that Bad Rider like Kishka has been such a big part of these Team Tough games that have looked really dangerous, that now that he's very much countered out by the enemy 2 supports, I'm wondering how much confidence he's going to be supplying.
That's why they gave him the techies, it seems. He's like, yeah, sure, you countered the bat, well,
oh yeah, you're right.
I'm gonna make you explode.
No, I really like that change up. Yeah. So, bat to 5 is not that weird. It's only, I didn't expect it because Kishka has always been the more mobile guy, the blink dagger buyer, etc. But this is very good to make sure that he is not the one getting countered out. And since he's the one that drafts, that's what I was thinking about as well. You want the guy who does your drafts and has the best overall picture of how your game is supposed to work to be feeling it as well. And even if his team is not feeling it on like a 5-man level, you want to be able to feel agency there, have confidence in your calls. So switching him out to a hero that's not countered is very smart.
I really like this from Team Tough. Ha is actually in trouble. The courier will survive there, bringing something to Lund, but Ha started off the lane in a catastrophic way. You want to harass the Slark from afar, not really get into a fight with him, but they got pulled into an uncomfortable position, and now look at the Magnus being completely zoned out of the lane.
Yeah, a huge start for 423 here. This is exactly how you want your first 2 waves to go as a Slark.
Let's see. They're gonna be annoying to Tsukimoto. 43 just postures aggressively, just looks them dead in the eye. And well, that's the time when you gonna go back, and there's the jump
pops.
in. He got level 2 just in time. Lun, you better run as well, because with the body blocks they can kill you as well. A couple of hits from the Slark is gonna do it. And Tsukimoto, he's a god of blocking. Lun, you're not getting into that tower.
Oh, Lord.
And he does get the disruption now, but Tsukimoto is level 2 as well. You will burn, Demon, and they will be getting him as well. This bottom lane for Team Tough is perfect.
That is beautiful. Extremely well done from the way that they force Yangon Galacticos into taking more risks, right? After having an unfavorable exchange on level 1, to the exact timing that at level 2 pops when the Bad Ride is already coming over. They're sharp like a razor.
That is beautiful, and that is the lane that you need to go well with a strong Slark in this. If a Slark has a great game here, he just solo wins it. That is how it goes, though. Now he's in a little bit of a pickle. Nah, he just gets so many stacks. He's so freaking strong. Has the Fairy Fire as well as the salve. Gets himself away. Ha, he needs to chase this one down. Tsukimoto keeping him at bay, and the Slark with a healing salve will be able to get himself back up to full with the Magnus left alone in the lane. No TP on the Shadow Demon. He's gonna have to walk.
Team Tough are stunting on him on this bottom lane.
Zorin is seems to be dead as well. No Fairy Fires, no sticks, no healing Lotuses, no nothing. Same A gets an easy kill. Even KSH is gonna get annoyed underneath his own tower. Glyph will be available now for the next wave if they want to dive, but we'll probably decide against it. Team Tough are playing. They're playing clean Dota today. This is beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I'm immediately like, oh man, I'm not sure we're going to get that close match that we really wanted, I have been Team Tough biased since I saw them play for the very first time, so...
Yep, you mentioned their consistency. The first thing that you said when you and me cast together is Team Tough have been consistent. And in Southeast Asia Tier 2 scene, we rarely hear that. So for me, it was already a sign, okay, these guys are not to be underestimated.
Yeah. And, as a caster, there's also a little bit of validation, right? You see these guys play for the first time in the RES Regional Series 1, you're like, oh man, I see potential here. And when you say that out loud and then you come back for Tour 2 and they're confidently making it out of the group stage, I'd like to say. Yeah, that feels good. That feels good.
Feels amazing, really, as that will be a 1k goal lead 4 minutes in. 4-0 in terms of kills. Yangon Galacticos, they definitely have chances to get kills with their lineup, but they are just being bullied. So probably now it's already time to look at Young PH and think, Pango, when are you gonna rotate? We need some help.
Yeah. No, that's exactly where I was as well, because their trump card has not yet been activated, and Young PH has been so important for them. The amount of things that he can get done in a short amount of time. We've seen this man rotate to 2 different lanes and get 2 different kills that in like the span of a minute. He is very impressive if he gets this game.
Huh? There it is. There's the rotation. He doesn't need his level 6 and he just wants a kill for himself. KSH might have been able to get that one himself, but it would have been dangerous, especially versus the Urn of the Brewmaster. So finally you get yourself on the board, but it does cost you a Pango rotation. Not a long one anyways.
No, and he didn't miss many creeps for that either. So that is... And you know what also matters about that? It's the threat. Team Tough now know that this Pangolier might just show up on top if they go too far.
So now you're gonna be thinking twice, at least until you get your split. That's when things are maybe gonna be fine.
No, Tsukimoto just comes in now.
We'll see. We'll see. KSH, he's dead. Meanwhile, mid lane, the Kunkka is in trouble. He did get the boat off. Very speedy there. Has a Fairy Fire 6 charges. He won't get any of it off. Very interesting. It will allow Tsukimoto to get some free experience, so, feels good if you're a position 5, but overall feels bad as a team.
Does, yeah. And I like this decision from Yangon Galacticos as well. Like, you know that Urn is up on the top lane, Same is probably going to dive KSH. You can go there and try to remedy that, but even if you stop him off this time, they're just going to do it again. In fact, I do not agree with KSH teleporting back to the top lane unless you want to give him significant help.
Again. Oh, that is a shield crash that got cancelled out by the torrent. The most unfortunate of things happen, and okay, KSH got saved by the Shadow Demon on the top lane, so he will be fine.
Exactly, that's important. But what I was gonna say is that one of the things you want to do if you're losing and you have one winning lane, a lot of teams choose to rotate the winning lane off to the sides, almost reflexively, right? Instead of thinking about it like, oh god, we gotta make sure these other lanes don't lose. But the other choice you can make is reinforce your winning lane and make him win harder first. And that is what I saw there with that Zolrain rotation into mid. They're like, okay, Young PH is the only one who has a game. Let's give him more of a game so that he can do more for us in the middle of this match.
Alan dies on the other side of the map. Tsukimoto, he's gonna have a flame break, and he actually outplayed and got stunned up. Who takes it? It will be Zorain, and Tsukimoto does go down. So that was close. Maybe if he focused on killing these heroes, maybe would have been able to do so. But now probably wouldn't have been enough. Interesting thing is that 4-3 didn't have a stick in a lane versus a Shadow Demon. But I guess now he's level 6. He has the Sage's Mask, so neither the mana nor the HP will be a problem any longer.
Yeah, that's actually quite interesting. Then again, it feels like the Shadow Demon has barely had time to do anything on that bottom side. And right now he's just, Shadow Poison is for stacking, actually. And he's got some juicy ones.
The way that the Pango says regeneration, I understand that they're both French, but it's like the candle guy from Beauty and the Beast. Oh, both of them inside of a boat. Lund puts himself in a very uncomfortable position. He's not even going to be saving Ha and almost dies himself. That's a 3k goal lead already.
With a Slark casually slapping down the offlane tower. That's not something you see very often.
Definitely not, but he has the advantage needed to get away with it. Some stacks have been made, Ancients for the Luna, and of course the big camp. That's gonna be the one that the Pango gets. You get the Diffusal Blade, and that's the big timing of Yangon Galacticos in general. Before it, you are just not as strong as you would like to be.
Exactly, damage spike. And this is one of the things that I like what has been happening over the past 2 years to pro teams, where before, no matter if there were stacks, right, they were for the carry and you were not supposed to touch them unless you're a beast master and you've made them yourself, right? Your homegrown stacks. But more and more we've seen that giant amounts of stacks will be made in the game with for example, a Luna or a TA, and she won't get them because somebody else needs them first in order to buy her time to farm more.
The map is bigger than what it used to be, so there's more to go around. So naturally people are gonna be like, yeah, you can get that, and I'm gonna get these 5 camps on the other side of the map. So it just feels natural not to move to the triangle nowadays as a carry. Like, remember 2 years ago, people would just naturally TP to the bottom lane with the carry very early on. 4-3 catches the Pango, who has a Rolling Thunder and the Swashbuckle. Still a Shadow Dance available on 4-3, and I think, yeah, you just let Zoran go. It's over for him. So now you get some permanent agility stacks.
X-Marks though.
Even more. X-Mark with the bow. They get the stun. Follow-up stun as well. They pull him in. There's the lift up as well. Get him down and finish him off. That is just perfect spell usage from all of them. Just the communication in that fight was amazing from Team Tough.
Yeah, and you can really only do that if you don't have anything else to talk about, right? That is one of the things that I suspect about Team Tough, is that they have already put so much work into understanding how they're going to play as a team in total. Shame that there is not a skewer there, but nobody's coming to help.
Yeah, they're just gonna let Mangda go. Taken down quite easily. That's finally a big kill that you get without any repercussion. Okay, there's the repercussion. Sticky Bomb misses. So let's see without the Sticky Bomb if it's gonna be enough. Good placement of the proximity mines, but there was... How did the Luna see? What?
I'm not sure. KSH was literally on top of it, and he just attacked it immediately, perfectly.
No, but there was one on the high ground.
Was there?
Yeah, you see that they're pinging, like there's a vision on the high ground. Yeah, he put it on the high ground. I was like, oh, that's so cool. Proximity mine on the high ground, but still in range of the Luna. And the Luna just hit it.
Yeah.
Cool.
KSH has skills beyond our mortal understanding.
Exactly. That was what I was thinking. I just didn't want to say it. I wanted my analyst to take the heat.
Yeah. No, I think that as an analyst, it's very noble to admit that the players are, or necessary to admit that the players are way better than you.
No, you never admit you are the analyst, as that's gonna
smarter?
be a dead Venge. Pulled into a mine. Young PH, Sticky Bomb will connect on him. They have a disruption to save him. No RP at the moment, which is fine. But this Magnus needs a blink fast before that mid lane tower falls. He really needs it.
Yep. And you get here the blessing / curse that Team Tough is not necessarily going to go for your tower immediately. They want to deal damage to your economy. They're going to be trying to take this stack here away from you.
TPs are coming in. Even the Luna will be a part of it. Pango cocky cannot go for Rolling Thunder. Slark has the Shadow Dance. Will need to use it now. Standing his ground and fighting. Actually, Disruption saving the Magnus for the time being. But 4-3 is not done. Swordbuckle almost finishes him off. He needs to run. And he should be fine. Young PH cannot continue with the chase. No Rolling Thunder on him. Yeah, the mines just keep on exploding. Young PH Swordbuckle to the side. But finally gets taken down. This split is too strong. The torrent won't connect, but there will be a hurl boulder, and still keeping him in place with 4-3 rejoining on the fight to get a kill for himself. The rest of Yangon running away as Tsukimoto, you don't want to be there. He's like, yo guys, I have a consolation prize for you so that you do not give up too early.
Yeah, and this is so emblematic of Team Tough's playstyle. They're just going to go to your triangle. And I think in any other situation, Yangon Galacticos would probably have let them have it and say, okay, fine, we know you're here. That means we get to farm on 2 other lanes at least. But that entire Ancient stack was still up. They knew that maybe, just maybe, if they fight there, they get a chance at having most of it for themselves. It baits them into an unwinnable situation. You can't fight a split right now. No way.
it's impossible. It is completely impossible. The Magnus is gonna have his Blink Dagger fairly soon, but the mid lane tower is falling. And that is a problem. You're not gonna have a place to use it all that effectively. Okay, they're keeping it alive. That's important. That is so important.
That is huge. That's, as you say, that's going to provide the Magnus with exactly one opportunity to get himself an RP, though. I gotta say, the amount of HP on this tower, it's a little unlikely that Team Tough is actually gonna group for it. And this is every single time Bad Riders getting the Blink Dagger at the same time as the enemy offlaner spells doom.
Usually does. I mean, 5k gold lead at 14 minutes in is nothing to laugh at. Kunkka going for the rune, and he won't be getting it. Unlucky there. Zorain secures the wisdom. This time around, no attempt from Team Tough to steal it, and Team Tough, they're the ones going for a smoke. Slark? What? He's fine, at least for now. They're gonna try to finish him off. The last is there to stop the rolling thunder. You don't want to go for it immediately. The blast off, nice swap out. So Young PH will be fine, won't be dying, but that Tidebringer with an 80 rune really did hurt him. And you wanted my life now. I get yours. Even with a haste rune, he's not gonna be able to survive. Pulled back into his death, where Tsukimoto finishes off with his flames. That's gonna be 2 clean kills for Team Tough yet again.
2 Blink Dagger reveals, and we see who got the upper hand there.
No way he's killing both of them. If he kills KSH here, it is a straight up disaster. He has to run. The split is expiring. You're all on your own. They have a blink and the skewer, just waiting to see if he wants a TP out. Seime? What? How did... What?
He ran out of mana?
How?
That was awkward.
Sure, he ran out of mana, but why didn't the shockwave pull him in?
I'm not entirely sure. This top lane seems to be a little wonky.
Yes, something hasn't been coded right. At the same time, the demonic purge popped with the damage, so maybe that has something to do with it, but it shouldn't. No.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Like, that is the most likely interaction to happen there, and it should not be an interaction.
No, it literally shouldn't matter. But you have that, like, your soul that leaves your body when you take the damage, and maybe that kind of interfered. But still quite funny.
Maybe your soul is the thing that gets pulled by the shockwave.
Exactly. Just doesn't say in the tooltips, as tooltips in Dota are always and forever going to be perfect. As Lark is being hella annoying. Nice bounce away before the magic missile connects, and the rest of Team Tough coming in with the smoke. Really speedy. Seime running forward. There's the urn, so no blink away from you. Team Tough coming from the other side. Lark gets caught, but he got the ulti off, and look at that blast off. They're just being destroyed. The disruption on the Luna does nothing other than set up for the boat. 4-3 is going to be running away. Young PH is again just being kited around as a Pango, which doesn't happen too often. Kishka gets himself a double. He deserved so much more, and Young PH will get taken down. In the previous game, at least you were bringing down Mamang Daya. Here, you are not even close to a single kill.
What a slaughter. I'm gonna keep my eyes on the Magnus here, because he's sitting in the trees, he's waiting for his opportunity, he's doing everything right.
And then he just used the RP on the ground.
Yeah, but that must have been a cancelled blink, right? The question is, what cancelled his blink?
Could have been a Dark Pact.
Or Radiance?
Or Radiance, or maybe Sticky Napalm wasn't the case.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't... It felt like he wasn't close to anything.
Yep, it did look that way. It did look that way, but I think it was probably the Radiance.
Yeah, has to be.
You know what, Gibbs? If I was in the shoes of Yangon Galacticos, I'd be RPing the ground as well. Like, the ground won't hit me back, and these guys, they're kind of really mad at the moment. Torrent, a couple of right clicks, proximity mine, in a perfect position. Kishka... His placement of mines have been impressive. I know that this game, it just looks easy. You don't really need to do much, but still. The placement of mines has been awesome when he puts it on a high ground or on a cliff or something, and just unable to get it down from the opponents. It's beautiful.
Yeah, he's got flair, doesn't he? It's those little things that make the difference. And I've made this joke when I casted with Snare before, which is like, you know, in this situation, anybody can win this game, right? Anybody can beat up this baby. But not everybody can beat up this baby in style.
Exactly. That's style is important. Luna running away, no TP. You have your night vision. Slark has an Aghanim Scepter. Nice juke around there. The problem is that Kishka is in the vicinity. At least we'll go for the Eclipse to try to kill Kishka, who has a mech. Turns around with the Sticky Bomb. Blast Off is available. And sorry KSH, you're not getting out of this one alive. 4-3 will take you down with ease. And this game is even more of a stomp than what we saw in the first one.
It's hard to believe. When you see this lineup from Yangon, you're like, okay, fine, this mid lane is going to go a little Kunkka favored, the bottom lane is going to be a 50-50. Surely it's going to end up fine, but this is slaughter.
Yeah, literally slaughter. Lasso, not gonna help you get out of that one alive. Nice movement from young PH, though that movement is not gonna allow you to live. This is 19 minutes in, your tier 4s are being dove, and you don't really have a chance to do anything about it. Yangon Galacticos, once again, they don't have a single hero on the map.
Pain and suffering. And Slark has 12 permanent agi before 20 minutes. That's kind of nuts. I haven't seen it very often.
He could have had even more. He participated in 17 kills. And what's worse, Team Tough, they have 30 kills. That's 5 times what Yangon Galacticos were able to muster. And I don't really see this Luna winning versus a Slark late game.
No.
You would need so much more. You would need to be ahead. And in this game, the Slark, we've talked about it in the draft. He's untouched.
Yep. He is untouchable. And this was always going to be about a timing where the Slark is not big enough yet, the Luna has hit hers, and you're going to be grouping up and the Slark just can't get enough agility stacks because he needs to pop his ult too soon. And that entire scenario...
doesn't exist. Slark is gonna have a shard as well, Kip, so if you couldn't kill him, if you couldn't kill his teammates up until now it's gonna be 10 times harder.
I mean, there's so many things about this game that make it hard to come back into. We can also talk about, for example, the Brewmaster never having to slow down on his way to that Radiance. Ideal Brewmaster game. And of course, the complete water park being finished by the Kunkka. We haven't really talked about Mamang Daya.
Okay, they got the techies. No, they didn't get the techies.
No, they don't.
It's impossible, and there's the RP, gonna be quite nice, but look at who's here. It's gonna be 4-3, pouncing from the other side. That Rolling Thunder was annoying, but still, you are lacking in the damage department. You cannot kill a single hero, and the thing is, this mobility of Yangon Galacticos, their ability to escape is quite good on the heroes, but not that great when there's always an X waiting for you.
No. That's not gonna do anything for you then, and I just... At this point, yeah, Pangolier provides a lot of disruption still, but one of the things that the Pangolier does not do is focus fire. You have to have enough damage, as you said, to follow up on it, and they don't. They can't stand their ground, they can't focus fire.
Oh, misses on the pounce, 4-3. He's not gonna be able to get him. Finally something good. I mean, Lun is gonna have to die for his teammate's sins, but at least it's not your carry that kicks the bucket.
Yay!
Yeah, okay, we're celebrating the little things for Yangon Galacticos. 4-3 wants to be celebrating by shanking them to death. He'll be fine.
Luna, we could probably see a BKB before Yangon Galacticos goes high ground, but this is for the simple fact that Yangon Galacticos have only like a passing interest in your towers. Look at them swinging back through mid with that smoke. They care about cutting you off from your farm.
Poor Magnus. He thought like, oh, I got the blink away. Now I'm going to live. No, you're not. Neither you nor young PH are going to be getting out of this situation alive. X is available. Does he even need to use it? No, of course not. Has the movement speed necessary with the phase boost to get another Tidebringer hit. And 4-3, he is looking to go and get some healing lotuses. His mana is lacking, and it's not going to be lacking any longer.
By the way, I still think that this particular Kunkka set, I think it's the Witch Hunter, is one of the most stylish sets in Dota 2. You know, the most perfect crossovers that was ever invented. I love it.
Van Helsing Kunkka?
No, it's Warhammer, I believe.
Okay. I did used to, me and my brother, we wanted to play Warhammer, like, not the game, but with the figurines, you know? And at that point you needed, I think, 2 sets, 2 units, and a hero to play. I think those were the rules, or maybe 3. And I still remember the day. My father, he said, okay, so I'm gonna buy you these figurines. They were quite expensive at the time. He bought us 2 sets. We colored them. They looked awesome. Cool.
Oh, yeah.
And then we were like, okay, now we need a hero. And he's like, wait, I can buy you 30 figurines, and then you want me to spend this much money on 1? Like, no way. And then we never got to play. We were so sad. Because there will be a Torrent Storm and a Tidal Wave. No Skewer for the Magnus. They're also going to be pulling in Lun with the lasso. Dies before the boat does connect. That would have been a painful death, though any death does seem painful in this game. There is no like Winter Wyvern, Lich, or CM to die in the snow, which they say is the best of deaths, though I wouldn't want to experience it. So
No, I mean we all get one, right? I'd prefer the classic in my sleep. Yangon Galacticos are wide awake for this one, unfortunately.
Yep, wide awake. It's like they've been medicated, you know, if a mafia, they're torturing you, and then they give you some medication like in the movies, so that you stay awake. That's what it feels like, literal torture.
They could tap out, but we've seen Yangon Galacticos try and learn as much as possible from every single game they played as well.
Yep, learn how to take it. It's not about how hard you hit, but how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. Finally, we see an RP with a skewer back. They all get inside of it, and they're rolling thunder, but they are protected by the depth shroud. And it's not gonna be enough. KSH, he will be in this fight. Probably doesn't want to be there. Has the silver edge, but the sentry will be placed instantly. They have read you like a book. Young PH finally gets the kill. The Aghanim Scepter definitely helping in Tidal Wave. Lun not good at surfing, so he will drown. Or that was too big of a wave. I'm not sure, as 4-3 doesn't have any more mana left. Young PH is being super annoying to him. Shield Crash, Swashbuckle, both of them available. There's the Torrent Storm. Doesn't matter. The Slark is not taking enough damage. Finally, the Shockwave comes in and finishes him off. Another Tidal Wave. Not enough Skewer this time around. Strong enough to get out of it. Yangon Galacticos, they are not giving up.
Oh, 2 racks down, a couple of heroes up, but you did kill 423, so that's something.
Is it party time?
I mean, depends on, like, I'm not even sure they have enough money to buy themselves gifts right about now. The Magnus might have BKB the next time this fight comes out. Hey, Kishka. What's that?
I mean, they did secure a shard for Tsukimoto, so it was 100% worth it, because you want your Batrider to have a shard. It's the most important item for him, 100%.
Yeah, I love it when your support can attack when he lassos.
Exactly.
Yes, is
off the charts.
Off the charts, yes. And a casual primal split for the other one. So, you know, now that you got the useless one out of the way, you do get the upgrade for the reactive taser now as well.
Ah, that's quite nice. For sure. Especially because the Slark is so deep in the enemy lines. Though, like, do you really need to disarm Yangon Galacticos? Do you really need to take away their weapons? They feel like more like plushy toys at the moment with the amount of damage that they're doing.
Yeah, I don't disagree. They look very squishable, and Slark is gonna come in to give him a good old hug.
Yep. Leave those huggies. Zorain didn't enjoy them much. 4-3 jumps away. Rolling Thunder does absolutely nothing. That's kind of your main spell, as the Slark is still moving forward. Has the Depth Shroud, doesn't have the Shadow Dance any longer. Look at Kishka coming from the other side. Slark is in trouble. And he does lose his life while Kips is laughing. She's super happy this happened. Mamangda coming in with the AD rune. Where's the X? It will be onto Lund. Torrenstorm still going strong. Ha has the BKB to run himself away, and Seimei is beyond godlike. So, okay, guys, our Slark doesn't know what he's doing, so we have to win the game for ourselves. Tsukimoto has found the Pango. Every single time I see him, this shield crash doesn't work. Something stops it. Is it the turret? Is it the lasso? Is it the Yules? He just can't get it off.
Not allowed. And yeah, I'm just laughing here because that is Yangon Galacticos, who have been doing very well throughout this group stage, showing that just because Team Tough has mopped the floor with them, it doesn't mean they're not dangerous. Slark gets reminded. That's what you get for breaking discipline, man.
Yep. Let's see. Ha. He has a skewer. It just doesn't work versus this tidal wave. They're gonna try to go for the Brewmaster, who has a split in 3 seconds, so he doesn't hear. He's just gonna start running forward. Had that reactive taser on. He says 3 of me, and there's 4. He's even lying in this kind of a situation. Purges off the Glimmer Cape. You're not gonna stay hidden whatsoever. The stuns continue. Yeah, uses the Force Staff just to get himself closer to the fountain, but there's the Astral Pull. Pulls KSH into another one of his deaths, and Yangon Galacticos, they finally had enough. They wanted this game to last more than 30 minutes, but it was not allowed. Team Tough were too good.
Yeah, and Team Tough signing off here with it. Like, this has been their traditional play throughout this group stage, right? Every single time that we see them, they play that transition better than their opponents. Afterwards, they dive you a bit until they're ahead, take your towers, dive you a bit more, take your second round of towers, dive you a bit more, take your base. It's been kind of wild how they've been able to play the exact same game so many times in a row.
Yep, they have been hella impressive, and with this kind of gameplay, they are probably gonna be the ones going into the playoffs today. We're gonna find that one out because Team Tough are not done for today. They're gonna be playing one more series versus MIPH. Of course, that's gonna be at the end of our day, but in between, we have another pretty strong series that's gonna be between Garuda and Neon Esports, and I have a lot of hope that this is gonna be a close one. Kips, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, absolutely. If you would have looked at the lineups that were taking part in this group stage before any of it actually went down, right, this would have been the big match to consider for who's getting the top spot in the group. And even though the results haven't exactly been that good for both of them, I do still think that in terms of like player experience, we have the biggest name in the group stage clashing off against each other after the next break.
Yep, let's go.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service. Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Screens give us the opportunity to live 2 lives at once, their own and their characters, to see them champion and win with them. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are back with the second best of two of the day here in the regional Dota 2 series in Southeast Asia. This is the second tournament in Southeast Asia, meaning that once this one ends, we are going to be halfway there to find out which two teams from Southeast Asia are going to be coming to our LAN in Belgrade. But Kips, our next series is Neon Esports versus Garuda. We talked about the chances of this being a close one. And do you think we're going to be getting a little bit of a longer games? Because that was pretty fast.
Yeah, I definitely hope so. And there's two ways that this can go, right? I think both of these teams have the most experienced and the most well-known players that we have on Group A currently, which means that this can be a close game just because both of these teams are going to be doing a lot of maneuvering. They're not going to get outplayed by the other really hard in a specific sense of the match, and then immediately, no chances anymore to come back into it. That is one of the possibilities here. We're just going to see two evenly matched teams on like the skill front. The other option, and it makes me a little sad to say it, but on the other hand, people like to watch it, is that both of these teams have been kind of sloppy. Neon has definitely dropped the ball, and Garuda has definitely dropped the ball as well. And I feel like both of them have the exact same problem, which is that as soon as they feel like they're comfortable and they're in control, they start playing with a little more pizzazz, and they start playing a little bit more fast and loose, and that then usually costs them at least one fight per game. So if we see that back and forth a couple of times, loose is good, sure.
Yeah, let's see. They don't look loose in these pictures. They look very serious on Neon. So I'm hoping that they show it in their gameplay. CDR, Ken, JG, Bombi, and Castaway look ready to go. And I know that you're always a big fan of teams taking pictures at the same time. Neon.
Yeah.
They even struck the same pose. I feel like they're gonna play football rather than Dota, but it does look good. And what's gonna be looking good is that we have a draft on our hands. We never wait too long to see it happen here, Kip. So anything in particular that you have noticed in these two teams that has to be taken out?
Has to be taken out. Well, the TA immediately first phase banned. Yeah, that's definitely one of them. Both of these teams very capable of picking it up real early on in the draft.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay. Let's see. In general, the games these two teams have played have been on the longer side, apart from when they were going for those stomps. I guess Garuda did lose quite fast one game versus MIPH. So I'm quite curious to see if we're gonna be seeing a more of a late game oriented lineup, or more into the early stages of the game, trying to end it with something like a Luna, something that just goes in and push. and pushes. I haven't really seen that either of these teams have a style. Justin, that might be the issue, right? Because then if you want to play everything, you can very easily make some huge mistakes.
Exactly. No, flexibility in terms of heroes, especially if you're going for true flexibility, not like the semblance, but where most of these heroes actually still fulfill the same roles, even if they look different. But like true flexibility requires a ton of communication, and often when you need to be talking about everything you do, and you might forget things, that's one of them, but also it just slows the game down if you have to discuss everything with, you know, that's the whole joke about why you know, a democracy is bad at waging wars. Like you can't do that by committee. Somebody needs to say go, and the rest of them need to say yes, sir.
Yeah, or you're just gonna get blown up because the other guys are gonna say go. As there will be a Dragonite and a Timbersaw. These two heroes have been avoided today, but here they're gonna be waging war versus each other. So how good do you think the saws of the Timbersaw are at cutting dragon scales?
Pretty good, pretty good. Specializes in heroes of the strength variety. So DK definitely not the most happy about that. Of course, the long disable from the DK is very good in terms of if you have other damage sources to take a Timbersaw down. It is something to think about if you're a Timber. Probably worth picking up something like a Lotus Orb decently early in your build.
We've not seen Timbers really want to go for the Lotus. They want the Sanction Kai, they want the Blink, they want a BKB, they want to burst you down. But Lotus Orb is one of those items which you're like, okay, mom, I'm gonna get it. So, that's how it feels.
Mom knows what's best for you. Do take care.
Yep, now it just reminds me of the song from Tangled, Mother Knows Best.
10 seconds remaining.
You know the cartoon?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't watched it, but I have an internet connection, and cultural osmosis definitely has seeped most of what's entangled into my brain.
Have you? Are you a big watcher of like cartoons, Disney, Pixar, and stuff, or do you usually dodge?
I'm not like an active dodger, and I think that you know, people are Frozen haters because it was everywhere. Do you know why it was everywhere? Because it was good. So
one thing I don't like about Frozen is in songs there's sometimes too much screaming. That's one thing that I am gonna say about it. But overall, I like it. I like Frozen. Let's go. Create some ice.
Like that's great, so nice. Yeah, I mean the entire role was written for that particular musical star, right? And she has a very I mean, technically it's very hard to do what she does, like the really high belting vocals is what you call them. But yeah, not everybody likes them because they can be a little much.
Very true, very true. But we are gonna be going in with the bang here with the techies being available. So quite a lot of damage. This guy reduces your HP, and then this guy, well, he takes it all away with the techies. I like this, so much burst damage. Problem is you don't have a lot of lockdown, and Neon are gonna be getting themselves a Winter Wyvern. We've seen this already, though this time around I don't see a lot of physical damage in general that you are gonna be countering. No. So not sure if I like it this early.
Yeah, but this is exactly what they did the last time for Bombi as well, right? And that game was absolutely nuts for him in the end. He played basically a core Wyvern. I was like, do you really have to buy a Witchblade? Are you gonna have that good of a game? And Bombi was like, yes I do, and he was right. So, you know, if you're confident with this hero, if you know that you're going to have the right timing for these turnarounds, even if it's just keeping the enemy team at bay while the rest of your team regroups, especially if you are a DPS source in the game as well, I don't see a reason why you have to wait until there's like 3 physical damage heroes on the board to pick this.
Clockwork. I guess both the techies and the Timbersaw don't like playing versus the Clockwork, right? The battery assault is way too annoying. No blast off for you. It's very hard to timber chain away. It's he is a pretty decent counter to you. Naga Siren, however, doesn't care about any of these heroes. Sure, Splinter Blast can be annoying, the Winter's Curse, fine, but usually you are away from your illusions, and very rarely do you get the real Naga Siren to inside of the Winter's Curse, so I like the hero in general, it looks solid.
No, and strategically, this is also where something comes in play, right? Where Naga Siren is a teamfight reset hero. The same goes for the Winter Wyvern, where you have this break in the teamfight where everything is about, like, everything stands still and it's only about this one hero doing something. You can answer both of these with each other, but especially if a Winter's Curse goes off in a way that you don't like, all the Naga does is press her own R in return, and Bombi, you know, that was your thing. You did it, and it did nothing. Now we resume the game.
So, Magaruda, they have one more pick. I'm thinking, the thing is you need something like a puck, but you don't want the puck. You need some lockdown.
Yeah. I mean, puck is nice. You do feel threatened in this game a little bit by the Winter Wyvern, I guess. Like, yeah, you need lockdown. Is a puck enough? Listen, I'm very tempted by that's good lockdown, and that would do the same. Because I was thinking about, you know, the coil, and then the timber saws come over the top, and then Techies jumps in, and it looked really very good. But you can do the same with an Avatos.
Well, very true. But also, if there would be a puck, you would just get demolished in the lane by a Dragonite, and then, well, you are not going to be too happy about it. Tiny is good. It's either going to be a mid or a 4 Tiny. I'm fine with both. Not going to lie, when there's a Timber Saw in the game, a 4 Tiny is great because you are pretty free to rotate as much as you want. And if it's a mid lane Tiny, Winter Wyvern is a good target. The other heroes, pretty tanky.
Yeah, no, this is a classic. It's whenever Limp, when I worked with him on Complexity, saw Winter Wyvern, he was like, I have Tiny. And I have Tiny.
Is that how he said it? Did he really get deep into the mic?
No, not necessarily, because Limp is a very interesting guy. He sits up straight like a military man. And he will not move, like, he's not touching the back of his chair necessarily. He sits straight. He has his desk at a very precisely determined height. His chair has been he's like a scientist about it. And he's just going to sit in his one position, he's not going to move, and since he's, you know, northern as well, his voice is not actually going to move up and down very much. His enthusiasm is pretty limited as well, so no, that's... I was exaggerating there, I'm afraid.
No way. Now I've painted a picture, that's it. It's over, Kips, now. You can try to backpedal there. It's in my mind now, what he does. I mean, it's definitely a breath of fresh air compared to nowadays how
the Goblin mode
people
gamers
play Dota. Yep.
I'm a big fan of the Goblin. You can't see it like this, but you all know what I did just now.
We can't see the knees. We can't see the knees. I need a bigger chair for that. I'm actually surprised. I know that you are quite tall yourself. I'm surprised that you could make it happen.
Yeah, no, I've had good teachers. I was in a team with Aloha Dance, and Aloha Dance and Ramses are like two peas in a pod. Both of them sit like this. Hey!
Primal Beast!
He's here!
Let's go. Yeah, he's pretty scary himself. You know, he has some connection to a T-Rex, though definitely longer hands, more useful. For sure, good versus the Naga Siren. Pretty much good versus everything here. Once you get the BKB, they don't do anything to you.
No, absolutely nothing. And this is the prime kind of hero to be still stomping around with that BKB on while the Naga Siren desperately, you know, tries to alter way out of things. Coddle.
Get outplayed. GG, Coddle wins. This is such a good Coddle game. You get Spirit Vessel, you get Force Staff, it's over, you won. That's how I feel. I don't know about you, but for me, this is like the best Coddle pick that you could ever hope for.
And I don't disagree with you. Like, Neon Esports do have outs, though. Like, because you have Hookshot on Castaway. Clockwork is one of the heroes that is better at hunting a Coddle than most. Of course, the Coddle does need to not be greedy and actually... Or, the Coddle does need to be greedy if you're Castaway and not buy that Force Staff early. But even then... Yeah, he's gonna buy it. And then, of course, you do have Bombi as well, who can wait in the trees while you're shoving some side lane. You can get a Winter's Curse on him and then have other people TP in. Like, that is a specialty of the Winter Wyverns. But that's the supports, and they would have to spend significant time hunting you down for a kill that's not even guaranteed, especially if that Force Staff comes out. So, yeah, you are right. This is about as good of a Coddle game as you can get.
Yeah, if this was being Team Tough playing this Garuda lineup, I'd be like, yeah, there's no way they lose, because with this kind of a lineup, you need a certain... Okay, Kips, okay. It's bigger than your head. And the thing is, I don't know how big Kips is. I've never seen her live, but she's very smart. So I have to assume that the head is, yeah, that's the case. So that's the biggest cup in the world. So, with this kind of a lineup, if you have discipline, I don't know how you lose, and if you find a couple of pickoffs. So in general, I'm all in on Garuda. For me, they won this drafting phase.
Yeah, and the odds absolutely also all in on Garuda here. If you want to capitalize on that, do check out the banner below the stream. Easy code.
Yep, 1x RLG, SEA. It's always 1x RLG and then the region we are in. So feel free to do it, guys, because for the next tournament, it's going to be the Latam, and you're going to be losing the chance to use this promo code at the moment, as Ken is hoping to find some vision. Won't be happening just yet.
I mean, it's almost a shame about that Coddle pick, because I was so excited for Snowball player extraordinaire Ken to have this really brawly, bulky hero come out. You know I love myself some good Primal Beast gameplay, how active the hero gets early on. And yeah, it'd be a shame to be deprived of our first Primal Beast in like the entire group stage, and you know, that was it. We'll go back to him just being ignored.
That was a good avalanche. This is 10 seconds before the runes spawn, so you might have been going a little bit too early. And that's gonna be enough for Garuda to secure the top 2 runes. Bottom 2 runes, are they both gonna go for Neon? Yep, they will. So it's gonna be a 2 for 2.
Very solid start. Now, of course, this Primal Beast is not going to start off suffering necessarily. Like the first couple of levels should be fine, but and you have threat on the Coddle, right? You can always close the distance. You have enough HP to clear these waves out. So Ken demonstrates very kindly. The problem, of course, comes in as soon as the Coddle hits 6. Once you get to the Solar Bind, Primal Beast is donezo.
Yeah, not only that, but the rotations. Usually we see the Coddle, once you get that level 6 Handy Urn, he just TPs to one of the side lanes and gets a kill. Or even 2. It's so easy to run people down with a Coddle, it's actually insane. But let's not talk about Coddle. We've put so much emphasis on the old guy. Let's talk about the younger generations, as another old guy does kick the bucket. No surprise there. CDR dead. That's not something you wanted to see.
No, absolutely not. In these tiny lanes, it's always the question if the tiny is going to actually do anything, or if he's mostly there to dissuade people from going. It's like, okay, you're getting too close to my lane, or I'll avalanche you. But in this case, Dalol getting off this good of a start versus that Gyrocopter, yeah. That spells trouble, because the further ahead Dalol is, the more space there will be for Zephyr to rotate himself later on.
As a Gyro, you want to be running in like, I have a Rocket Barrage, I'm very strong, and then Clockwork has a Battery Assault, but these two guys are doing a lot of damage. That's a cool play from Castaway, though. Pushes the Timber from the range creep and then denies it. Pretty nice.
Cheeky.
Yep. Exactly. They did get the pull off. The lull is relatively low, needs to be somewhat careful, especially with the flak cannon just constantly annoying you, but there is a career coming that is bringing some tangos and another bracer, so this Timbersaw really won't be a target.
Not a good one at any rate, and with Zephyr just sticking close to the Timbersaw, it's very hard for Castaway to get any, like, significant harassment off.
What about the bottom lane? Right, we're seeing the Dragon Knight do well. I kind of don't see him being pressured whatsoever here.
No, you'd be very hard pressed, right? The Naga, we always say like, okay, fine, minus armor counters armor, but armor also counters minus armor, so that Riptide, not really that big of a problem for DK, who's going to have an excess of it. That said, of course, if the Winter Wyvern missteps, a Cold Embrace will not save you from a blast off.
Definitely not. It's way too much damage. In general, the sticky bombs also do hurt, and nobody can help you in that. Though we have seen people just stand near their buddies when the sticky bomb is about to come out. It's still dropping low. But Zephyr, not that great with mana. He does have a lot of HP. It's a tiny, but the Blood Grenade will connect. He cannot get out. Tosses the Gyro under the tower. CDR now. He might kill the Timber, so I have to be pretty scared as well. Flak Cannon wants to hit that creep. Castaway, please let that creep attack me. And there it is. Now the flags are going to start flying out. Is that enough to finish off Zephyr? Nope, but the right click from Castaway will be.
Ken is bot. Ken is very much bot.
Yep.
This is that early game play
Come on, get him.
we're talking about.
Nope,
Nope.
nope.
Backing off, just couldn't quite get on top of him, and that's a little bit of wasted time. Although, of course, Ken was there in order to pick up the bounty rune in the enemy jungle.
They might still get Jacroy. Blast off, keeping them at bay. He is staying away, healing next to the tower with the Tango as well. But not getting creeps, so not too bad keeping the Naga Sireners away. I really like that Fike wasn't getting close to the Naga as he was afraid of the Splinter Blast connecting there, and it would have been enough to kill Jacroy. So pretty nice read from Fike not to get too close to his buddy.
Yep, good understanding of the kill conditions for the enemy there.
It's the Winter Wyvern. Super annoying, but very easy to play against in the laning phase if you know what you're doing. Castaway being very aggressive here. The double whirling death almost kills him, and now because of it, he's just gonna die. One more is gonna be enough. Homing missile, and they have the cogs beautifully done. CDR and Castaway are playing a hell of a lane.
They are, yeah. This chemistry looks really good, and I think in general the way that we've been seeing them play, also with the Castaway on the Crystal Maiden for most of the start of this group stage, their chemistry has looked perfect. Now the Scuttle is gonna come in for that first kill, earn in pocket.
That's a kill 100%. No matter how good you place those cogs, you are still gonna be losing your carry. And Castaway, he went for the Save Your Buddy syndrome. And well, that syndrome usually is lethal, but not this time around.
No, running just a little bit out of steam. Oh, I was wondering what Ken would be doing during this, and the answer was just grabbing some creeps on the mid lane. Him coming into situations like that is very dangerous, especially rotating towards a Timbersaw just asks for you getting blown up instead of contributing.
The ability of Garuda to blow heroes up in this game is insane, right? You're like, oh, we have a Primal Beast and a Dragonite. We are very tanky. And then you look at the Coddle and the Timbersaw and you understand that you're really not.
Yeah, and you understand, hopefully, that you need to buy some bloody raindrops. Please, please do it, Neon.
Well, they're not really doing it, though. So we'll see. There is a shield rune on the Primal Beast, so that's definitely gonna help when it comes to surviving. Of course, once there's a Spirit Vessel on the Coddle, which is not too far off, that's when the real pain starts.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very slow approach from both teams. We've seen such action-packed gameplay from Team Tough today that I'm not used to this space skips.
No, but I think it's also a good indication that this game is probably going to go a lot more equal than the Team Tough games, because that aggression from Team Tough is not back and forth. That's just Team Tough, you know, Hulk smashing their way through the enemy lineup.
Somebody smashed their headset, needed to get a new one. I hope they didn't, but who knows? Have you had some headset issues? It hasn't happened to me. I feel like I'm jinxing it all the time when saying like my internet has worked well, my headset, my mouse, Discord, everything has worked well. At some point, it's all gonna come crashing down. It has to.
Yeah, everything's just going to go wrong at the exact same time. That's what's gonna happen. But no, I'm not much for the technical problems either. I just can't get my lights to work right. People insist that it's possible. I mean, it is possible, because T-Panda looks pretty good, and he's the same color as I am. But I swear I'm too white for these studio lights to work.
I mean, you can get some
Bombi
better powder.
Dead.
I mean, like a darker powder. Is that possible?
You mean just adding a bit more color?
Yeah. Like, sure.
Carefully.
No, he's in some trouble. He's gonna get over the cliff. The homing missile is still gonna be going for him. TP out. Not gonna be happening. Gets pushed by the cogs, and in the end, Ken finishes him off with the onslaught. So they just got enough damage. Neon are starting to pull ahead in terms of net worth.
Yeah, just a little bit there, but it's definitely based on Ken getting these pickoffs now, and the fact that In Your Dream just now didn't manage to kill Bombi in mid lane either really matters there. The pace is really being set by both of these two mid laners right now. That does mean, by the way, that since Jacroy has fully backed off, and I'm not sure if that was fully forced or if he just felt he could get more farm out of the jungle, which I think is the case here, that JG has just taken that bottom tower without any contest whatsoever. It's quite rare that we see that, actually.
Yeah, very rarely. Usually I would have expected the Keeper of Light to go there. Like, why is he focusing on the Gyro? Gyro is going to be farming the jungle super fast. The Dragonite is the one that needed to get slowed down, and now they're going to go. But even if you kill JG now, it's not that big of a deal, is it?
I mean, it could be a little bit, since he is investing into getting the Mage Slayer up first instead of going Blink Dagger. And Mage Slayer does not help you with farming whatsoever. Does not help you with killing either. It's not a GPM increasing kind of item. Only survivability, really.
Exactly. It is a little bit of a damage output item. They will kill his career. 2 bracers are up on him. Ken is in the vicinity. You have to bail at the moment. In Your Dream, he is a coddle, so quite speedy himself, but dragons or dinosaurs might be just as fast as horses. As Castaways in the vicinity. In Your Dream, joking around. Bombi in the vicinity too. Okay, hello and welcome to the Winter's Curse. You do not have a 4-staff yet, and that is gonna be a very dead In Your Dream. Tries to get something for his troubles, will get absolutely nada.
Zephyr just hiding in the trees throughout all of that. He's like, that was never gonna end well anymore. We overstayed our welcome by quite a large margin.
3 cores of Neon are at the top of the network chart. And Naga Siren has been creeping up there now, but overall, things are looking awesome for Neon.
They do, and I'm gonna be doing my whole broken record spiel again. But this is a Naga Siren. As much as having like a good Naga Siren game is good for taking over the game and taking over the map, in order to end it, you usually need a little extra. And I'm not sure who is going to be providing, the sieging or the diving in this game. I think it would have to probably be tossbacks. Hard to say. Oh, Ken dying.
Nope, had the illusion rune, might be enough to save his life. Goes out with the onslaught, TP out. Should be successful, actually. No, dies in the end to the damage. The Spirit Vessel and a couple of right clicks from the supports are gonna be enough to finish him off. If he gotten out there, that would have been a complete disaster.
Yeah, so much time invested, but instead, In Your Dream gets the strike back for that unfortunate death on bot. Puts meta 1-1. Always feels good.
The Dragonite is not finishing the Mage Slayer. He does have money for a blink and is actually going to be changing his mind and going for Manta. JG wants to farm faster, I guess.
Yeah, I guess there is also a bunch of good purges in this game, which would definitely make sense. No, there's the blink first. There's the blink first.
Okay, I like it. Yeah. Just get blink Manta. Sure, purges are great, but There isn't initiation on Neon at the moment. The Primal Beast is going for a Blade Mail, so you better have something to follow up on this hook shot. This Castaway does find Fike. We've already talked about it. You cannot leave. You're gonna leave a nice... he doesn't want to leave. It's you're stuck in there with me, my friend, as Ken does finish off Fike, but does go for Bombi. CDR doing his best to finish off Zephyr. One more right click will do it, but puts himself in a very uncomfortable position, especially with the Coddle coming over. Slows are there, and with the Spirit Vessel and the Illuminated will be a double kill for In Your Dream. Neon, they lose 3 heroes around the map, and finally Garuda do get themselves ahead in this game.
And I like what I'm seeing here. I like both of these teams, the way that they're changing up their itemizations, the way they're reacting to the information that they've got. Gold difference still very close as a result of that. And that makes me feel like we're probably not going to see a stomp anymore. This one's in business. So much damage.
Solo is fine. Oh, look at the backlines. Fike in so much trouble, and those proximity mines, they really do hurt. Tree not there for the Lul to get on top of it. They do bring down Castaway anyways. Here comes the call down. So much damage. It's zoning everybody out from helping their buddy. Well, JG still going forward. Dragon Tail will be available. In Your Dream is going to be in some trouble. The slowdown from the tree toss is there, as TP out from the Keeper of Light will keep him alive. Very fire usage not even needed.
No, the rest of the dire side was already backing off. A lot of them kind of low, especially Ken. You set yourself up for disaster there if a cheeky Naga Siren TP's in.
Could be a problem. Is that the full Manta on the Naga done? It's being delivered at the moment. Exactly. That is actually huge, right? The outpush, the farming potential of Jacroy will be increasing quite a lot now at the moment, and that is a big thing. You haven't lost a single tower yet on Neon, but the tier 1s are gonna start dropping soon.
Yep, they will. The wave pressure will start coming in. And it's good for you that you do have already 2 towers of your own down. Means that as wave bounces are going to come in slower, and you're gonna have more time to do the sweep in. But I do think that all 3 of the cores would actually rather... Man, that's one hell of a dead Winter Wyvern. All 3 of your cores want to play off map, ideally, on Neon. Primal Beast wants to be a threat. DK takes a long time just standing in the waves, taking it down. He doesn't become a wave pusher until he has that Manta style. Would much rather do things like this.
Gonna be going for the techies. The proximity mines are there now. Poor Clockwork Castaway just always thinks he's fine. Ken, surrounded by enemy heroes, he cannot onslaught away. The net will be connecting as well as the blast off. He does have the uproar. It won't save his life in the end. In Your Dream does way too much damage, and Garuda's lineup is starting to do quite well. As Neon, they're gonna have to find ways to turn this one in their favor, but don't really have the resources at the moment.
And I'm looking at the way their vision is right now, but honestly, it's not even that that's a problem. It just feels like Ken has too much that he has to be scared of in this game. Doesn't really get to play freely at all.
I'm surprised about the Blade Mail, not gonna lie. Like, Blink or a BKB, I think it was necessary for him to get those. If you get a Blink, okay, you jump somebody, you kill them super fast. Or you get a BKB and then you can fight for those 9. Let's say 7+ seconds, whatever. And you've lost your mid lane tower now, you've lost the top lane tower now. Neon, they're starting to lose ground, and Gyro is not going to be ready for quite some time, whilst the Naga will always have impact by just applying pressure.
Very true. I mean, it's hard to disagree with the Blade Mail though, because clearly there's so much AoE damage coming in, and it's all going to be aimed at you. Like, it feels like such a good Blade Mail game, but I think you've got the correct read there by saying that actually it means that, you know, he doesn't get to dedicate how these engagements go.
No Force Staff yet on the Keeper of the Light. He does have the Blinding Light, keeping himself alive. Spirit Vessel available if he wants to use it on himself. Ken, even with the Haste Rune, cannot get on top of him. Fike doing his best, even with the Blood Grenade. It is not going to be enough Illuminate to heal the techies, but in the end, it just increases his agony as he dies a little bit slower.
Unfortunately. Yeah, Ken going even deeper on the defensive side. That's an Eternal Shroud now queued up. He just wants to stay alive, but then who deals the damage?
With Eternal Shroud, I'm okay. If he's alive, he can do the damage, I guess. The problem is, do you stay alive even with the Eternal Shroud? That's the real question.
Radiant's top tower is
Yeah, this is already a pretty scary timing for fighting up against versus a Naga Siren. The Orchid Manta is actually already very powerful. And if you get yourself into the wrong fight, then Naga is going to end you.
Exactly. Let's see. In your dream, 4 staff will be done now. That is a huge deal. It changes the game on so many levels.
Dire's middle tower is under
Link disabled on Zephyr right there saves Castaway's life.
Zephyr does have a blink though, so this Tiny is a lot more dangerous than what he used to be. Things are starting to come together for Magaruda. Onslaught forward, Ken, you have to stop it. He has been found, so the toss back is there. They have the Illuminate, turns around with a Pulverize, but just continues to explode. Imagine how much that damages that Solar Bind and all of the mines combined. You just get destroyed. Hookshot to the side, you're still netted up, and Castaway will try to get himself away. So much AoE damage from the Gyro, but he's gonna get slowed down. Avalanche is there. They did find Jacroy, tries to go for a sleep, not gonna be happening, so you do lose a big hero. And this is what you talked about, Gibbs. They think, oh, we are stronger, we can do whatever we want to. No, you cannot fight with the Naga Siren. The hero doesn't do that.
No, at the very least not like that. They had spent most of their burst getting that Primal Beast kill over on the side. And then the problem is that you have nobody really left to go on the Gyrocopter anymore. He does cop a lot of damage in that fight, but they don't have anybody to cross the line and actually finish him off for that last little bit. And that means that most of the damage to that Naga Siren was dealt by a Gyrocopter very far out of her reach. Aghanim Scepter up now, blacking away.
Up. CDR does quite a lot of damage himself. He didn't change the build. Some gyros would maybe go for a Maelstrom versus a Naga Siren. Not him. He wants the crit. It's probably the best cost-effective item for a gyro in general, but sometimes we do see that Maelstrom.
Oh, Ken.
Run. Run like the wind. They are ready with the turnaround, but he has nowhere to run. The cogs actually block him in. Jacroy onto the other side. He's gonna get caught. So much damage into Jacroy. He's gone once again. What? Coming into the fight, dying twice. Who are you winning these fights for? Castaway will be taken down. It's a 2-for-1, but still your win condition is gone, Garuda. And the chase is on. CDR coming forward. The Avalanche and the Illuminate, but there's the curse. You will fight against each other. CDR doesn't know if he should stay or run away, but in the end will just die. They will send him one-way ticket back to base. Bombi next on the menu. How dare you force us to fight each other, as they will bring him down as well. That's gonna be 4 heroes down on Neon as Garuda come out ahead in this engagement as well.
And surely that could just be cleaner. Like, you take out Ken right at the start. Everybody is concentrated on the left side, and Jacroy gets absolutely molten on the right. And then this is an overchase. This is not even the rest of the fight for you. Neon could have backed off there, and it would have straight up just been a win for them.
Probably, but they thought they could get more. And it again comes down to this Primal Beast not having a BKB. I think it's just clear that this is the main problem. If the Primal Beast has a BKB, these fights, these engagements, they're 100% better for you. The problem I still see is Naga Siren dying twice. That is a big slowdown. At some point in this game, there are going to be BKBs. And then Garuda will start to fall off. That's where their Naga needs to step up, force those out, get them lower, and then win the game. With a couple of deaths like that, not going to happen.
Agreed. This could have already been a Bloodthorn in the pocket of Jacroy. And that is go time. But instead, he declared go time early because he was feeling strong. Yeah, you are dangerous, but you're not the baddest guy on the block just yet, and you probably very much had to learn that lesson the hard way.
So smoke from Neon, and Ken is not even thinking about a BKB. They are going to be focusing on the Tormentor for Garuda. These three They will take it down at the cost of quite a lot of their HP. Have to be careful that Neon doesn't catch them, but they are going to the completely opposite side of the map. So Fike will be getting his reactive taser, able to use it on his teammates. And that's about it. Seems that the smoke will give nothing to Neon.
They did place a new ward in the Radiant jungle just now, which is the least you can get out of a smoke like that. So maybe an opportunity to go for some more kills later on.
So Winter Wyvern has a Mage Slayer, no Witchblade this time around, but Mage Slayer still somewhat of a damage item. Blink Dagger will be next, so Bombi wants to be more of a counter initiator rather than murderer in this game.
I mean, as you should be, frankly. I find it hard to...
the Killer Wyvern?
I mean, I do like the Killer Wyvern, it's just unviable in this particular game.
Exactly. It would be very hard to make it work, and really no reason to do so. The Gyro can do enough damage on his lonesome. You have a Dragonite as well. Pretty much all three of the cores of Neon are very good at killing.
Not to stop the DK.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Castaway. Blast off onto Bombi. He is probably second-guessing his choice to be here. Gonna be TPing away quite successfully at that. That's just some beautiful gameplay from him. He got both of the proximity mines. Went for a TP out just in time. Pretty much perfect.
Yeah, and I mean, he was second-guessing his reason to be there, and burning the Winter's Curse is painful, but on the other hand, this is exactly one of the things that he needs to do, because neither of his other cores particularly want to be seen on these lanes, especially not Ken. He needs to be a threat in the shadows. How do you do that when a Naga is constantly shoving in your waves? Well, the supports have got to do some of the work.
They are going for a smoke. Primal Beast just got a Yule, so this is going to help him survive a little bit. Still doesn't want a BK, he wants an Aghanim Scepter, what he queued earlier. Garuda are not in a position to fight. They're in a position to maybe give away one kill. Nice DP out from In Your Dream. That's pretty much the perfect timing. And is the hero that you want to live. The lull is still a nice kill if they can get it. Has the Eternal Shroud pulverized on him. With CDR being in the vicinity, damage should be more than enough. It does take some time, but ultimately you take him down with ease.
And he did cop for the Lotus Orb as well, so no aggressive Timbersaw build up this time. Not into that early blink. Yep. But, while it doesn't save him in this scenario, once you get to the full-on team fights, it's very clear that Neon needs to spread their damage very thin.
16 to 14. 25 minutes in, we do not have a clear favorite. Still, it is Garuda in a pretty comfortable lead. But you can never write off a Gyro Dragonite. These two heroes in the later portions of the game can be so scary that it is insane. But the Dragonite is going for some weird items. BKB into an Orchid, so it's not going to be a big black dragon, at least not just yet.
No, not just yet. Definitely feeling a little bit of the pressure on our lineup in terms of utility, I think. Adding that silence. I wonder though how much of that is actually, how much that is going to do to you. It's for pottle hunting, I guess. Between the Lotus Orb and the Manta Style on the other two cores, you're not going to get either of them.
Pottle has the Octarine though, so he's gonna be spamming in these fights so much. The cooldown of the Spirit form or the downtime pretty much non-existent, especially once you get level 20. And he's level 17, so approaching it definitely.
Yep, smoke coming in, Zephyr. They would love to find Bombi here. It's the best possible kill.
And they got him with the tree toss and toss back. It is a dead Bombi. Winter's Curse just for the hell of it. He does have a buyback, so maybe shouldn't have used it. Nice Yules to dodge the homing missile. There will be a follow-up Dragon Tail. They seem to have been deciding to leave him be, as there will be an Illuminate. So much damage onto CDR, Solar Bind, and Spirit Vessel keeping him in place. That is insane. Half of the HP of your carry is just gone with no commitment whatsoever from Garuda as Naga finishes off the Scotty. So now finally Jacroy has some stats to actually allow him to be in the middle of a fight.
Exactly. Between his HP and that of the Timbersaw, Yeah, Neon has damage, but it's going to be rough getting both of them to die. You want the Daedalus from CDR, but he also realizes that with the amount of HP that he just lost, he just changed his build. He's like, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna go Satanic. I do not get the luxury of running that crit for now, which I'm not sure is the right decision, because you do have a BKB. One of the reasons that you took so much damage there is because you didn't want to pop it. If you play committed fights, then surely BKB plus crit is going to do more for you than BKB plus Satanic.
This is dangerous for Garuda. They do have a sleep, finding the Timber Saw. Lotus Orb protecting him. Here comes the homing missile. He's gonna be returning that one to the gyro. So let's see if it will connect. Sleep is used. They can get the Winter Wyvern, a huge kill to finish off, and immediately he's running away with the Nagasarn, trying to save him. Not gonna be happening. The Soul Burn finishes him off, but there's a buyback immediately from Bombi. It's still gonna be a 5 versus 5. Hookshot, Castaway in a lot of trouble. He will be taken down. Blast off completely off the mark. Fike just goes into the hands of the gyro and dies. No buyback on him. The lol with the Timber Chain out, and that's gonna be Bombi dead again. There's absolutely nothing in these fights. Avalanche off the mark. A lot of the spells are missing. The lol has to be very, very careful. Missile onto Zephyr, and Castaway will be taken down as well. That's 2 diebacks on 2 of your supports. Going forward, Yuled up in the air. That is pretty dangerous for Ken, but they don't want to continue. He still has a Yule of his own to remove that silence from the Bloodthorn, as the fight is still going on. The low wanting to go for a chase. Nice onslaught to the low ground. Ken has been great with his movements, but Dragonite is so much trouble. He does have a Manta in 2 seconds. Not really sure that's gonna be saving your life. He won't even get a chance to use it. Neon, they're gonna be losing 5 heroes in that fight. At least their cores live, but all in all, it's a disaster.
Yeah, that is not how you want it to go, and I think you very clearly saw the lack of damage there, where especially between the Naga, Siren, and Timbersaw as well, they get to play so far in the front. And the Naga was held out of the fight for a long time, especially by the 2 support buybacks. Like, yeah, they died, but it also meant that the Naga couldn't join in the rest of the brawl. And still, Neon couldn't find any decisive kills.
Oh, they found Ken. He has a Yules and a Blade Mail. Onslaught at the ready. Can take so much damage. Avalanche off the mark. I feel like I've said Avalanche off the mark so many times, because every single engagement somebody dodges it by the skin of their teeth.
I mean, I don't think Zephyr cares too much right now. His game's going perfectly fine.
AG, very aggressive there. Doesn't get the stun on the Naga Siren, as they did give the Aegis to the Timber. We haven't discussed this. How do you feel about the decision?
Pretty good. Naga Siren, not necessarily the kind of hero that you're going to throw into the deep, as it were, in order to take the most risks. And your Naga also doesn't really deal damage with her mana pool, which is one of my requirements for the best Aegis carriers, right? You want both of those bars to get emptied out, and I've done a lot of work for you in terms of tanking damage and in terms of dealing damage before you pop that second life. So I think that Timbersaw is the correct choice here.
Okay, makes sense. Keeper of the Light going for a Hex next. We all know just how much range you get from the Spirit form, so that Hex is gonna be used from downtown, and that is a big deal for sure, not something you can react to properly. And it is a problem for a Gyro, who is level 20, has the Flak Cannon talents. He's pretty powerful, but you don't really want to be popping your BKB early, and you might just have to because of that Scythe.
Yeah. And here we go. That is Daedalus finished. CDR with the correct choice here as far as I'm concerned. Somebody needs to die, and you're not going to do that by simply staying in the fight and living. They have too much regen, they have too much health for you to do that, so you need that crit. And he has decided to run to the shop and get it.
Yep, gonna be drawing some blood with that Daedalus, and I can't help but I can't wait to see just how much damage he does. But there's a butterfly on the Naga Siren, like she doesn't care. You're gonna be missing her so much. That's gonna be a Primal Beast found. Lotus Orb protecting the Lul, decides to go back despite having an Aegis and a Lotus Orb to protect him. So Garuda a little bit hesitant to go forward, but they still have a 17k gold lead. There's really no reason to be super aggressive. They're shoving in almost all of the waves.
Exactly. You as long as you're farming the camps behind that, you're not just simply pushing all of the farm into the enemy base, which is a mistake that teams make sometimes, right? They have been plenty spread out and plenty ready to actually capitalize as, yeah, Bombi, I mean, again, this was the thing that's necessary for him to do. Somebody needs to push out the side waves. He's gotten a decent amount of farm out of it as well. And if the entire enemy team has to move back in order to kill him, then so be it.
The two cores there farm the Tormentor. They get a jetpack for the Clockwork. Quite nice. But I'm looking at this lead, and I still feel like there's a chance for Neon, as Naga Siren isn't really the best in teamfights. Dota Plus says 12%, so it's still not single-digit win probability for Neon. They seem to have a chance, even according to Gavin. But how does it need to go? What kind of fight do you need to force out on Neon for you to have a shot?
Definitely looking for an over-engagement from Garuda, where they dive the base too deep, and you actually get to turn around on them and get to lay the direct up the damage in. And alternatively, they could all blow themselves up on Ken.
Let's see.
Frontline is so dangerous.
Even with the cold embrace, it means nothing. Jacroy's Bloodthorn, Soul Rend there gets the kill. As they are going to continue with the push. Glyph is available. Neon are going to have to use it before the creeps come forward. So the creeps are going to be protected. They can go in again. That is a Timbersaw deep in. Still has an Aegis for 30 seconds. Even if he dies right now, it is not an issue for him whatsoever. Protected by the Glimmer Cape. Running forward. The lull without fear. And Jacroy dealing with the Raxus. The creeps still in it. Should be a lane of Rax.
And I really want to highlight here that Nalol is being that second core currently that the Nagasari needs. Is beautifully timed on that toss back, but now Ken's in the middle.
Yep, he's like, I have to save my gyro. He cannot buy back. He buybacks now. We cannot win. And then he ends up just giving more. Had the Aghanim Scepter, breaking his enemies a little bit. That break nobody really cares about much. Oh no, I don't have my Riptide. What the hell am I gonna do? Jacroy just shakes it off.
And just overall really good understanding for Garuda and how they need to take this high ground. It's not going to be the Naga hitting alone, it's very much the lull, distracting all the damage dealers, forcing Neon into an uncomfortable position when they have to do something about him. This is the last go.
Yep, they have to go with the gyro, but the thing is you're in a 3 versus 5 scenario. It's not like you have a shot here. As Jacroy, he still has the song to play with. The lull has so much right-click damage. Ever since the Timbersaw became the universal hero, he has been very good at pushing even without his shard. So this tier 3 is gone, and the push will continue with Neon just watching without any idea what to do.
He is so tanky on that Timbersaw. You know what, I was talking about how they need to damage and it said Daedalus, but yeah, CDR has the correct idea that actually it should have been a Rapier all along.
Yeah.
Zephyr just gets to do this. You call it. You call it.
It is over. That dragon wasn't able to defend the Ancient, so now he's going to be flying away, and Garuda are going to be getting away with game 1. You talked about Neon not looking the sharpest. I actually feel like they did do a lot of things right in this game. They just got outmaneuvered, right? Garuda, it was easier for them to control the map if they do everything properly, and they really didn't drop the ball, not even once. Maybe a couple of spell misses, but that's about it.
Avalanche.
Yeah, Avalanche.
But no, agreed. When you have a combination of this much burst damage and this much wave push, it becomes very easy to find targets to pick off and to force enemies into fights where they're already a hero or maybe even 2 behind. And you don't really have to worry about the fact that your Naga is your only physical damage dealer if the enemy just never really gets to properly scale. We saw that the Neon Esports didn't really have any big items that were going to turn the game around on their end. So it's not like, okay, we just give Ken some time to come back, or we gave JG, you know, the farm priority for now to get that big dragon up, and then we're going to be out of the woods. There is no such timing for them. The only thing they can do is collectively get too big for the Naga to take down. And they just didn't get the time for that.
Yep, that is very true. Neon Esports, they have to be careful themselves They are everybody's kind of in a slippery slope in this group A, because in my mind there's 4 teams that could go through: Tough, Neon, Yangon, and Garuda, or looking like potential candidates for the playoffs. Which 3 are going to be going through, we don't know now, but by the end of the day we will have a clearer picture. So let's take that break and then come back with game 2.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service. Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Screens give us the opportunity to live 2 lives at once, their own and their characters, to see them champion and win with them. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you're with us, you win.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are back with Game 2 of Garuda versus Neon here at the Regional Dota 2 series with Harry and Kips. And if you're just joining us, you don't know that Neon got themselves smacked in that Game 1. Garuda looking clean, and we'll be getting that Game 1. But Garuda have had some consistency issues, Kips, so we might be in for a 1-1 anyways.
Yeah, it might be. It might also be that they are likely to play a little bit more on the ball since they are up versus what they consider to be a proper, respectable opponent now. You know, you don't want to think about that being an influence. You want to think like, hey, you know, these are pro players. They're going to take every match just as seriously as the last one. But you know, if you're in your dream, you're definitely going to play harder versus the likes of, let's say, again in CDR than you would versus the Mongolian boys. Well, at least maybe previously you would. I think by now you're going to have learned one or two things about that.
Garuda always went 1-1. Twice in a row they lost the first game, then won the second one, and versus MIPH they won the first one, lost the second one. So let's see if they can break the cycle, if they can stop being the middle of the pack, get themselves a 2-0. It's very important that you get 2-0s, because when it comes to the tiebreakers, the rules are as follows: number of 2-0 head-to-head first, then number of 2-0 series, and then if that's the same, if you went 1-1, if the number of 2-0 series is the same, then you are going to be going into a tiebreaker. But Neon, they have 2 2-0s, so if Garuda lose this one, that could be a problem for them, looking forward. But anyways, the bans are happening, and no Naga Siren. People are getting sick of this hero, Kips.
Yeah, I mean, she is how do I say this politely? She is quite annoying in terms of having to count her out, having to deal with her, always running after your lanes, it only being one hero. She's so hard to hunt down to. It makes sense that they don't really want to bother with her. Especially since one of the biggest counters to the Naga is someone like a Leshrac. Leshrac is never ever gonna make it out of that first phase ban, so...
Feels like Mean Girls, right? You have the original, and then everybody else is trying to copy her, and then they're just spreading around, annoying everybody. Could be that. Reminds me of the movie. I need to watch it again. Haven't watched it in like a year. You know the movie?
I very much know the movie. I have never seen it.
What?
I know. I live under a rock. I live under a rock and I eat bugs.
That reminds me of Lion King. You watched Lion King. Tell me you watched Lion King.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
absolutely.
okay. Now we are friends again. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll but the Mean Girls, a necessity to watch the first movie. The second one is just dumb. But the first one is one of the best movies for sure. As there will be a Batrider opening once again. There is a Kunkka in the pool, so we might just be seeing that that type of opening again.
Very possible. The Disruptor fallen a little bit out of grace today, though, I notice. There are several games now where he has not even been banned and still nobody touched him. Which is an odd change of fashion.
Yep, most definitely. So, now that you mentioned him, he might be coming out. We're seeing that the Razor got banned out, so one of the Lightning buddies is out. Well, let's see if the other one will be chosen.
Lightning buddies, yeah. With Lesh and the Razor being out, Lightning buddies, yeah, there goes the Kunkka. Shoo-in, really.
Yep, there's the Kunkka, so no surprises there, I guess. Pretty much, but you do not have saves for the lasso now, and that could be a problem. I wouldn't mind them banning out the Disruptor now and Garuda, or picking it up as their first pick in the second phase, just to make sure that your lasso doesn't get broken. Maybe ban out the Venge and pick a Disruptor for yourself, or the other way around, and you know that this Batrider is then gonna have insane impact in the game just when you get a Blink Dagger, nothing more.
Yeah, exactly. It's very, very worthwhile to safeguard that just a little bit, especially because the heroes that you're going to be banning are heroes with high pick probability and high impact anyway, which does not make it wasted bans whatsoever. It's not like, oh, we're just protecting a support here, but Makaruda are having other ideas. Alchemist ban.
Okay, I mean, Alchemist is a hero that Neon Esports plays. And it is a type of hero that you make one or two mistakes against and suddenly you find yourself losing a game. So I can understand not wanting to play versus it. Even nowadays, Alchemist is a type of hero that if you're not a tier 1 team that kind of does everything meticulously, you might want to skip playing versus teams that are good at it.
It's true, but it does leave this Disruptor wide open. Like, it feels very untargeted. My thought for the second phase immediately goes to, okay, are you like prepping for some kind of plan where you ban out a specific carry of the enemy that you're going to have most trouble against? Or is it just like, we don't know what we're going to do yet, so we're just going to remove something? And it does feel a little... I'd like it to mean something. Not in the least because it's my job to talk about it. If it doesn't mean anything, then, you know, what am I going to do?
Okay. Garuda are again going to be going for this double offlane. Do you think it's gonna be a 4 techies once again now that we have a Batrider?
Really depends on what the safe lane is going to be like, don't you think?
10 seconds remaining.
Probably, but I kind of feel like both the techies and the Batrider can implement themselves into any lane. I'd be very surprised if someone would tell me, oh, that is a bad techies lane. Like, pretty much doesn't exist, does it?
No, not really. He's just always going to be annoying. I guess it's the worst if you have a core that does nothing. Like, I don't know, Techie's Phantom Lancer. That's, you know.
I still rather have a Techie's Phantom Lancer than a Disruptor Phantom Lancer. So, you know, that kind of goes that way. But we're gonna see a Gyro Hoodwink, so I really like this. You have burst damage, you have catch, you have team fight, you have farming potential, and you have that bonus one with the glimpse that's gonna be coming over. So I think Neon are setting themselves up for success with this kind of a lineup, and Garuda don't have that option to spread them around like they had in the previous map with the Naga.
No, exactly. In this team fight, if it's going, yeah, exactly. This team fight is going to be focused. It's going to be centered, and you're up versus a Kunkka here, which means that Neon Esports would have had the advantage in that AOE. Definitely a great equalizer to pick here, though, the Pangolier. So now both of these teams have a trump card to say, no, actually, this entire fight is a mess now, and you try to hit somebody through all of the special effects.
Exactly. I think that's where the Pango comes in, as you mentioned. You start off with everything you have, and then there's this guy, just they see me roll in, and you stop everything. Just halt, Doesn't work that way. You might even turn the fight around if the enemies are not careful. But of course, the boat always is a problem. I like the boat so much because the run buff is something that helps you versus this burst damage that the Timber Saw brings to the table. Usually, you're like, how am I gonna stop pure damage? Well, the answer is you can't. That damage reduction is one way in Dota that actually can help you.
Agreed. Yeah. Now we're once again looking at a very bursty lineup from Garuda. Like, their damage is absolutely insane. I wonder if you want to put a carry on top of this, if you're not going to go for something like a Faceless Void.
5 seconds remaining.
It feels rough to play that into a Disruptor, though, I have to say.
I wouldn't necessarily like it. You know what I would like, but it's not in the meta? It's a Juggernaut. I'd love to see a Juggernaut here for Garuda. But Sven would be good. I think Sven is like the safest choice. BKB builder, good versus the Gyro. These supports just die from the cleave.
Yeah, correct. I mean, you know my opinion of Juggernaut. He doesn't do anything if he's not ahead, and he has no natural tools to get ahead. So, Valve should give him a good talent again, or, you know, we should all be content in the fact that he's not going to be appearing for a while.
Okay, I guess we could approach it that way. Other things that they have picked is a Luna. I guess that's it, Luna, Sven, and they did play a Bristleback, though I doubt we're going to be seeing that.
No, wasn't that an offlane Bristle as well? With a...
It was a Bristle and a Timber Saw, yes.
And that one fell off cliff and was never heard of again. I don't think we want to talk about that game.
Okay. We
very, very sad to see the Omni Knight ban here, by the way. I was thinking that Neon would want to round out their lineup with the save. Very good versus a lot of this burst damage, getting people to sustain through, forcing Garuda to engage in way harder than they would like on targets where they can definitely still get turned around. And there's the Sven. This is one of those standard matchups, I feel like, in the meta right now. Grab a hero that can get on top of the Gyrocopter, get some AoE armor for your team so you're not as bothered by the flak cannon, and who can meet him in the battlefield at any time of the game.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, so now the question is, what do you do on Neon? I'm feeling like this is a puck. This is a great puck pick for sure on Neon. Like, the catch on Garuda is pretty much non-existent for a puck. Yeah, you're great versus the Pango later on. Yeah, just I see no reason not to pick it up. It's a great kiting tool for a Sven as well.
Yeah, it's really only... I mean, even Blink Lasso is not instant.
Yep.
Most of the time.
Plus you have a glimpse to break it.
Yeah. Getting out. I mean, okay, but how about if the greed wins? If the internal greed wins and you pick a Bloodseeker instead?
Sure. I wouldn't mind. Actually, it's pretty solid against both the Sven and the Pango. Even the Timber Saw hates being ruptured, but I think the game would just be easier for Neon to play with
absolutely
with a puck. Taking their time, but their time is running out, so it's gonna have to be a decision right now, and it's gonna be a puck. Look at that, Gibbs. We get everything right. There's no way we can miss even a single hero.
You don't get anything past us. I mean, certainly not when you're gonna draft like, I don't know, 9 on meta heroes.
Sure. I always have to explain this to my colleagues. We need to hype us up, Kips. That was the hardest hardest hero to guess. It was almost impossible, but with our amazing brains, we were able to come up with the same answer as the teams.
I mean, it is true that that following what a team is probably considering is a skill that as a caster it takes a long time to actually get a feeling for that. So I wouldn't want to take it for granted.
Okay. Makes sense.
That we predicted this one well. Means that we're doing good at our job here.
Exactly. Getting those predictions in. Now let's predict the winners of this one, as does look a little bit of a different approach from both teams, I would say. So we cannot really look back into the previous game and come to a conclusion. It has to be a fresh one, just off the draft. Any favorites?
Well, they certainly made it a lot harder for us because that Naga pick was very much, it sets the tone for a kind of game, and then on top of that you put that Kotl, and we immediately know, like, okay, this is going to be a Kotl game now. What does that mean for the rest of it? And here, I'm tempted to favor the lineup with, like, the higher burst damage in cases like this, but really Mag and Neon are not that far apart. There's ways for this Pango to have a bad game. There is certainly ways for this, for example, oh man, why do my words not want to work? The Gyrocopter to have a bad game as well. A lot depends on how these lanes are going to come out. One thing that I know for sure, though, is that a Puck with a bad game generally does not have a bad game all the way until the end. And for a Pango, for example, that might just happen. I think that if you look at these two lineups versus each other, I think Magaruda has a little bit of a higher execution.
Okay.
That is asked of them, but it's minimal. I'm actually finding this very hard right now. How about you?
I'm in on Neon. I have seen what has happened in the meta recently is that whenever I see a Puck that is even remotely close to the last pick, and this was the last pick Puck, that if there isn't enough lockdown for him, he just gets away with the game. And Ken has been like the standout performer for Neon in general. So I think this is their game to take. If they cannot win this one, then Garuda are most definitely the better team at the moment, and like out of 10 games it would probably win like 7 or 8, which then puts Neon in a bad spot in the tournament in general. So I feel like I'm all in on Neon here. I'm thinking this is gonna be another 1-1 for Garuda.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Like, it's not going to be a runaway game, though. Then again, if you get all of these cores behind, a lot of this damage output does rely on levels for Magaruda. If you get off to a good start on Neon Esports, it might even be fairly straightforward. You still have the Sven to contend with, though. As long as his team gets farm on a Sven, he can always come back, especially when you have a very good matchup versus the enemy carry here, which is certainly not as powerful as it used to be, but still, Sven is a Sven. He will delete heroes. He will delete the Gyrocopter if he can.
So the reason we are not in the game just yet is because there is a pause, right? So we are going to be using this time to just show the beauty of our caster duo here with Harry and Kip. So you can use this time to follow our social media, follow Relog, and of course follow 1xBet, but of course go to our X channels with Harry_Freak, and of course Kip's Pool. That's KIPSPUL. Is that right? Yeah, got it right.
Yeah, that is exactly right. Yes. No, I've been trying to get a hold of the @Kips, but that is still some form of big drop shipping store, I believe. So don't
You're
go
a drop
to them.
shipper?
It's
Oh,
all garbage.
Kips is getting all of that money in.
Yeah, big fan here of indiscriminate consumption of items without any staying power. Yay. That's my style.
I have to say, some of those drop shipping items I do like. I never bought them, but if I would see them on the street, I would buy them, on a whim. Buying stuff on the internet, I don't know about you, but my generation, at least in my country, isn't all that sold on it. We still do it, right? Because that's how the world works nowadays. But we like it more so than when we see something to get it, rather than just order it from the internet.
Yeah, I think that if you're looking at the page of a dropshipping business, you always have to imagine that you're in some shady back street and you're in between all of the little stalls and you have to haggle with the people there, otherwise they're going to rip you off completely. Like, those kinds of products, you know, the Rolexes, they're not real, guys. They're not.
Speaking of a Rolex that isn't real, so there was my wife was renting an apartment in a town in our country, and their tenant left it in shambles. He left a lot of his stuff and he just disappeared at some point. And then we went through his stuff and we found the Rolex. So I obviously like took it to a dealer to ask, is this the real deal? And no, he said it's a copy, but he said that the mechanism was actually good, so that it was a solid copy of a Rolex. I still have it, though. I've been like carrying it in my backpack for I think 2 years now, so it has got kind of destroyed. I never wore it because I felt kind of dumb, but to walk it around, but it is and I didn't want to get, doesn't happen in my country though, I didn't want to get attacked like somebody, oh, this guy has a Rolex, and then I get into trouble and it's not even the real deal. So wasn't but it's a cool story. It does look pretty real. When I went online and like googled, okay, what should I look at, all of the things do add up, but the guy is I mean, my father knows him for years, so he wouldn't tell me it's not real if it really wasn't. And then I obviously, with carrying it in a backpack, it got damaged a bit. I assume the real one wouldn't get damaged, but I don't know.
No, it's definitely always the finish on those things. Like the metals are way inferior, so you're gonna be getting chips and scratches and rust and everything. It's definitely one of the ways that you can tell.
Okay, so Neon are asking to be informed about the time on their pause. They seem to have a bigger issue on their microphone than one would hope for. So that's why we are still not getting into the game and talking about some copies of watches and stuff. Also, Kips, I forgot to tell you, but you mentioned Frozen. Did you watch Frozen as a cartoon?
As a cartoon?
Did you watch the cartoon? That's like Frozen, the cartoon.
I mean, of course, I watched the movie.
Yes. That. Okay, so because we mentioned Tangled before that, do you know that the main characters of Tangled actually appear in Frozen?
I didn't know that the main characters appeared. Like, I thought there was some kind of fan theory about them, like being related. Like the parents of one of them show up at like was it the birth part? Like, I've read the internet theory.
I don't know. There's no theory. There's literally, you can see them in the song For the First Time in Forever when Anna is singing, blah, blah, blah. She comes out of the castle and you can see the prince and the girl just walking there. It's her hair is cut the same way. They're seen from the back. Her hair is cut the same way. And you can see that it's those characters from the same one. So yeah, I think they are related. It's not the theory, but who cares? What we care about is Dota, and we are back in. There it is, Neon versus Garuda, so we don't have to fill with Frozen and Tangled any longer.
I didn't have getting educated on Disney lore from Harry Freak on my bingo card for today.
You didn't think that was gonna happen? Yeah, that's
some reason.
No. The real manly men watch Disney cartoons. Believe me.
It's true.
Like, you meet a man and he doesn't watch Disney cartoons, he's a wuss.
That's more like it.
It's true. If that's the kind of thing that you're threatened by, then man. Okay. Good entertainment is just good entertainment, you know?
Exactly. Let's see now. We might see a fight on the rune. Ken very timidly approaching the potential bounty, and for a reason would have been quite painful if he came over. So it is gonna be a 2 for 2. No surprises.
Well, of course, there's a puck in this game. Like you can dodge everything you could want if you take the phase shifts are there, but then you start your laning stage with the phase shift. So rather not. Rather get the orb, rather get the good start first. Pango.
Yep, you don't want to get low at the start, as you mentioned. Puck Puck is all about harassment, right? And if you get out-harassed by a Pango, that is a problem. You already have low armor, so the Swashbuckle is going to hurt you, and you don't want to be falling behind in terms of gold in this mid lane. And speaking of falling behind in terms of money, guys, if you want to be ahead of your competition here at 1xBet, you have the banner down below, promo code 1XRLG SEA, 120% bonus on your first deposit, so feel free to have a little fun if that's something that you are into, as Bombi is not having fun. And this is the deal: if you catch the squirrel, she very easily dies.
Absolutely. And I think this was the reason, like, we were asking, like, hey, which one of these supports is going to be on which lane? But you definitely want the techies to be on the lane with the point-and-click stun. Very easy follow-up there. No matter if you have the sticky bomb as I do here, right, or if you have the blast off. We'll just make it that much easier to get kills here. Whereas it Batrider, you know, way better on the lane with the chase. And this is definitely the one where that's going to happen, over on the top side.
Everybody's getting low on the top lane, really. It's dangerous. The Lil is gonna have to hide in the trees there because the healing Sal flat cannon, very annoying. Blast off from Fike. Gonna come forward, of course. Level 2 Kunkka and the level 1 Hoodwink are not a kill threat for you just yet.
No, and you're definitely a kill threat versus them. Stun, yeah, Fike was not quite in the right position to capitalize on that just yet. Bombi's taking so much damage. He has to try and scurry himself away, harass from the opposite side of the creep wave that the techies is on. But the problem is that the techies with the blast off can just jump over the creep wave, and that kill can come in anyway.
Despite all of that, though, despite all of the pressure and the first blood on the Hoodwink, the Kunkka is still farming better than the Sven, so that's pretty good. And Puck is doing really well in the mid lane. I mean, he's actually crushing it. So all in all, lanes for Neon are looking good.
Doing really well, and the Puck lane as well, right? I've seen this one get more and more Puck favored as all of the nerfs to the Pangolier go in. This used to be very much a 50-50, and even with the skill disparity, it is hard to lose it really hard on either side.
Nice glimpse.
Now it can get quite Puck favored if the Puck knows what he's doing.
And the Puck knows what he's doing. You are the one that hyped me up for Ken, or was it Panda? One of you hyped me up for Ken.
It was Panda. It was Panda, but I have bought into his I think he's correct. Yeah, no, and I think he's correct. I think this guy has things that will make for longevity in a mid player, because he pushes the limits, he plays aggressive, but he also has a certain mental fortitude to actually come back from bad games if he, and sometimes he literally does it to himself. He's overpushed it, he's overdone it. He solo died twice in the lane, and he's still gonna come back with confidence at some point in the game, and that is you gotta admire that.
For sure. As top lane, Fike is gonna be rotating. There's the sticky bomb. They jump in on the poor Gyro, and even with the glimpse, he's still gonna be inside of the fire, burning. As Castaway could be next on the menu. Nice flame break as well. He's looking very much dead. No mana for a TP out. They might have anything to cancel his TP, but he's just gonna be a second casualty of war. Both of those kills going towards Garuda. They open up this map really well in terms of kills.
Yeah, very nicely done, because that means that even though their other two lanes aren't like going the hottest, the Sven's doing fine on CS, right? That's always gonna happen, but you reinforce the lane that you think you are going to be able to leverage the hardest with, and this top lane was already looking good. Now empowered to do even better.
Ondul making a mistake there with the Timber Chain. Now he might actually die because it's Zephyr. Posturing aggressively, puts his body in front so that even if the Rocket Barrage was there, he protects his buddy. Dol survives because of this, but very low HP, so that's gonna allow some free space over the Gyro to farm. A much needed one, as he's pretty much the lowest in terms of... What?
So I was not joking when I said that sometimes Ken messes up and pushes it too far and dies solo.
Now they're gonna be going for the Sven as well. So that's gonna be Jacroy taken down as well. Immediately Garuda, they're gonna have their vengeance for the puck but dying. Jacroy, poor guy, he wasn't even involved in that. Doesn't know what he did wrong.
Yeah, and as far as the damage counter was concerned, Fake was also not involved in that kill on the puck whatsoever, so he just didn't contribute anything for the past 1.5 minutes and comes bot only for his Sven to be gone. Rotation. Now Bombi is top, but I'm not sure. This wave is just going to push. The lull is way too far out of reach.
He's gonna get glimpsed back. He's in some trouble, but should be able to live here with 5-1 charges and another Timber Chain available. So again, they're just applying pressure. They want him out. Rolling Thunder in the mid lane. Bombi will get burned to a crisp, rolled over as well. In the end, just dies to the Firefly. Ken has to be very careful. Another swashbuckle misses on it. And your dream is still going. He wants Ken dead and might just be able to get him. That low armor of the puck will be going for the phase shift. And let's see, maybe in your dream now he connects with a swashbuckle. Will need it, and yep, on point.
And with a rough start now.
Not gonna lie, Kips, that first miss on the swashbuckle just made this kill look cooler. It should have been easier, but cooler is better.
Agreed. It's all about the rule of cool. In the end, Dota 2 is entertainment. And that was certainly entertaining.
Exactly. As there will be a Wisdom Rune for Bombi. Dalol gets the other one. They're going for the Kunkka. Sticky Bomb onto Bombi. Eats it for his teammate X.
Nice Bushwhack.
Will bring Zephyr back. Bushwhack was amazing. Blastoff was not.
A little haphazard.
And I really like this extra armor. There's the Bushwhack again being perfect. Okay, the spell usage from Bombi was just beautiful, right? It really warrants a kiss, like mwah.
Yeah, that was nice. That was just a little Italian, chef's kiss. Mwah.
Exactly.
This is very annoying for the Sven. Like, if your lane is going well, ideally what you do is you take down the enemy tier 1 off lane before you retreat into the jungle. But I don't think it's been going quite that well. I'm so annoyed. So much traffic in his lane.
He has a phase shift. Will get the coil off. That puts the Pango in a very uncomfortable position.
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna be comfortable in his coffin now. Sticky Bomb also off the mark. So Fike has been missing on some of his spells. CDR TPing unnecessarily, but he did push out the top lane. So in terms of losing creeps, it's not gonna be a problem. Fike, very optimistic sentry takedown, will cost him his life 100%. Puck, nice dodge there on the Sticky Bomb and then the orb to get a kill for himself. Was having a rough game? Not so much any longer.
No, pretty quick turnaround on that, and there's some of that resilience coming through. He's just saying like, hey, I still have a coil, we get these kills.
Oh boy. Damage insane. Castaway dies on the other side of the map. Just, we're getting so many kills. Previous game started off slow. This time around, Neon and Garuda, they are gloves off.
Absolutely, and I definitely think that a lot of that is down to the selection of support heroes here as well. We've got 2 fighters over on Garuda, and absolutely the same can be said for Neon. Of course, with that Disruptor, you kind of wait until the other 3 pick the fight, and then you come and say, hey, limps. Nonetheless, wants to be involved. I really enjoyed the way that Neon played those kills on mid, like all of the patience from Ken to wait all that time, get the coil in at the end when he was already on about a 1/3 health left, and then turn. That requires nerves.
Yep, definitely does. Nerves of steel there, and let's see now though. The gold lead is pretty much non-existent on both sides, so we are on even footing at the moment. The lull did fall slightly behind on the Timber there, but not too much behind some of these other cores. Any favorites after the laning phase, Kips? You know, we talked about this exit of the laning phase. Who has done it better, or who has the capability to capitalize on the ending of the laning phase more?
So in a game like this, it's pretty hard to actually predict what impact the different heroes are going to have, because there's no easy tower pushers. And that means that whether or not a team is going to react to a move is very much down to if they think they can win the fight, not to like, okay, we need to hold the tower here and now. Like, here, exemplified as well, is like they need to be diving on Neon in order to keep the defense away.
They're going for the techies. Sharpshooter connects. He's still
Sven's
alive.
here.
Coil will get used, and you put yourself in a very uncomfortable position on the puck. Had the shield rune, doesn't have it any longer. Orb up to the high ground. Still looking very much dead after that phase shift. So this dive, it looked wonky ever since the start. It also does open up the potential push on the Sven on the bottom lane that you mentioned. Sven is very good at taking down the tower. He has the god strength. Let's go, JG. Let's see who's stronger. Torrent was perfect, though. That was just beautiful from JG.
Yeah, no, Sven was mid. He actually got the only kill that excuse me, not the only kill that Neon. One of the kills on the board there by taking down a disruptor before getting glimpsed back and arriving back at the bottom lane in full red pumped up state. I mean, mid tower is definitely down, but this is exactly why it's hard to predict what's going to happen, because you can't siege, you can't force the enemy team to engage into you. You have to go fishing for, you know, whether or not they want to fight you at all, and if you do it wrong, then you're going to get punished. So that was a prime example of why this situation is so volatile right now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The Garuda will smoke up. And they are looking towards the top lane, wanting to open up the map for themselves. Top tower very low. So that's a nice way to start. You have the blink, lasso in 5. That should be an easy kill on one of these two heroes. Castaway runs away, leaves the gyro all on his lonesome, and they don't see him, however, so glimpse is there. You don't want to lasso now. Castaway running out. You will be okay. No kinetic field, however. Only has a static storm. But JG coming over. There's the coil onto the poor Pango. He's gonna break it. No, decides against it. So will stay fairly close. Misses on the sharpshooter. Waits out the coil. Swashbuckle to the side. Will still get stunned up. X on him. Will have to accept his destiny. Ever since that lasso was used onto a target that already got the glimpse off, it was clear that Garuda were losing that engagement.
JG getting a lot of interesting information here. Support troops coming over.
Signs from the puck, a little bit off the mark. Okay, I feel like we've seen this before. Is it gonna be the same outcome? Nope, this time around a lot cleaner. Doesn't get into the tier 2, will be fine. Puck in the backline, trying to make something happen. And Gyro coming over. Pango is back to the world of the living with a Rolling Thunder available. This is dangerous, but they're getting it down fast with the Kunkka and the Gyro. Will be able to kill even the big ones. Okay, it's time to run. Zephyr, no lasso at the moment. Ken in a very aggressive position. They got the X off, blink away, and the homing missile. Rolling Thunder won't be able to catch on anybody, but the lull already keeping them in place. There's a slowdown with the diffusal. And CDR standing his ground and fighting. Whoa, it took so long, and they take so much damage. That Hoodwink in the backlines, the Bushwhack not even needing to connect. Bombi doing so much damage in that fight, but definitely wasn't the only one. Neon, all of them pack a punch.
And he saves the Wisdom Rune there as well from an attempted snipe by Jukroy. Are they going to be able to catch up to him?
They got him. Actually, no, he's so fast. Look at that.
It's nuts, dude.
Dude, like, I watched a clip of Usain Bolt yesterday being like, yeah, nobody's taking my record. That's because Sven isn't competing, my friend. So you're not the fastest man alive.
Absolute powerhouse. Sven has that sprinter build as well.
Yeah, for sure. Like big, muscular, strong.
Absolutely nothing but torque. Torque for days.
It is, look at this, 11 to 11, 1k goal lead. The ones are everywhere, Kips. Is this, can we create a theory, conspiracy theory with these ones? yeah. I always try to get the X-Files right, and I never do. But I know what you meant. I would have done it even it would have.
It was not very good.
It wasn't perfect, but it was better than what I would have done. So
The problem is that for me it always starts sounding like the Doctor Who theme.
Yeah, Home Missile CDR again, super strong. That's a coil mid. Timber Chain has the Yule still, so the Timbersaw can survive a little bit longer, but make no mistake, his life is over, especially with the glimpse there. Oh, get outplayed! He doesn't even need the Yules, because he's so much better than Neon.
Huge. Castaway was holding on to the Static Storm there. I do also think there weren't a lot of good opportunities as a whole. That Thought Bomb. That was a nice streak.
Yeah, pretty nice. And all into the pockets of Jacroy, who's already miles ahead of everybody else. I mean, it makes sense. We talked about just how fast he is. He is farming the fastest as well.
He is, yeah. And a lot of these skirmishes that we've seen have gone Neon's way, but part of the reason is that they've been bringing their gyrocopter, while Magaruda have simply left Jacroy to farm up on that bottom lane. Which means that the Gyro has not been farming as much as you ideally would want him to.
It's still the same. One team gets one kill, the other one gets one as well. And the gold lead does not change. Zephyr, Blink, Lasso available. CDR, he wants him. He sees him, but he can't get on top of him. The Lasso will connect, and they need to do enough damage. Finally, will be able to do so at the cost of a Batrider and the Techies. Dole needs to get away. They couldn't kill him earlier. Now it's gonna be even harder. Ken running forward really wants it, as Dole will get chained to a tree. He hates those. Gets the Yules onto the puck, running away. No help is coming. Though the chase will not continue. It's too hard of a kill.
Too hard of a kill for now, but Bobby does have a good game and he's making really good progress towards the Gleipnir. That is going to definitely annoy Dalol. We're gonna have to get good usage out of that Yule Scepter of his.
Oh boy, it's gonna be so much damage as well. I mean, Hoodwink with the Maelstrom is bad enough. Gleipnir is gonna be a huge problem, and approaching level 12. Level 2 Sharpshooter is not to be underestimated either.
Oh, Bombi's got himself a great game. And I think in general, Neon doing as well as they are right now. Sure, the Gyrocopter is the lowest of them, but all of their cores are battle ready. This is a offlane Kunkka who isn't really that far behind at all on what a mid lane Kunkka would have.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke from Neon. From the bottom lane, they weren't spotted. Sure where they want to go with this one. Yep, very long. Are moving still towards the top lane, and for now Garuda are not pulling back, but there's Sven is in the vicinity, and if he joins the fight with a BKB, oh, this might not be a good engagement.
They're thinking better of it.
They're going for the lull. Bushwhack does not connect. They have the glimpse, however, and the Static Storm with the kinetic field. Nice Yule usage at the perfect time. The boat is coming either way. Will connect, and that is a dead Delul. On the other side, the Sven is coming in, running forward. They know that he's coming, and is there anything they can do about it? Puck is gonna get stunned up, and the damage from the Sven should be sufficient. No, he gets the phase shift off, but nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Still alive on the Puck. Got out.
Oh, man. That is so unlucky for Mag that the puck gets stuck on that little round outcropping there instead of getting knocked down.
That's so good for Neon. You could have gotten destroyed by the Sven there. He even used the 9-second BKB. Then Sven's BKB getting lower is a problem.
Oh, well, not if you're Neon. You're very happy about that, because that was all of your ultimates were down. You were getting backstabbed by a Sven with more damage than God.
Yep. Timber might be in trouble again. They found him. Glimpse back one more time. Bushwhack is there. Dull still okay. Gets out with the Timber Chain. That does leave Bombi all alone, even without the God Strength. Well, Hoodwink is just way too squishy. Here comes the boat onto the Sven. Croy could be in trouble. Roll up in the back lines. In your dream, keeping them in place. Fike on the high ground. They're cosplaying a war, giving so much vision to his team, but his team is not there. They're not alive to use it at all. Jacroy is gonna have to use those fast legs to get away. Poor Dalol cannot do the same. Has the old scepter. The Puck gets a perfect snipe there with his orb and just finishes off Dalol as well. CDR will pick that one up. And the Sven is in the end the lone survivor. What a fight for Neon, baiting Garuda into an engagement they couldn't win.
Yeah, and if you look at the position of Garuda, it was very hard for them to believe that this was going to go wrong, because they did have an 80 rune Pango coming from the back there as well.
Yeah, it looked like perfect.
Yeah. It's phenomenal, but it's... Look at how much the Sven is getting kited there, and how many of the Radiant heroes are just not actually involved in the turnaround by the time that they are. The turn is already... That's wild. Water Park from the Kunkka, even though it didn't hit anybody there, like the zoning power is still very apparent.
The also Fike getting on the cliff there, I think that was the biggest mistake. Your burst hero that should take somebody down, at least with him, is just standing on a cliff and rethinking his life choices. That's
yeah,
that's pretty bad.
Having used his biggest damage spell to get up there, and that's a long cooldown.
Long for sure.
It depends, right? If your Sven has a BKB, if he has God Strength, then you just being a ward and making sure that your Sven can seal the targets, fantastic. But your Sven doesn't have it.
He didn't have it at that point. They got Bombi down, but even in a 4 versus 5 in a bad situation without your spells, it's gonna be a problem. What a blink out, nicely done, but it does leave Fike alone once again. They see him with a Thunder Strike and can just easily continue with the right clicks. This Puck is slowly but surely becoming a late game problem as well. Sven will have his Aghanim Scepter, and I think Garuda, they do need Superman on their side if they're to win.
Agreed, yes, and this is very much going to become a case of, are you going to focus the Puck? Are you going to risk not getting him again and wasting a bunch of resource on him? Or is this going to be a fight between the Sven and the Puck, who gets to kill the most of each other's teammates first?
But he's back live on Garuda. Zephyr has the Blink Lasso, and Jacroy more than ready to fly forward. Puck would be a great target. No Lincolns on him. Has the Sanjin Kaya, however, so the status resistance might be enough to live. They decide not to go for him, but will be going for a poor Castaway. Jacroy shows off his strength, but that is a small price to pay from Neon.
Small.
What's
indeed.
next? What are the next? Oh, Sven just lost his BKB now because of this play. Like, why? Jacroy?
You know? Felt hot.
I mean, he was kind of red, and hopefully some cream there did help because his skin is back to normal.
But definitely what we're going to be looking for right now is BKB on the Kunkka and on the Gyrocopter, and that's where Neon are going to lay down some more of the pain. And you really gotta be enabling your Sven at the point that happens. You need to get him in a position where he can cleave down several heroes with the physical burst damage, because the physical will be all you've got.
I really like the Gyro has the Vampire Fangs. He just does such a nice mixture of magical and physical damage that it does make sense for you to have it.
And the Night Vision is actually pretty big here as well, because you are the favorite target, I think, of that Bat Rider. And you do not want to get caught in any compromising positions once the sun goes down.
There's the BKB on the Gyro. A much needed timing for them. Kunkka will have his as well, so timings for Neon, they are just coming out here, Kipson. They are still ahead. But talk to me about this Sven. Talk to me about the Sven. Talk to me about the Pango. Like, what are their chances when it comes to the later portions of the game? Is this Sven able to carry the team on his shoulders?
I definitely think so, because this is a Sven and you always have the opportunity. The problem is that you have very limited options to actually force the enemy team together. Neon doesn't have to all stand on top of each other and, you know, get cleaved or get walked down one by one. You do a lot of kiting if they put their minds to it.
Exactly. Still got found, got the BKB off. That is a fresh 9-second one. Gleipnir being used as well. Force staff away. Zephyr will get glimpsed back, but not by a lot. The lull has been next. The BKB still persisting. Has the ulti protecting himself. What is CDR doing? His damage is insane. Jacroy, look at how low he got. And this is a problem for him. He doesn't have the blink coil off the mark, or he just breaks it there because he still had the BKB to work with. But with the X and the torrent, he'll be brought into the hands of CDR. That is a huge kill, and his BKB is down to 6 seconds. He's no longer a problem. TPing from Castaway. He found in the glimpses there. You are not going home. Actually, he is, as he does have the roll up, so that's gonna stop him from being taken back.
And you can see there exactly the problem for Magruder, where it is like, okay, the Sven needs to wait for an opportunity where he can jump in, and he just never gets it. Not enough clump up on the side of Neon. His teammates are already falling, and he sits waiting in the wings for an opportunity that never comes. And they can't force this opportunity. He needs to wait.
Yeah, I have a Blink Lasso, but I feel like you need another initiation. I'm thinking maybe a Hex on a Timber Saw would be a nice opening for them to create enough chaos so the Sven can find the right targets. But things are definitely not working out because that Hex is nowhere on the horizon. Your Sven just died, his BKB is low. Things are just working out for Neon.
Yep. I mean, your other option would be Timbersaw Blink and just use the fact that you have that BKB pretty hard to take down in order to demand attention, run after Neon's supports, try to break up their formation. But it would certainly cost you your game as a Timbersaw because you are going to die.
Thing is, the Gyro, once he gets the Daedalus, he just kills you. He doesn't care. Your BKB means nothing.
Oh, and he's so close to that too.
Sven is annoyed by Bombi. Ken goes into the backlines, gets a nice double man coil. Roll up and the Rolling Thunder gonna be used by the Pango into the backlines to create some space. That does put the Disruptor quite low, who loses his life before using his ulti. Jumping from the Sven onto the Gyro. That seems to not be a smart move. The Gleipnir is there. Jacroy still has the BKB to work with, and the X will not persist long enough. Neon have lost their support. This is a good way to kite the cores, kill the supports. Ken finds Jacroy in the backlines. Poor Sven will be taken down, hunted. As in your dream, doing his best to run away, no roll up. He's gonna have a Swashbuckler in a second to get himself to the high ground. Will be fine. Buck a little bit too deep. Fike hunts him down and gets revenge for his laning buddy.
Yeah, no, it is actually Zephyr. Zephyr finds a lasso and drags the Puck into a terrifying minefield. 3 mines detonating at the same time to take down Ken. He got obliterated.
That actually makes it okay for Garuda. I still think Sven dying, he's your win condition, and I don't see another one is a problem, but it's a step in the right direction, right? Maybe the next fight Sven lives, because without that chase down, without Ken going super deep, he wouldn't have died.
Sure, but even then he didn't actually contribute anything, right? Like this was the setup I was talking about with the other cores going for the supports, forcing that Gyro to think about who he's going on, but there's still no avenue for the Sven into the fight. Oh, and he used a roll up.
Yep, wanted to dodge the homing missile. I think it was dead either way. Homing missile stuns you, still get pushed back. You dodge it, you get glimpsed. It's just how this went. It was obvious he was gonna die at that point.
Between Scylla and Charybdis.
There is a Psychic Headband now on the Batrider, so that's definitely gonna help. But what's also gonna help is level 20 Gyro, who's ever at the top of the network chart. 3 more Flak Cannon attacks. Like, people are just going to die on Garuda, and that's the problem. When your supports in a game versus a Gyro, you just cannot even be seen on the map, or you're gonna die.
Not a sound from you, Roy. He did get to level 20 as well, so there is more Warcry armor available now. He should be looking to fight. There's 3 arrows on top of each other, but he can't go.
Nope. Cannot leave.
And now he actually should take care that it's not seen that he popped the God String.
Yep, you can farm fast with it, but you cannot allow the enemies to know that's what you're doing, because it's just gonna give them a even more of an incentive to go even more aggressive. They have an Aegis for 1:20, so even without knowing, they're still gonna go forward. Lincoln Sphere on the oh, who has it? Bombi. Okay. So he's protecting the gyro from a potential lasso. Though for now, the Batrider is dead. And speaking of dead, the tower will be down as well.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're going for it. They still have 50 seconds left on the Aegis. They decide it's safer to bail, but that doesn't leave the Sven all on his lonesome. BKB will probably be forced out by the puck. Has the coil. Jacroid running away. Has a BKB TP out. I don't know why he's not using it. Please do it. Thank you. Thank you.
I was waiting for it and he's just not doing it. I'm like, is he that greedy? Is he really that greedy?
Yep, you know, especially versus a lineup that has an X and a glimpse. If you mess up something, like 2 seconds or your BKB, you can get CDR. Get back. Sorry, this is not your domain any longer.
No, it is not. A big deal achieved here, by the way. Zephyr has a BKB and he's been waylaid so many times by glimpses, static storms, coils, water parks. It is a very important ability for the pickup capabilities.
Bombi caught, there's the lasso. He didn't BKB, didn't think he needed to. Kunkka has the BKB of his own. There's the backdoor protection. Creep wave is coming, but the ult does a little bit too much damage. Pops the BKB right next to a gyro. We talked about it. Reactive taser, however, protects him from the overwhelming damage. CDR needs to be careful. Doesn't have the Aegis any longer, so has to run away as Rolling Thunder protects the Timber Saw. The Lul is still alive. Sven has the Daedalus as well, but he's not in this fight at the moment. Rolling Thunder hella annoying. Finally, they bring down the Disruptor, so Castaway is no longer a part of this fight, as Ken is being as annoying as possible. The Lul tanky enough to survive, even if that orb had connected. Ken goes forward. Phase shift. Has a blink dagger. Should be able to get himself away for now with an orb. Very, very elusive. But let's see. The chase is on.
Absolutely well.
They want him.
And Sven is now involved. And not anymore.
Puck doesn't want to be involved, and it's the Puck that chooses, it seems.
Yes. Yeah, it's definitely the Puck that chooses, but that was kind of wild. Jacroy was not there for the entirety of that fight, and Neon just could not get a good way in to actually get to deal their damage. And that means that in a 4v5, Garuda got the only kill?
I mean, a Timber is way too tanky, it seems. We talked about the Daedalus killing him, but he has a craggy coat now, so that's like a bazillion armor that he has that you just can't go through.
Jacroy was bluffing so hard there. I guess he was not actually behind him. Now they are. Sort of.
He got X'd, and the X used a little bit too early. In your dream, protecting himself with the roll-up from the coil will be fine. Gets to the high ground, Rolling Thunder will get used, but only after you lose Fike. As in your dream should not get caught here. There's no coil. The Puck, he might be good at running away. Running people down? No. Oh, Sven almost dies there to the Parasma damage.
For comfort, and he was bluffing so hard moving up that far. Dalal was all the way over, like, I think farming the corner camp on the bottom lane, and his team wasn't exactly sitting behind him either when Roy just went and challenged that tower. I suppose you need to push the limits there, but when his bluff gets called like that, he might just doom his entire team.
Fortunately for Garuda, that did not happen. They are still in this game. They didn't lose 5 heroes, only the one. Tekis doesn't really mind dying all that much. He already has a minefield already in his base, so it's all fine.
And now smoke out. And spearheading with the lull.
Puck Deep is in onto the outpost. This is dangerous for him. Sven pops the ulti, running forward. The Lincoln Sphere. He got broken first. He knew what he was doing. CDR dropping low, but he has the Satanic, doesn't care, turns around with it and the BKB. And then he is back up to full. The other side, the Lil dropping low there with the Parasma. Lil will be able to TP himself away. Puck doesn't have enough burst, but they're gonna be looking towards the Pango, who's surrounded by 4 enemies. 2 heroes without buyback will make pushing very easy. Gyro with the Satanic is just not a target.
Absolutely not. And that's Sven, who hopefully at some point needed to have the burst damage in order to turn at least one of these fights around. Every time we see Jacroy involved, he simply has to bail again. It feels very sad.
Very, very sad.
Splits
CDR.
pushing Sven.
Yep. Not something we see too often, and he's split pushing without the BKB, so he better be careful, because the Disruptor just TPs in, marks you, and you're dead.
Well, he's coming back to base. 20 more seconds for another God Strength. 35 more seconds for his BKB, though.
This is at least 2 lanes of Rax, if not more. You do not have a glyph. The thing is, Neon can now play pretty safely, go for the Rosh, and Garuda should not have the capability to fight it. But they are. If I was Garuda, I'd still just smoke and run towards it.
Yeah.
There's no way you can let it go.
Exactly, but that is one of the reasons that JG was sticking around there. For example, there is a possibility for Garuda at any point to say, "Okay, this is our Hail Mary fight, and we're gonna come in."
Sven bought a shard. I like that. His supports are dying way too easily, so you need to be able to keep them alive with the Warcry. So that's gonna be 25, 31 armor if you're close to the Sven. Once he pops it, big deal.
Yeah, pretty neat. Here roars Roshan.
Yeah, he's crying like, Garuda, where are you? What the hell are you doing? You're gonna lose this game if I lose my life. Yeah, well, no friends for Drosh. The Lol creating some space there, has a BKB, will be fine for now. Static Storm waiting for him, has the Yule. Sven caught by the puck, Ken being ultra annoying. But the Gyro is doing so much damage with the Flak Cannon now onto the Lol, who still has that bazillion armor that we talked about. Rolling Thunder gonna be slightly annoying. CDR still has the side gunner. They did lose Castaway as always. He's the first one to fall. As you know, you're not gonna be bailing out when he is still alive. At least they get a TP out on the Pango, but it does leave Fike to be the 3rd casualty of war. Garuda are gonna be in a 4 versus 2 scenario versus an Aegis and the Cheese, and a wave is coming to your base. So that should be Megas and probably the game.
Probably the game, yeah. I mean, Sven's gonna try to mop one of them up here, but that's dangerous if Ken was any closer. And once again, Sven, Sir not appearing in that fight, tries to curve all the way around the back, gets spotted by Ken instead, who wasn't even really looking for him. Ken was just also looking for the backstab, and they just sort of found each other. Jacroy is forced to pop pretty much everything right then and there, gets coiled, never gets to contribute anymore.
Let's go. Push. Gonna be coming. That's an Gyro with an Aegis, protected by a Lincoln Sphere. You will have 4 heroes, however, to play with, but you might be dealing with Mega Creep. Sven and the Pango, not bad at killing those Megas, but it still puts you in a pretty uncomfortable position.
So your last Rax fallen, crumbling.
And you can't do anything about it. Also, not a lot of trees in the base for the Timber to use. So that could be a problem. Sharpshooter off the mark, but CDR is going for the tier 4s. He smells victory.
And constantly forward, backward, harassing.
He got the coil down onto the ground. He's trying to say, yo guys, come on and fight. The Bushwhack will connect on the Sven, taking so much damage. Crow will be fine, but needs to heal. He's half HP at the moment. Lasso on the Gyro. They need him inside of the... nope, no Force Staff. Sven coming forward, and they do find Castaway once again. CDR pops the BKB. Sven has been X'd up. He's probably gonna get taken back into that fight. Homing Missile follows him through it all, as they have a Torrent. Bushwhack not gonna be doing that much. He has a Force Staff, but they also do have a Gleipnir to keep on him. So 90 seconds on the sidelines without your Sven, it's very hard to play this. They will be losing CDR once, but lucky for him, he still has the Aegis. Cheese is on Bombi. If he needs it, decides not to use it there. Bombi, yeah, he will be using it, so will be fine. In the end, survives, gets the Gleipnir onto the all three of them. This Hoodwink is doing so much work. Ultimately, will be taken down. They are buying back, trying to defend their throne. No glyph at the moment, and they will have it in 26 seconds, but at that point, the game might just be over. CDR doesn't care about anything else other than killing the throne, and Garuda will get another 1-1 going their way, as they won't be able to win versus Neon twice.
Yeah, very, I want to say, classic outcome for the game by now for Garuda, and I gotta say, that is the saddest Sven that I've seen in a while. Usually, even when a Sven is behind, you're going to get to see him jump on the side lanes, take 1 or 2 heroes out, and after that, of course, crumple to pieces, but he didn't even get to do anything. And I feel like I broke on record stating it, but it was just so frustrating for Jacroy to have to play this game. The last 20 minutes of this game, he got to do nothing.
He did 16,000 damage. So there's 3 heroes that did less damage than him. That's Batrider, Disruptor, and Akunka, which none of those heroes have their job to do damage. And Sven, your only job is to do the damage, which he didn't do. Okay, so today we had a 2-0 for Team Tough versus Yangon. Garuda and Neon, they went 1-1. The last series is probably the easiest one to predict, as Team Tough will be facing off versus MIPH, but MIPH did take a game off Garuda. So is it okay for us to write them off and just say they shouldn't have a shot at taking a game off of Team Tough, or do you think that they are actually going to pose a threat?
It's very tempting to say that that's just the one game that Garuda seems to want to give all of their opponents, right? But you can't downplay it. It's very possible that that was just a game where everything clicked for Made in Philippines, and it's not like they lack the individual skill to pull this off. So, who knows? Team Tough certainly should not rest on their laurels just yet. Then again, if I've learned anything from the way that they do things, they won't do that. So, I'm confident saying it 2-0, but that doesn't mean we can just count our chickens before they're hatched.
Yeah, we are not gonna be doing it. That's why we will wait for the outcome of that best of 2 that is coming your way after the break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet, play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service. Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Screens give us the opportunity to live 2 lives at once, their own and their characters, to see them champion and win with them. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And here we are with the third and final best of two of the day. Team Tough are going to be playing their second series of the day, this time around versus Made in Philippines. They crushed their first series with a quick 2-0. Kips, we talked about the chances of Made in Philippines. We said they had some, but let's break it down a bit. Like, how do you actually approach Team Tough? I'm putting in the coach role. You are giving us all the info and telling us what do you need to do against these giants of Dota to win?
These giants of Dota. Well, at the very least, yeah, they are the team to beat, I think, in this particular series group stage. And I think the times that I have lost has been mostly down to getting into a late game versus a carry matchup that they were not actually favored in, or at least 50-50. So that is one of the things that I would say. And the other one is just, I do think that the fact that they don't take towers, but they go and chase for your heroes under it, is exploitable if you have ways to shadow push, if you have illusions to push with, or if you have heroes that are very good at immediately wiping waves under towers and then disappearing again. This is something that you can play with if you are made in Philippines.
Okay, let's see if they're gonna be able to do it. These 5 guys, are they gonna be able to win versus the previous 5 guys? We'll find out if Mercury, IDC, Jixing, F-King, and Shazam are good enough. But of course, before we start the game off, we have to go into the draft. That's just how it goes. So Kips, do you think Captain's mode is like the best mode in general for competitive gameplay? How do you feel about Captain's draft?
I mean, I like it, and I think that there should be more smaller tournaments that run challenges like that for captains and for teams, because I do think that a lot of Dota is about being creative as well, and you can force it out a little bit, but ultimately that can also be very punishing for reasons of getting unlucky, etc. So for the best consistency in results and for the really big tournaments where there's a lot of money on the line, you're gonna want that money to and the rewards to go to the people who actually have the full rounded skill set of Dota 2, which also includes a lot of planning and a lot of scouting.
Yeah, I'm guessing from the Dota perspective, Captain's mode makes the most sense, but I don't think it's the most entertaining to watch. Captain's draft is, first of all, it's a faster draft, it's less bans, and it's more unpredictable. In China, people used to, or is it? Yeah, it's Captain's draft. They played. What do you call the when it gets a random amount of heroes, but it's still like all pick?
Is it all draft?
Sure.
I'm not
Either
entirely
way.
sure. Because I would have said that it's just captain's draft that they play over there, which is not true though.
I'm not sure. But
Anyway.
either way,
Pick is-
they played that one in their pubs. Though China pubs are not as popular as they were earlier. Now the Chinese players are playing Southeast Asia pubs as well. Remember the you are younger than 18. You cannot be on your computer for more than an hour a day law. I think they reverted that one back, but it definitely did hurt their young scene in competitive gameplay.
Absolutely. All right. Razor brought out immediately from Meta Philippines. One of the Lightning Bros made it through. This fine gentleman here. Great anti-carry properties. Good sieger if you get him to do the Aghanims. And in general, very fast farmer as well. So as far as like farming cores picked in the first phase go, yeah, enjoying the Razor.
So that's gonna be a Kunkka response. What a surprise! I cannot believe that we are seeing a Kunkka. It is like wait, I have to be sure.
Yeah.
It's him. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't believe you didn't wash your face.
I am sorry. I'm sorry, Kips. Then next time, that's you know what? With all of the Kunkka splashes, I'm kind of done with water. So you know, I just want to stay off a little bit.
Yeah, understandable. Like it's been water park non-stop, and the spring hasn't even really started yet.
Oh, Kips, it's summer in Serbia. It shouldn't be, but it is. I know that you are enjoying the snow at the moment, but at least you can have a snowball fight, build a snowman, and we did talk about the Frozen and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, I did have to get that out of my system as a Dutch person who has never had much in the way of like proper winters. I did definitely make a really big snowball after the first snows of this winter, like a huge one. That was very important. But
yeah, of course.
Apart from that, it's lacking a certain I don't know. I guess the problem is that I'm 30 and not 13.
I don't see a difference. I feel like my head is the same from when I was 13. You might learn some new things, but it's still the same. So Team Tough, they ban out the Lifestealer. The Disruptor is still in the pool if any of these teams want to pick it up. Though Team Tough haven't been like big on Disruptor from what I remember.
No, they've picked it here and there, but it's definitely not been their #1 priority. Been picked against them way more often. And I do think that if you want to like play that high pressure diving style that they have, exactly, you're going to prioritize different heroes. And it's about the opening kills more than it is about the bonus kills. And with a starting duo like this, yeah, you're going to be able to get those.
So this is going to be the last game for Team Tough in this group stage. They are 6-2. So if they win just one, they're at least gonna secure themselves that they are gonna be going to the three-way tie. Or, but if they win 2-0, it is gonna look really good for them as Neon and Yangon are playing tomorrow. So Neon are not certain to win that one with a 2-0. It's gonna be a photo finish, really. Here for the teams. And you know what's kind of annoying? Garuda, there's a good chance that they don't go through because they haven't won a single series.
Yeah, exactly. It's looking quite dire for them, and they do have only a single match left, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that is against the Immortal though, so that should at the very least be a 2-0 on the board for them. Otherwise, if you don't beat the Immortal here, and I'm sorry for the Immortal because they are the punching bags here, but if you don't beat the Immortal 2-0, then I don't think you have any business being in the top 3 anyway.
We've always had these punching bags in our tournaments. There's always the one guy in the groups. Do you think in Group B it's gonna be the girls, or do you think they actually have some chances, unlike what happened in the Latam series where the girls couldn't really win a game?
No, I think it's going to be pretty much the exact same situation. They are here for the experience. Of course, I would want to, before answering this question, I would have wanted to do proper research on, like, hey, who's on this team, what's their MMRs, etc. but since it's not a group I'm going to be casting at all, I haven't done that. So
I mean, you know,
I
iStar and you know Aurora, so those two are relatively known. But I don't know if you've watched iStar's stream. It's very funny. It's very entertaining. So feel free to do that if you haven't.
I should.
Radiant team picking.
It's Team Tough. They get themselves a Faceless Void and the Phoenix. So a pretty like fast snap pick there between the two heroes. I like the amount of teamfight that they have, but you are going teamfight into a Chen lineup, that can sometimes be dangerous. I mean, Faceless Void is great versus all of these heroes in terms of surviving, but still somebody needs to kill them. And at the moment, I think it's gonna have to come out from their last pick, because these heroes aren't proper killers.
I mean, the Tusk can be. You have a lot of good synergy here for your tag team as well, but ultimately the problem with the Chen is, of course, not only does he have a burst heal for against your burst damage, which means your damage cap needs to be higher, but also he's going to start bringing in those auras, to bring in the armor, the regen, the magic resist, depending on whether or not he buys a pipe this game, which might not. Yeah, you're straight up going to have to deal more damage. I completely agree with you there, and that is going to make the mid-game a lot harder. I like the Chen as well, because you're going to be shoving out waves, and all of the heroes in general on Made in Philippines right now very good at keeping the waves out.
I love the Made in Philippines lineup, not gonna lie. I like it much more than the one on Team Tough. I can see the potential for outplay on Team Tough, really, but it's not gonna be easy. Though one thing that they have been doing is not making it easy for themselves sometimes, and still making it out as the victors, because they have played the most consistent Dota out of all of the teams. Even the games that they've lost, I was like, yeah, they could have won that most likely.
Exactly. Curious what they're going to bring with that last pick now here, though. They've been running this Kunkka mostly mid, as far as I remember. Might be looking at an offlane pick here. Primal Beast is open, is hard to counter.
It would be good with the AoE. Centaur is still in the pool, however, but I don't know if that's something that you want with a Tusk. You know what would be good? A Dawnbreaker.
New flavor.
Yep, it kind of completely counters the Pango, because you don't want to stay inside of the circle, because you know that you're gonna get stunned up. The Tusk and the Dawnbreaker crush the offlane, like anybody dies. It's good to defend the towers. It's good to stay on one side of the map while the other ones are hunting, and you have solid hunting potential with the X and the snowball. I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, get a hero to make the Gyro's life hard in any phase of the game. I would not be against that. Other option, I mean, we've seen a lot of Omni Knight during this tournament. I'm not sure how much I like that versus the Razor. It feels like it could go either way, but it also feels tempting, especially in these fights that have the potential to go a lot longer. You're going to get a lot out of your Omni.
So Team Tough, they played some Doom. I don't know if I would like a Doom here. They played the Brewmaster, that I would be fine with, and it hasn't been banned.
Yeah, sure. I do feel like once the Razor has a BKB, we usually see Brewmasters have a pretty tough time, but this is not something that I expected whatsoever. Yeah, it will be Seimei though.
Yeah, I guess it works really well with a tag team. Once you get your ulti, you kind of kill anybody in a second. And really, when we look at Made in Philippines, it's not like they are bursting with armor, so they are gonna get annihilated by these two. Not the biggest fan, not gonna lie, right? Team Tough's lineup, it does require a certain or an insane amount of execution, which they have shown us so far. So I definitely don't want to go against them. But if I'm just going based on the draft, I mean, this MIPH draft, it doesn't have many holes in it. You have stuns, you have team fight, you have farming potential, you have tower push. Like, everything is there. And really no reason to go against them, really.
No, completely agreed with you. If you make like a little checklist of everything that you would want in a draft, you would be just check all the way down. And if Ruby is a date and they have a Chen, I don't like going against a Chen. But on the other hand, Team Tough has been out executing so many of these teams. And they do once again have a very solid mid-game dynamic duo at the ready with Kishka and Seimei providing so much pick-off potential and damage that I'm just gonna side with Team Tough anyway, and let's see if they can just convince everybody else that they are about out executing here.
Yep, against all odds, still show that they're the best team in Group A. We'll see how Group B does overall. Team Tough last tournament they were 3rd, 4th. So they didn't get that many RES points, but it was Talon that won versus them who are not a part of this tournament. So that is a big deal for sure. We'll see if they're going to be a part of the 3rd regional Dota 2 series here in Southeast Asia. As MIPH, smoke breaks, Mamang Daya on the high ground playing his signature Kunkka. That's one thing that we didn't mention. Mamang Daya is godly on the Kunkka, has been so for like 4 or 5 years already, and only now has he really started to look like an insane player, and then he plays his signature hero. So I have a lot of faith in what he is to contribute in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those times where just if you're a hero specialist, you know this hero through and through, strong now, you're very happy.
Man, I would so love to know Chinese, or at least understand it well enough, be able to mimic what they are saying. Okay, let's go with that. Like, I don't have to speak it all that well, and at least that I don't say like I am stupid or something while trying to actually mimic what they're saying.
I believe that Chinese is a tonal language, right?
Exactly. Yep.
Which is very hard for anybody who does not speak one. It's like for us, it only matters what kind of words we are saying. And like, if I say I'm like this, or if I say I'm like this, it doesn't really matter. Whereas, if you're Chinese, that might change the entire meaning of the word, or change it from not a word to, or from a word to not a word at all.
Oh boy, still quite cool, and maybe at some point cool. I can focus on it and find myself knowing the language that the majority. Like, the most spoken language in the world, that is, man. It cannot be that hard when the most people speak it, right?
Careful. Chinese is also not a monolith. It's variants.
Yeah, the Mandarin.
The Chinese language. Mandarin, yes. I've mostly worked with people who speak Cantonese, and it's actually, the differences are quite audible once you get used to it.
Cool. So you're like, oh, you speak Cantonese, right? You can you make a can you understand? Okay, not understand, but can you see the difference? No, okay.
No, I can hear the difference. It's the same as with Russian and Ukrainian. Like, it seems like it's the same until you actually start paying attention and you get a bit of an explosion and you're like, oh, no.
But those two, the Ukrainian and Russian, they sound the same, but they're completely different words. That's like, I was super surprised when I went to Ukraine. It was just a revelation. I thought it was like literally the same, and then every single word is said in a different way.
Yeah, like I think Ukrainian is a lot. It sounds rounder, if I can say that.
Okay,
I had to explain it in one word.
Maybe that's a good way to explain it. But let's talk about Dota here and leave the languages behind. Here we are in languages of physical strength, power, and magic, and that's what matters in Dota. As bottom lane, it seems to be doing good for MIPH. Basically, every lane seems to be doing good for MIPH at the moment.
Yeah, nobody getting shut out just yet. Razor getting off to a good start, and this is of course a lane where with a Faceless Void Phoenix it's going to be extremely hard to actually shut this Razor out. Got a ranged hero versus a melee core. You've got no stunts to speak of, and of course most of your damage should be dealt by your Faceless Void, which is all physical. Well, you know, unless you're the Bash God, right? Let's put that straight here.
Okay, the top lane, we're seeing Mercury applying pressure, doing a ton of damage here to both Kishka and Seimei. You don't want them high in HP because once there's a tag team, they can really pack a punch, but not if they're low. So I really like the pressure that MIPH are putting on them. Dealbreaker in the last wave didn't get anything, so Razor struggling a bit with the CS. He should be fine now, though.
I mean, the other thing that's going to happen here, of course, is that even if the Razor has a decent lane, they're not going to stop off the Faceless Void whatsoever here. I'm very hard-pressed to see any scenarios where 423 dies because he got outplayed, not because he made a mistake. Surely, as long as you keep the Time Walk up in this lane, you're going to be alive.
Yeah, and actually, the Razor went for the Storm Surge, which is interesting. Looking at the mid lane, actually, it's a win from Among Dia because he's getting a full wave now under the tower. With the Kunkka, it's really not that hard to CS all of these creeps, and we'll be doing exactly that.
You got such a nice animation, you've got good damage, you got that Tidebringer just in case you need a little extra oomph. And this is generally a winning lane for the Kunkka these days.
Almost every lane is a winning lane for the Kunkka. That I feel like it was always that way. F-King, he does have the Ogre Frost Mage, and that immediately changes everything when it comes to tag team, right? Nobody cares if they're gonna get punched when, first of all, they're gonna be slowed down so much. Second of all, you have so much armor to work with. Faceless Void. Kips, you promised me he's not gonna die. He does have a healing Lotus. Slow down. Dealbreaker, you're going too far. You made a mistake. And now Dealbreaker is gonna be in trouble. Trezor with so much damage, but he cannot attack super fast. He can attack fast enough. And does survive in the end. With that stolen damage from the Faceless Void, he doesn't kill him, but will be killing his buddy.
423 now. Single level in the time dilation. He would love to. Dealbreaker is surely coming too far forward. No, there's still cooldowns on the Phoenix spells, of course.
We're back to the mid lane, where Kunkka is being annoyed by the Pango. That's just how it goes between the two. They annoy each other. Nobody really has a chance of killing the other until the level 6 comes out, but they can most definitely get the harassment out. Dealbreaker?
Two
is
brothers.
he dead? He has 4 wand charges, and with the avalanche, he's fine. Nope. He will live. Okay, he's not gonna live. That's a perfect Firebird. Why did... Okay, I guess he wanted to die. I have no other option there, because he could have survived, 100%.
Yeah, I think so as well. He was, and certainly the way that Trezam played that one as well, he was... Because if you think that your Razor's gonna die anyway, then you just toss the bird under the tower, right? And sure, the Razor dies guaranteed. Hold that thought. That's a big brawl, but the Tusk not coming out ahead there. Quite painful. 2 levels into the Rocket Barrage, Mercury says, come at me, bro.
Yeah, until you have the Snowball, you're in trouble because you cannot dodge that.
Yep. Yeah, and he went 2 levels into the tag team to really empower his Wind Ranger.
Nice ward find by Trezam. He has 1 more hit left on his tree, so he's probably going to be tossing it into the... what does the Faceless Void have? Into the head of the Faceless Void. The Seimei in trouble. The Tusk is coming over. Turns around with the tag team. Shards are going to be nicely placed as well. And Mercury has overstayed his welcome. Even with the Divine Favor, the added armor is not enough.
Ishka grabbing the Lotus as well for his trouble. A little bit of extra sustain on his lane, where clearly if you look at Seimei's HP, it's quite close from time to time.
The lane's going quite nicely in favor of Team Tough actually. Even the Faceless Void in that lane where they gave away the first blood, he's doing pretty close to the Razor in terms of CS and in terms of net worth as well. So things are fine for Team Tough after the laning phase, I'd say.
Yeah, things are stable. I think the most fragile hero certainly is this Wind Ranger, who, if you are behind, it can take so long to honestly contribute anything to a game at all. It becomes a really fraught situation where you have to like buy a blink dagger, rely on shackle shots, that sort of thing. You need to get to the Maelstrom at an appropriate time. You need to get kills with the focus fire and the javelin.
He is not going to be buying the boots. Okay, scratch that. It's coming. The power treads are going to be connecting onto Seimei right now, so even more attack speed. And the Tusk has a snowball. That's going to be a problem. Razor finds Tsukimoto. The tree toss. Enough for a kill. And Faceless Void. Only thing he can do is watch. And not even that. Without the eyes, not possible.
Nothing for him to do there. No, just because the Faceless Void wasn't dying on this lane definitely doesn't mean that the Phoenix isn't dying on this lane. And the Razor can really put on the hurt. Razam is sneaking about.
Dealbreaker is maybe diving this too deep. He has the healing Lotus, but I don't think that's gonna help you survive this. Kimoto just getting the Fire Spirits in, the slow is there, bashes connect, and is in a lot of trouble. One more hit from the Phoenix will seal the deal. He hits level 5. For sure, Shazam doesn't have enough damage to finish him off. Whilst that is happening, Kishka finds the AV rune and makes sure that Pango doesn't see a light of another day.
Painful for the Pango, who is level 7 but hasn't found an opportunity to rotate yet. The supports have been very busy on the side lanes, so no rotations in on that mid lane either, even though this is a Kunkka.
Mercury! Mercury, you cannot be there! That's the focus fire with the tag team and he's just dead.
Oh, again, man, Kishka. 2 lanes, 2 kills.
They do bring down the Faceless Void. Okay, so at least something going their way.
Mm-hmm. And making me officially wrong.
CF King bringing the creeps.
Fast rotation. This tower is a goner.
Yep, and the Phoenix with it as well. They do not have a siege creep, but you have the Alpha Wolf, and he stole one more creep there on the Chen. I really like that play, as he does secure that the tower will now go down. Faceless Void isn't the best to go into the jungle, so this is quite huge.
Yep. I mean, he's got his Morbid Mask in the power tread, so this is not the worst case scenario, but I definitely think that one of the things that's bad about it is that this Void didn't have Chronosphere yet. So there was absolutely no way to buy that Void more time to actually stay under that tower.
I imagine if you just get one kill with the Chrono, the tower survives the second siege creep wave. It's a completely different story. This will give MIPH a possibility to go forward as Razor pops the Eye of the Storm and sends the Faceless Void back. There is a huge discrepancy in experience between the two.
He's reacting to the mid lane, but he's late.
Mercury nowhere is safe. Dealbreaker, I'm not sure that you want to be there either. They're gonna try to go for the Kunkka. Among that, just TP's away, no issue whatsoever. He has the run buff. Kishka probably not gonna be so lucky. Nice dodge there on the plasma field, trying to run away. The Eye of the Storm will expire, allowing Kishka to just run away. Dealbreaker, yep, doesn't have it any longer. Seimei, he has found Z there on the top lane, all on his lonesome, as the plasma field will be enough damage. But Invis Phoenix coming over. Kunkka is rotating as well. And there's the Faceless Void. They really don't like Dealbreaker, these two, so they're probably gonna go for him. The Chrono onto the 2. Plasma Field did come out. Tsukimoto, no level 6 just yet, but if only one creep dies, he will have it. Yeah, he's dying without it and will finally die to the damage of F-King finding the Tiny. He has level 6, so his armor is not that bad, as Faceless Void in so much trouble gets the Time Walk out just in time. Dealbreaker has to be careful as well with Z coming into the fight. No Rolling Thunder at the moment. Mamang Da gonna get slowed down by the Lance of Pursuit. Not enough to get the kill.
No, and he did have a bottle charge as well, so I think this probably pushes Made of Philippines off of the tower for now, but this is exactly the way that you gotta play if you want to give yourself a shot against Team Tough. This transition out of the laning stage needs to be sharp. This Chen is not just enabling them to do it, but also enabling them to do it without too many losses. A lot of pressure applied. The only problem that you're having here, as Made in Philippines, is that unfortunately Seimei is got himself a great game already. And that is something that you would really hope to have avoided.
Yep, now there's gonna be a level 6 on the Phoenix. Z could be on the menu. But they might go for the Razor. Dealbreaker is also a pretty nice kill. They seem to be hating the Razor more. Has the Blade Mail. Not really gonna help you in this regard. When you're surrounded by 3 heroes, you're just gonna get absolutely obliterated. And Mercury, you have to be careful versus Seimei, though they will catch him. No Wind Run on the Wind Ranger at the moment. Turns around, gets the Shackle Shot off, and does allow himself to survive the Centaur. War Stomp, not there in time.
Yeah, very close. We've seen a lot of TPs out this game already, haven't we?
Yep, I mean, there's not a lot of cancels on MIPH, so Team Tough have been making good use of that. Avalanche, toss back, not gonna be happening.
No?
Only level 1 toss, so not enough range on the Tiny. Actually, level 2, but still.
Phoenix is here. So be careful. Seimei is back. And that is, well, that still is half health on the tower, though.
Yep, good time to back off for sure.
Yep. No, but the tower health situation here is really very nice for Made in Philippines.
They are the Chen lineup, so they do want to keep those alive. There's an Arcane Rune on the Pangos, so using the Rolling Thunder with it is quite nice. The thing is, he is so close to the Diffusal Blade, so probably doesn't feel confident to lose some gold at this moment.
Yeah, I think you really shouldn't, and it's not necessarily necessary to force things here unless you really want to defend this tower, and it does seem like he does.
Let's see.
Look at Team Tough now putting pressure on 2 towers at the same time.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Are doing exactly that as see, Chrono is available, Egg is available, everything is available, and that's gonna dissuade MIPH from going for a fight. I feel like they have to force out those ultis. If you're not forcing Team Tough to use them on the defensive, they're gonna offensively use them and get your towers down. Exactly what happens at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna offensively not use them and just threaten you with this, like, yeah, if you dare to death, we're gonna shoot you. And then Made in Philippines blinks and say, okay, we can't afford to lose heroes right now, which is probably correct, but that does mean that the odds are now still up. I have to feel for this Razor a little bit, because on one hand, you gotta go for the Blade Mail in this game, right? Physical damage is your biggest weakness, and the Wind Ranger is going to bring that into you if you don't buy that Blade Mail. But on the other hand, it does slow down your BKB.
Are they gonna get Seimei? Oh, the shards!
Oh,
get outplayed, Z. Seimei will be getting the Wind Run off. I mean, it does cause the life of Kishka, but his gameplay has been on point. I mean, some of these plays from Team Tough are tier 1 level. I really see a bright future for them.
No, Kishka has been my favorite for a while now, and this is exactly why. He's got finesse.
Yep, he finessely destroys the opponents. That's how it looks. I look at the Tusk and you don't really feel finesse. You feel like a brawler puncher, but he brings it in.
It's a blunt instrument, right? Well, in the right hands.
Exactly. Wind Ranger working towards the BKB actually is working pretty speedy towards it, and this Wind Ranger will be a problem, right? You have one carry, really. Razor is not a problem versus a Faceless Void whatsoever. You just sit on the gyro with this Wind Ranger with the BKB and you win the fight. There are not many saves other than the heal from the Chen. Seimei a little bit low on mana. Kishka again there, doesn't have the snowball, but here comes the Faceless Void. There's a snowball saving him. X as well, surrounded by 5 enemy heroes, draining some damage, but it's not really gonna help all that much. He does kill Kishka, who was hesitant. He didn't know whether to run away or stay next to the Razor. That's kind of the real question all the time. But either way, Tusk for Razor, you're happy.
Oh, there goes the army.
Yep, Rolling Thunder onto the Faceless Void. Avalanche toss with a newly revealed blink, and nope, not enough damage. It's just not enough. The toss damage did not connect because the Rolling Thunder, it stopped it. Now the egg just makes sure that Shazam will stay in place, and he dies to the tower and the creep damage. Team Tough, again, don't lose anything, and they get themselves a support with the Blink Dagger reveal being there from the side of MIPH.
That is 2 moves from MIPH reacted to, though, which is not something that we usually see from Team Tough. Like, they are definitely forced into this position now with the Gyrocopter undisturbed, finishing off stacks. When's the last time that we saw somebody peacefully taking stacks against Team Tough?
It never happens, but then again, Team Tough don't really play the Faces Void Phoenix, so I don't think they're too concerned as AMA, no TP, he does have the Wind Run running away from the Razor, there's gonna be another Plasma Field, you're in trouble, but there will be another Wind Run as well as the Tusk is coming from the other side. I think Dealbreaker is getting himself in a bad position.
Yeah.
And a catastrophic. Tiny is coming from the other side, but here comes the boat. Nobody's gonna care about your blade mail whatsoever, and Dealbreaker does get the kill. I've seen this so many times in this game. This is actually worth it for MIPH.
Yep. No, they're buying so much time with this, and this is a Razor who's in a rough position in this game already, but his farm is not that bad either. He will get to that BKB just because Razor's such a fast fire. Oh, this is huge.
Solo kill, 4-3 goes down, lost all of his mana. He could have chronoed at one point. I was watching what was going on. He could have chronoed and escaped. He decided to just let it go, and well, I'm gonna be dying because of it.
I mean, their strength there is the correct move from Faces Void. Even if you save your own life there, it's very important for you to have at least one big ult up at all time for that threat factor that I mentioned before. Especially with the Phoenix Egg being down, you would like the chrono to be up.
Torrent Storm is available. Now that's the big deal. There are no BKBs on the other side. There's no Rolling Thunder at the moment. The Pango does have the shard, so roll up is there. And that is a very, very dead Chen. No Hand of God. He does have the Pavis to protect himself. Actually, the full Solar Crest, but still, once the Tusk tag team kicks in, it's a problem. Avalanche catches the 3 of them. The Swashbuckle connects as well. This is still very dangerous for a Pango. I can't believe he went for it. Cooldown is going to be doing a ton of damage, not enough to get the kill. Chrono in the backlines. Dealbreaker will try to deal with the egg. He cannot do it on his own for sure, because the Chrono was amazing, and the Torrent Storm keeping the gyro in place for even longer. Power shot, one more hit, he's dead. Dealbreaker won't be getting anything in the backlines, and Team Tough, they are low, but nobody has lost their lives. This is exactly what this team has been doing for the entirety of the tournament, just outplaying the hell out of everybody.
Yeah, out execution, and a lot of this is not down to like, oh, we're pressing our buttons faster, right, and we're taking bigger risks than you. No, this is actually because they're very measured. Like here, you can see they're grouped up, and they're already splitting by the time that Ava comes out, because they're like, well, this is not the right way to do it. And then here, Dealbreaker, one group goes over to the left, Faces Void cuts to the right. We split up the fight, 2 big ults. And there is absolutely nothing that Made in Philippines can do anymore here, even though everybody on Team Tough gets really low here.
Okay, so this is now the time for MIPH to go, though, right? There are no spells. You need to make something happen.
I mean, true as that may be, Team Tough did get a whole lot of items just now. There's a Blink Dagger come out on that Tusk, Wind Ranger, BKB finish. Same is having such a glorious game. And the one you are waiting for, the BKB on your Razor, is still quite a ways off. So no, I think we're going to be looking at another round of big team fight ults for Team Tough, unfortunately.
Z is going to be found, has the roll up and the Rolling Thunder, so that should be enough for him to escape. The X connects. Yeah, it is gonna be a persisting through it, so the Pango will be fine.
I'm glad we both agree that that's stupid, though.
But still, I like that the Pango bought the shard, because between the X, Walrus Punch, Shackle Shot, you know, the snowball, you're never gonna get the Rolling Thunder off if you get caught first, so at least you're making sure that you do.
Yeah, I think this is one of those games, just like the games versus the Bloodseeker, where it's very handy that you have that option in your build.
Exactly. That's gonna be an Aegis on the Faceless Void, so they didn't really do anything from the side of MIPH during the downtime on those spells. They even allowed their enemies to get the Aegis. At least they will be finishing off the Tormentors, so kind of equalizing the lead. And it is gonna be a shard on the trend. So how much are those ancient creeps gonna help, Gibbs?
The ancient creeps are actually a fair bit of a power spike, especially in a lineup like this where your physical damage isn't exactly natural. You have to focus fire for it. Kishka bit off more than he could chew, and he was just 2 seconds. A little forced.
Yeah, definitely
just a little forced.
But that is a dead Chen without the Hand of God. He does have a buyback if he wants to use it. Focus fire, shackle shot connects, swashbuckle to the low ground. They still see him, and with the power shot connecting, that should be a dead Z. No, avalanche toss in the backline saves and finishes off Tsukimoto, who didn't even get the egg off. But there it is. Tsukimoto, even in death, he still burns super bright enough to finish off Z.
And that's an awkward fight, fueled basically by Kishka going 1.5 seconds too early. It's really nothing else than that. You could see the entire plan still unfolding, but Pango shouldn't have gotten the roll-up off. He got way too much advance warning, and it becomes a little awkward.
Definitely awkward. It is still a solid position for Team Tough. I feel like the longer the game goes, the more this Faceless Void is going to be a problem. I'm looking at the gyro and thinking maybe when you have the BKB Daedalus Satanic, you can survive the Chrono if you get the Satanic off, and inside the Chrono your side gunner is healing you. But that is so far off, and again, a lot of ifs.
Yep. Longer the row of ifs, more unlikely it is. You do have the Razor BKB now, though, as well. If there wasn't an Aegis on this Faceless Void, for sure Made in Philippines would be upping the pressure right now.
They haven't taken down a single tier 2. They haven't even taken down all of the tier 1s, and their Chen lineup just goes to show the Team Tough have, again, just picked their lineup apart. Like, what do we need to prevent? And they did exactly that. Kishka, once again, he's the one that pays the price.
Well, that's definitely going to open up this middle tower here. At least there is an egg, but Chronosphere still half a minute. No way Team Tough are going to take this particular challenge.
Yeah, no need to do so. You use the Aegis, you farm. You in the downside of the Chrono, you make sure that you don't lose anything else.
Roll up. Say me. BKB.
He turns around and says, let's go for it with the wind run. They can't do any damage. Nice Kunkabot. The Hand of God. Not there, and Torrent Storm way too strong. It will be the power shot that finishes him off. Z did kill Seimei, so that's actually a pretty huge kill. But you can see how desperate MIPH are to fight this. The Faceless Void tossed in. I mean, he is just gonna chrono you and kill all of the heroes. Nice heals, keeping Z alive a little bit longer, and that blade mail is annoying. 43 loses his life. Can they finish off Deal Breaker? A couple more right clicks, not gonna be happening. Avalanche toss, not enough for Kishka to die. And now finally this Tiny will be punished. I have to say, this Tiny, Trezam has been the playmaker for MIPH and has been doing a stellar job. It just doesn't seem to be enough.
No, completely agreed. I mean, but you're saying it doesn't seem to be enough. Like, if the play that we've seen from Made in Philippines so far in the tournament is compared to that of Team Tough, they picked a lineup to meet Team Tough's usual strongest gameplay timing head on, and they have done that. They've made it to 25 minutes, only 3k behind. Their carry is in a very good position. Even if you had to pick a Chen, and this is not where you want to be with like a Chen game, I'm very impressed with how they're playing right now.
Exactly. I mean, they're doing well, but I don't feel it's enough to win. That's how it feels. I mean, even when we look at the win probability, it's just all in favor of Team Tough, and I can get behind that. The Egg and the Chrono in the later portions of the game are going to be insane. You have the Wind Ranger to counter the Gyro, or even the Pango is going to die from the focus fire. There's already a Shiva's Guard on a Phoenix who has been having that Midas for a very long period of time. I think in the end, still everything is working out for Tough.
I do agree with that. And we haven't even really mentioned Mamangdaya because he's just such a pillar of this team. He hasn't even died yet.
And he's probably not gonna. That's a dead Chen. You would be a fool to use the Hand of God, and exactly, he's gonna not do it. Snowball to stop any potential blink outs from Trezam, and that's gonna be 2 quick support kills. You just buy time for your ultis to come back. That was the goal, and the goal was achieved.
All goals met. And now we're going to see if Team Tough are going to transition back in that style of gameplay where they move forward all the way over on their enemy side of the map and start swinging that pendulum back and forth, clearing out their camps, diving their heroes. It's a lot more dangerous when you're only 4k ahead and it's this late in the game, though.
Exactly. So let's see. Roche can be up in 2 minutes. If you have a prediction, Kips, on when it's gonna be up, feel free to pitch in. It's always nice to play a little bit of a game.
Let's do a fast Roche this time. I'm feeling fast Roche.
15 seconds, 20 seconds.
Yeah, 20, 25.
Okay. We'll go with that. We'll see. I mean, I know that you're always right, so I would be a fool to go up against that. That's a tier 2 gone, and Chrono and the egg back up. If you're MIPH, you don't want to be fighting this, but you might just have to, as you're gonna get forced. F-King has been spotted, has been X'd. Yeah, this, X marks the spot.
Look at
not
where
of a
Seimei
great
is.
treasure, but of where F-King will die. Seimei is in a perfect spot to finish off the Razor. Doesn't want to go versus that Blade Milk. He is losing a lot of his damage, so Dealbreaker will finish him off, and they get the egg down as well. Kunkka getting tossed into the Chrono. The Tornstone was already used, and the Faceless Void has to be careful. Nice snowball there just to dodge the Rolling Thunder. Finally, the boat will be coming out, and it will make sure that Mercury doesn't get out of that one alive. Nice Avatar toss combo from Trezam, and Mamangdaya losing his BKB. Rolling Thunder in. He does have the Blade Mail. Very hard guy to go against. And the 4-3 ran away. I think he could have helped Mamangdaya there, who is now 100% dead. Nice fight.
One fight for Made in Philippines, I want to say. I mean, the Faceless Void lives, but that looked pretty nice for them. And you could maybe Team Tough there. They understand perfectly well that the kill on F-King is not the only thing that they need, so Seimei moves up. But he bites off a little bit more than they can chew, and then it takes too long to bring that Chen down because they're not focus firing him. They're leaving him alive for pretty long in there, and I don't think you can actually afford to do that. Look, Kishka already jumping all the way over to the left has to be there, and that means that F-King, who was originally the target, is now going to be contributing so much healing and so much regen throughout the entirety of that fight.
4-3 was late to the fight. That's the only reason why it goes so badly. But still, this is how you win versus a big team fight lineup. You find that little small mistake and you exploit it. They did come out ahead. MIPH, they now just need one more engagement whilst the Chrono is down to solidify their win. I just don't think they're gonna be getting it because Team Tough have been really good at delaying fights until they get their ultis back.
Yeah, they've not exactly been in the habit of taking fights without their spells up. Attempt here from Kishka onto Mercury, but it's just the 2 supports. Are they distracting from the top? No, they're just bullying. Okay. Literally just bullying, trying to get a reaction. This, by the way, also very illustrative, because there's nothing they can get out of that, right? You hear the confusion in my voice, because I'm like, surely they can't kill the gyrocopter. That's correct. They know they can't kill the gyrocopter, but they also think that it's very unlikely that they will die. They're just asking for attention.
Yeah,
impolitely.
That attention does buy them time for the Chrono. It's backup Kips, and you haven't lost a single hero, so it seems to have been the right play. And it was an early Roche. I just don't know how early.
Unfortunate. Well, let's just say that that my third eye guided me, and I'll leave it at that. On the Radiant side, Team Tough probably gonna be like a little grumpy about that Roshan banner, but what can you do?
Nothing you can do about that. But there is going to be a basher on the Pango, big item. Also a huge item is the Bloodstone of the Kunkka. So this guy has just become even more tanky, and it was already a problem to bring down. Everybody was just ignoring him among that. 4k HP, so much heals going his way. Even an illusion rune right now to dodge something. There's not much to dodge, but I guess even the homing missile is good enough.
Yeah, highest level in the game as well, by the way, consistently.
Yep. 5, 1, and 14 on the Kunkka. Only one death in that previous fight. That's gonna be another tier 2. Only one outer tower left, and already the Kunkka is preparing for. Oh yeah, nice spell usage, Pango. What now? Now you get your head smashed in. The Yules on the Faces Void. This time around, not going to be doing anything. Shazam in so much trouble. The shards with the shard is there. Kishka, he is in trouble there, but the egg is in a perfect position. Faces Void has the egg. He's just baiting them in. Actually just gets the time walk out. Running in. His damage is taken away by the Razor. What a tidal wave, bringing them all in. And finally the Faces Void loses his first life, but nobody cares. But Monk Daya standing his ground will pull Dealbreaker back. Seimei still alive, no focus fire at the moment, but if they want to, they can still fight. No reason to, however. You did force out 2 buybacks, one of which is a gyro, the win condition of MIPH.
Huge. And that was a fight where Dealbreaker got a full duration static link off. He had 200 stolen damage, and they ignore him. They work around him. Faces Void literally did not care that he got all of his damage drained. He already got the opening kills that he needed, and after that it's simple. Put the Wind Ranger on the Gyrocopter. Put that Wind Run on. Nothing that the 200 damage of the Razor is going to do against you.
Now a huge lead for Team Tough. MIPH, however, still not out of it. They feel like they can fight. Mercury, of course, he needs that Satanic. It is a necessity. Does a lot of damage on this gyro. The problem is level 18 on the Phoenix is here now, and killing that egg, especially with the Chrono and the Torrent Storm around, is going to be a problem. But that's why they go now. They have the Yules to stop this X. Let's go, Tiny. Nah, doesn't get it.
Not quite. Not quite. And Team Tough, yeah, falling back pretty much completely.
They look to be fine. They also break the smoke of Mercury there. Nice positioning from Kishka. Gets the blink out.
Mamangdaya insisting that the focus should be on him. Yeah, that's exactly what you want as a Bloodstone Kunkka. I like how appropriate those lines are.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Team Tough, they dodged the smoke and now they're gonna be smoking themselves. This is just beautiful gameplay. This is what you want. And just before the Chrono comes up, you can see that MIPH are running away. They understand that death is coming for them. And
don't jump to the high ground. Same A is going down.
Boat is gonna come through. Rolling Thunder Z got stuck. Oh boy, he's not doing anything. And now everybody's just gonna get double shackle shot as well. Tiny cannot help even with the Chrono, as the Torrent Storm will just continue getting them up in the air. And you got splashed. Now you're gonna burn. Everything will hurt. And Z, at least he gets 1 kill. Everybody's looking, where were you? Why weren't you helping us? He was just admiring the crystals. And because of it, his team will be forced to GG out. Game 1 is over. Team Tough have won it.
Team Tough have won it, but they got challenged this time. This was definitely not a walkover, and as far as like one-sided games go, I much prefer this, where Made in Philippines knows when the pain point of the game is going to be, itemize themselves up for it, draft themselves up for it, and meet it head on. And they weathered the storm pretty nicely for a while, even though, of course, as you said, in the end, the late game versus that Phoenix, versus that Faces Void would always end badly. But Team Tough also didn't let it get to that late game still.
Nope, they did not, and they still felt always in control, right? Even though they were challenged in some of the team fights, I don't feel there was a point in the game where I was like, yeah, MIPH, they are going to win this game. They are taking the lead. They're moving forward. No, every single thing still Team Tough. They took it away. They didn't allow them to push. They didn't allow them to get the fights when they didn't have their ultis. They slowed the game down when they needed to, and then in the end, when they got that one big team fight, it was enough to force MIPH to GG out. But yep, this is the The hardest game that they've had to date, definitely, because they kind of crushed Yangon Galacticos. Though, Kips, have you seen enough for MIPH? Have you seen the power and the knowledge to win a game here?
Power, yeah. Knowledge, maybe not quite. Certainly, the way that they had to handle this wind ranger must have been a little different. And then they have the conviction. May the Philippines, as hard as they have been getting slapped around from time to time, they have always come into these games to win, and they've definitely shown that again. I don't think that they're going to take this next one either, but I do think that once again they're going to give it a good fight.
Okay, we'll see if that's the case. We are hoping for a good fight. We don't want another stomp. We want these two teams to be close to equal to each other. But can MIPH do it twice in a row, or can they maybe take a game off of Team Tough? We will find out after the break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet, play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service. Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Screens give us the opportunity to live two lives at once, their own and their characters. To see them champion and win with them. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you're with us, you win.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Our last game of the day is here. Made in the Philippines will be facing off versus Team Tough once again. And Team Tough, it is in their name. They are the toughest opponent, the team to beat here in Group A. Made in the Philippines, they are gonna try to do it once again. Kips, they didn't manage to do it in game 1, but they did give them a run for their money. Where did it go wrong? Is it gameplay? Is it draft? Is it the setup? Is it the idea? What would you attack first? What is the thing that has to be changed now?
I think in this regard, they were ready to meet Team Tough on their normal turf, which is, you know, low cooldown gameplay and, you know, a lot of clashes, a lot of dives. But I don't think they were quite prepared for the fact that Team Tough would actually switch into a little bit more of a longer cooldown style draft halfway through. And I'm not sure if that's just, you know, bad luck and Team Tough was trying something different, or maybe Team Tough read what they were trying to do with the Chen and said, aha, well, we're sorry. We will show that we have some different gameplay in our pocket then as well. So once again, here in the draft, I want to see Made in Philippines look sharp, be ready to face Team Tough if they're going to play fast, but perhaps also this time being wary of the fact that that's not the only thing they have in their pockets. And that's, you know, I have a long wish list here.
Okay, so I was thinking, you know, maybe one thing they can do now, but okay, so Made in Philippines, you need to rearrange a lot of things to win versus Team Tough, or maybe Team Tough can drop the ball, though I have to say, Kips, they have been fairly consistent in their execution and in their drafting. Speaking of which, we do have one on the screen right now.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things about Team Tough is that they almost never take bad fights. Or like disastrous fights. It maybe happens to them like once in a contested game where they don't trade very well, but it's almost never like we engaged wrong and now we got fully blown out of water, dropped 4 heroes, etc. That one is for nothing. That one's very rare. Even if they do have a bad fight, they're always trading, and that seems to be very hard for these teams to deal with.
Yep, for sure. So Team Tough, they do have the first pick. Made in Philippines will have the last pick, but Team Tough are Dire side and the first pick. Wait, that's interesting. So actually, yeah, so Team Tough, they chose first pick. Okay, and MIPH, they chose Radiant. Makes sense. It's still the is that still the standard, like in Dota, that you always choose first pick or Radiant, or do some teams now are starting to prefer the Dire side, Kips?
I haven't actually paid that much attention recently. I felt that it had stabilized a little bit. I saw a couple of teams that seemed to have a preference for Dire, but maybe you're right, and it was because they've been taking first pick.
Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. We will see a Razor this time around. It's gonna be Team Tough that pick it up, and there it is. The Lightning Boys are gonna be back in the game. We don't see a Kunkka, so finally we are not gonna be enjoying ourselves in a water park, but it has been a fun ride. Not gonna lie.
It has been, and I mean, Malangdaya in the previous game, such an absolute stalwart. It's so easy for your team to rally around your Kunkka when you know that he's going to be dealing all that damage, standing there forever, never dying. You know, that man's got your back. So let's see if they can rally around a different flag right now. Of course, Mamangdaya, quite a diverse hero pool, and not his only signature either. With that Kunkka, Puck definitely a threat to keep an eye on in this game.
For sure, for sure. Of course, now Team Tough, they have 2 bans. MIPH, they're gonna have to be content with only 1. Let's see what they don't want to be playing against. Razor usually doesn't like some bursty type heroes, so let's see if it's the Razor that they're gonna be protecting. Morphling, definitely one burst type hero. Good laner versus you. Good hero in general. Doesn't care about the static link. He can steal it as well, so that's the right choice. Tiny is still in the pool, but you might pick it up for yourself if you're Team Tough. Still, first pick in the second phase does go to MIPH.
Yeah, just because Kishka hasn't ended up on the Tiny a lot recently doesn't mean that he's not going to be an absolute baller on that as well. Absolutely think that they've potentially got their eyes on that. Centaur out. I was thinking along the lines of a Templar Assassin, perhaps? Since the Razor can still very much melt to that physical damage. I mean, we saw it previously with the Wind Ranger as well.
Yep, true, but I still see the TA as being a hero that gets heavily countered by a Razor, especially in a meta where you buy a Blade Mill, so the extra armor is there.
Yeah, the Blade Mill is
a problem. So there's a Rubik. I wasn't expecting that. I feel like Team Tough can again go for a Tusk. I just love the Tusk here. These two are punching bags, literally.
Add that with the glimpse dodging, maybe some saves on the border of a static storm. There's a lot of finesse to get out of a Tusk pick here again.
Yeah, and Kishka loves playing it. There it is. It comes out. No surprises whatsoever. What do they like on their 5? I would like something to complement this Tusk. I mean, I know they don't play much Grimstroke, but that type of a hero I'd be happy with.
I feel like in general, Tsukimoto has actually been on a quite, I want to say position 4 style hero as well. I don't think we'll be ready to see him on like a Bane or anything of that caliber anytime soon either. And Team Tough also hasn't picked, for example, the Crystal Maiden very often. We've seen many more Bat Riders, Shadow Demons, Techies, those sorts of heroes. Although no, I'm looking back, there is a Bane sneakily folded somewhere between the drafts, but that's just one.
I mean, they can get a Techies if they want to. That's another one. It's gonna be an Enchantress. Okay, cool. That's something different that they haven't played thus far. So last game we saw Chen. We're gonna be seeing another jungle type creep hero. I like that. The Weaver. That's a good one versus the Razor. I think that's what you're gunning for, but you're getting faces voided now. You are getting faces voided. Like, there's no way.
It does look rather phenomenal. The Weaver definitely not going to survive versus a Faceless Void. Anytime you get chronoed here, if the Razor is even somewhere in your general vicinity, you're gonna fall over. And then stopping off. Yeah, there we go. Easy for Harry.
Oh boy. I feel like MIPH have already lost. I'm seeing at 4 heroes who hate playing versus the time dilation. I'm seeing a solid amount of damage in the chrono. I'm seeing a great laner to help the Faceless Void who struggles in the first 2-3 levels. Oh boy, I just don't know what you do if you're MIPH.
How do you twist this? Faceless Void, not the biggest fan of. Yeah, you do need to get that puck out there. Not the biggest fan of silences for example. I'm not the biggest fan of mana burn. You will get some of that from the Weaver if you want to.
Feel like Team Tough, they might pick a Pango themselves. It's actually not bad at all. Primal Beast is annoying, but I don't see the physical burst coming out to kill you. Plus, there's a Tusk. Tusk is like the help versus the Primal Beast.
Great pairing. Yeah, it might well be, because on MIPH, I'm pretty sure you can't afford to put another physical damage hero in your draft. You need, at the very least, mixed here, but probably just another magic engager slash follow-up. Fuck, would have been nice for you yourself, gotta say. You were just never gonna get that pick.
They might play a mid lane Primal Beast, though, because versus a Faceless Void, you definitely don't want to do it. So you might get something else, and I think Team Tough, they recognize that. That's why they banned out the Enigma and the Doom. I really like those bans.
Yep. How about DP? I bring her up every once in a while.
I like the DP.
It's right there again.
No, nothing to say against it, right? There's not much burst on MIPH, so here like a DP would be nice. You have a snowball save, you have the Nature's Attendance. It is a Among Dia hero. Yep, I'd be down.
Good damage into Chrono. It would make you a little bit cooldown dependent again, but Team Tough have already shown that they're not too afraid about that. A bit low with the Edge though, a little bit low on the utility as well. We do Storm.
Still good. If it's a Primal Beast mid, he loses. If it's a Primal Beast offlane, he is not good versus the Faceless Void. Like, Faceless Void Morphling have been the laning counters to the Primal Beast in terms of carries for ever since he was added, really. And now you put him in a pretty uncomfortable position. So MIPH, they need some burst. I feel like you need a blink type burst hero, be it offlane or mid lane. I don't care. I just want to see burst.
Blink burst. Centaur, though, not appearing in this game. That would be the easiest.
Okay.
What else is there? And this is also not the kind of lineup where you can clown on people with the last pick Dazzle or something like that. It would be nice, but not clown levels.
Trying to see. It's again a hero that will lose the mid lane. I don't like it. We are gonna have to remake the lobby, anyways. So that is the case. But it's still the same draft, anyways. Looking at it, Kips, I think that this is gonna be a 2-0 for Team Tough, and I think that this game is gonna be easier than the previous one. Doesn't mean that they're gonna be ending it earlier, but I still see it as, yeah, they got it.
Yeah, certainly less opportunities to pressure coming out from Made in Philippines. This is very much a diving lineup versus another diving lineup, but between like how the lanes are gonna go for Made in Philippines most likely, as well as the fact that Team Tough has already been out executing them, I don't see too much hope. Chronosphere is godlike this game.
It's insane, and you have solid damage to put into it. People tend to forget if the Tusk gets the tag team off and then you chrono over him, you're still gonna be getting the tag team damage, which shouldn't really be something you're relying on, but it's still something to think about. Razor loves the chrono. If you start off with the chrono, even if you don't kill anyone in it, he steals the damage and then he just runs everybody down. I see very little fault in this lineup. But then let's talk about the MIPH lineup and their strengths. Like, how do they need to play, disregarding the heroes on the other side, to actually give themselves the best shot at doing good in this game?
And you have an incredible tool versus the Storm Spirit, right? You have F-King with the AoE silence of the Static Storm. That is one of the biggest tools that you can use in this game. And the Faceless Void, if you catch him unawares as well, he is completely powerless in the AoE silence. Nothing he's going to do either. So you have pick-off opportunities here, and I think you definitely have to capitalize on those, because surely in a full team fight, you're not going to make it.
Yeah, I'm looking at this MIPH lineup and I'm thinking, just play super fast. Fight with all of your heroes. Like Mercury should be there all the time. Every single tower defense be there with everybody that is available, that has the resources to go for it. And that's how I see them winning, right? Just going forward, and then you will be able to utilize the glimpse to get the bonus kills. That's in my mind the only way that this lineup wins, is by speed and numbers over and over and over again until Team Tough crumbles.
Yeah, agreed with you there. You definitely have got yourself a lineup here that does not rely on cooldowns whatsoever. Nada. Normally, Team Tough is the less reliant on cooldowns team, but not in this case, so you can press that advantage, yes.
And you have the ability for at least your safe lane to be good, right? With the Weaver and the Disruptor. I feel like the mid lane is just a straight up win from Among Dia, not like insane win, but it's still a win. And the Faceless Void is not going to get pressured by the Primal Beast.
No, I don't think that should happen at all. I agree that the weak spot in this laning stage for Team Tough is probably Seme. Much more so than in the previous game, where the Wind Ranger is eventually going to be relevant. You are on a Razor, you're not a playmaker, you can't force anything. Seme is simply added pressure wherever he shows up, and if you give him a bad laning stage, then yeah, you might be able to make him a valid target for the rest of the game.
And if you scan the QR code, you will be able to get the 1xBet app on your telephone to use these amazing odds that we have. But then again, if you're not much of a phone person but like to be using your PC, you have the banner down below the stream with the promo code 1xRLGSEA for 120% bonus on your first deposit. We have everything automated for you. Tsukimoto, his death is automated right now as he's gonna get blood grenaded. He does use the Nature's Attendants, but the Wisps are not gonna be enough. They still stay there. There is nothing to heal. The little deer is dead.
A beautiful little corpse.
30 seconds to battle.
Have you had some kind of situation skips where you would hit an animal, a deer or something bigger with your car while driving?
Ooh, no. But we definitely have to watch out for the mirror, and there have been occasions where there have been moose on the road.
Oh, moose are so cool. Are they like super huge?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah. Cool. And they're a little scary because they move weird. It's something that if you're used to, like, you know, other things of that size, like horses and cows have a certain kind of walk, and moose's proportions are just off, man.
Yeah, that's weird. I know. The animal looks hella weird, especially females without the when they don't have horns. I see them. Of course, I have never seen one in real life, just on the internet, but that would be really nice to see. Enchantress, you don't want to die again. Trezam will have that Fade Bolt in just a second, and Tsukimoto gets himself away, so there's not going to be another dead deer on the road. My wife had a situation where she didn't hit a deer, but the deer hit the back of the car when she went through, so... as far as we know, it was fine and survived. Mercury, however, he might not end up like that deer. The bottom lane, no, he's gonna be fine. The Weaver does survive.
F-King putting his body on the line for his carry. Yeah, I like to see it. Kishka will take your courier.
Oh boy, Kishka, stop it. Stop it, Kishka. It's just not fair, as the... Enchantress will say, run Tsukimoto. There is gonna be an uproar, but he doesn't have any stacks. So Tsukimoto is like, yeah, let's go, high five. My Faceless Void is farming and you're not doing anything. Ha ha ha. Onslaught in a second. The tango is going to work, and Deal Breaker gives up.
Carnival music plays.
Yep. That's really sad for Dealbreaker. He wasted so much of his own time. And that allows the Faceless Void to have the freest time in the world. Like, oh no, the Rubik is poking me in the lane. And I'm getting all of the creeps. No, what am I gonna do?
I will hit level 3 before anybody else. How awful.
Exactly. Mangda is not winning this mid lane at the moment. It's equal between the two. Maybe just by 1 CS, which really doesn't mean anything, especially now with the water runes coming over. Is this going to change? Is the Storm going to be able to apply a bit more pressure to the Pango just because Pango is a melee hero?
Yep, you will. But so far this was the swashbuckle denied there from Mamangdaya. Very clever.
That was so
You're definitely going to be
awesome.
facing more and more bullying. Yeah, that was smooth.
Like, where do you think you're going? Like, we talked about Mama knows best about the Lotus Orbs. Well, it's like,
Yeah.
I want to go outside. Nope. Nope. Where do you think you're going? Not gonna be happening.
Exactly. The worst part is, of course, it does spend the mana. Even a nice little music plays, but yep. Doesn't matter. And now where are you going on the top lane?
Shazam gonna be slowed down 4-3. He does have the time walk to use. There's the healing Lotus.
Nicely done.
Probably not enough to live, especially with the bashes coming through. Dealbreaker just watches his teammate die. As he will get pushed back. Razor sucking the damage off of Mercury, who has to be very, very careful about what he does. Kishka will be punching him a bit. The glimpse is there, and oh, sure, F-King, I'm gonna kill you if you really want to. That is not a problem for me whatsoever. Kishka gets a double kill, and that glimpse was probably the worst decision in the world. Tsukimoto will be dying to the trample when you are not moving. It's really not that much damage, but it does look very threatening. So at least this Primal Beast is starting to have a good time.
Yeah, as far as being countered in the laning stage goes, he's got quite a lot of denies as well. His levels are keeping up. Of course, you're not stopping the Void, and presumably on level 4 we're going to see another go as here on bot. Action just never stops, and I do think Mercury cannot afford to take the pedal off the metal. Just because it went wrong just now doesn't mean that you can go and sit back, because that means that the Razor will get way too much out of this lane.
She's annoying him so much with the plasma field, and every single time it's connecting with the max possible damage. Poor Tsukimoto. Like, we talked about the Faceless Void being good versus the Primal Beast, but the thing is that the Primal Beast is insanely good versus the Enchantress, and it's showing here in the lane. Oh, Kishka again dodges the glimpse with the snowball. He is losing a ton of armor there because of the swarm, but they're gonna be taking care of the bug. Seimei, he takes it for himself, continues to deny everything in front of this Weaver. That is so annoying. If you're Mercury, dying would be even more annoying. Disaster.
Oh yeah, horrible. And this is, yeah, your support's just gonna have to bring you that salve. But I was gonna say walk that to you, but F-King is actually gonna wait the full 10 seconds.
Mamangda went to the jungle a bit. There is a nice deep ward placed by Shazam. That's nice.
Ishka, you opportunist, you.
Is he gonna live? He has 4 wand charges, and yep, he's fine.
He was very eager to snipe that Weaver kill.
Did not get it, did not die. In the end, not really that big of a deal. There is a tomato on the top lane, as there will be a trample. Time dilation, not enough. Maybe they can kill Shazam. Will do their best for sure. Uproar to slow them down, and here comes Mamangdaya, quite happy to get a kill on Shazam, get himself a level 6. Now it's going to be very, very hard to do anything to threaten the Storm Spirit, who is at the top of the network chart. Not by a huge margin, but he's still there.
Mamangdaya casually doing the best once again. But yeah, this top lane feels really good for Made in Philippines right now. They've got a big playmaker here with Dealbreaker, who's had a good lane. Out-leveled the Faceless Void here as well, just because of his ability to keep on getting kills on that edge.
Seimei being slightly annoyed here in the bottom lane. He will still be standing his ground. Z. He
was that wise though? Shazam is here.
Yep, with Shazam. They should be able to get the kill. Glimpses there into the hands of the Weaver. Mercury, he understands this game is not going well. Uses the Shikuchi to secure the kill for himself. And that's going to be the Weaver coming back into it. Now it pretty much has the same net worth as the Faceless Void.
And for the first time, I think a bit of pressure onto Mamangdaya to properly salvage his side lanes now, because both Seimei as well as Ward 23 are struggling a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. for sure. Tsukimoto tries to steal the Wisdom Rune unsuccessfully, does force Dealbreaker to get it himself, so at least one of the supports of MIPH is gonna be in trouble, and that is a very dead Weaver. Snowball forward, they want more. Kishka is not done. Blood Grenade used as well. F-King is running around the tower, happy to survive a little bit longer because of that tower protection, but in the end will be taken down as well as Shazam hides in the trees. They don't even see him as a worthy hunt. Kishka does. Kishka is battle hungry, and he found him. That is a dead Rubik 100% now.
Kishka's a violent man. He's like, wait. Where did the rest of our prey go? There was another piece of food here. He remembers.
He remembers. The rest of them really didn't see it as something they wanted to do. Oh, there's the Satyr. Mindbreaker just taking the mana away from the Pango. Oh, Faceless Void sent away through the portal, so that Chrono really won't be doing all that much, as Dealbreaker does TP in now. I'm not sure if that was spotted, but Team Tough are already running away, so I'm gonna say yes.
Still risking it. Gets a ward down.
There's an AD rune on the storm, so if you go for a fight right now, that would be very dangerous if it is around the Storm Spirit. Z threatening with the Rolling Thunder. The Storm is TPing. This is dangerous. I have the Storm, gonna be popped. Here comes the Storm onto the Pango. Okay, no problem. Let's kill Dealbreaker first. He is Same is in trouble, trying to dodge the Rolling Thunder, not gonna be happening. Kishka in trouble, still alive, Glimpse is back, somebody needs to kill that bug, not gonna be happening. Mercury gets him, and there's the Faceless Void coming in with the time dilation. They're just not moving. Weaver has his ulti, so it's not a worthy chase. But still a double from Among Die. In the end, how does that feel, Kips? Is anybody coming out ahead there, or is it just a equal trade?
I think the Weaver's pretty happy with the way that things are going there, but definitely Mamang Daya is snowballing right now. That Orchid is going to come out at a really nice time, which is very important since Orchid has such an awkward build-up with the Cornucopia. And once the Orchid is out, he's going to be able to kill anybody in this game solo. Anybody.
Very true. He's 1,000 ahead of any single hero. Faceless Void is there. Time dilation gets used. F-King is taking so much damage. No bashes from the Faceless Void, so he might just survive because of time dilation. Even 3 stacks not gonna be enough. Swashbuckle forward. There's the onslaught. Dealbreaker goes super far ahead. Snowball keeping it in place. Want the shards, but finally the Fade Bolt is enough. Pulverize. Insane. They go for the Time Walk. Among That has to get himself away. Has another zip. Dodges the Thunder Strike and does survive because of it, but still nobody on MIPH will be going down, but they're still going forward. 4-3 could be next on the menu. Swashbuckle does a lot of damage. They have the glimpse if they want to go for it, but he's a little bit too far away. Onslaught, however, will push him back. Here comes the Snowball. He has another Time Walk to get himself out of a bad situation. Kishka continuing with the shards. This time around, he's going to be trapping himself, and that's going to be it for the annoying Tusk. 10-10 in terms of kills. 10 minutes in. These guys, they just hate each other. Chrono in 10 seconds. Among Die is coming back. He's full in mana and HP, and Tsukimoto is keeping them in place. Rolling Thunder, they're gonna try to finish off the Bambi, and quite successfully at that. Shazam, he does steal the Storm first spell, so with the remedy he's gonna be doing a lot of damage himself. There's the Chrono, but you can only kill the Rubik. Nope, you can kill all of them with the Razor coming in. That's the real damage dealer, and now you all burn to the Thunder and Lightning, not of the Storm, but of Seimei. 4-3 is gonna be getting the majority of those kills, and MIPH have overstayed their welcome.
They were playing that one so well up until that point, understanding they need to bring everybody, committing hard, making full use out of all of the firepower that Primal Beast packs.
Kishka waiting for the glimpse to get used, and then to Snowball. Oh, the glyph, they want him. They want him so bad. There's another Thunder Strike. We won't even use the glimpse for you. You are not worth it. Where's the Snowball? He's buying time. He's gonna have to do it now. Nobody's coming to save, but he gets the kill. Kishka is just way too good for you. Even Mercury was dropping low. Imagine if he gets a double kill, but that would be a bit too much.
No, Mercury is not that that bad at math. Definitely not.
Oh boy. That's gonna be an Orchid on Among That fairly soon. Shazam gets the Arcane Rune, and he Stole the Storm multi, so he's gonna be zipping around as well. There was no chance the Storm was gonna get that kill.
No, not just yet, but the Orchid. 200 gold. Mamang Daya is king.
Then he will be a murderer for everybody. Is there anything that can remove it at the moment? No, and nobody's even building anything to remove it. So pretty much every single one of the heroes will die. And there it is, Orchid done. Who's the first on the menu? It will be the Disruptor into a Static Remnant. Couple of more right clicks. Mamang Daya gets the first casualty there of his Orchid, and I think there's just gonna be more.
And he gets it literally the second it's delivered too. Oh, lucky bastard. I want to point out, by the way, I thought that Tsukimoto was really suffering in this game, still being really low level. Oh, second Orchid use.
Ooh, nice blade mail there at the end, just to make sure the Razor dies. It will be costing the kill on Z in the mid lane, where once again the Orchid will be coming in handy. Shazam a bit too aggressive here with the zip from the Storm. That Ball Lightning is giving him the confidence to go forward, and he has the Fairy's Trinket, so he definitely has the mana to work with.
He's got the Trinket, he's got a Cloak currently as well, so it is decently hard to bring down this Rubik.
Yep, I'm liking what he's doing. Just poshing super aggressively, getting a lot of hate on himself, and he cannot die.
Come on, pay attention to me. This is a page out of Team Tough's own book. For sure.
Yep.
Different build on his Razor this time, by the way. That is no Blade Mail. Yasha.
Yep, Yasha BKB. I like it. It's a standard build. Can the Faceless Void kill this Weaver alone? No. 1500 HP, no way.
And he thought he was going to TP to mid, decides against it. That means the Team Tough is entering a period of unusual quiet.
Yep, for sure. But they do have their Chrono. They're using the Eye of the Storm to farm, however. The Weaver is gonna come to the mid lane. Wait, somebody bought a Vanguard? That's a Vanguard on the Primal Beast. Okay, wasn't expecting that, but sure.
Oh, Tsukimoto.
Deal Breaker is in trouble.
Well, actually, oh, Deal Breaker.
Oh, Deal Breaker. He's gonna smash the Tusk into the ground. The thing is, this guy is used to getting punched. Stolen Plasma Field, however. Nice snowball there to dodge. He will lose Tsukimoto, but Deal Breaker is still in a very uncomfortable position. He's gonna go forward. Who's uncomfortable now? As, you have to be careful of this Rubik, especially with the Pango coming in from the side. The Faceless Void is dropping low in the mid lane and might actually lose his life to the Swashbuckler. Exactly what will happen before he gets the Time Walk off. Meanwhile, silence on the Rubik, but the Rolling Thunder quite nicely used. Especially perfect use. Mamang Daya got it off! Oh, had the wand charges just enough to allow him to go for the zip, and Z there. A bit of an unfortunate bounce allows the Storm to live.
I mean, it wasn't going to get any better with the bounces though, was it? Like, that was, but I guess it wasn't perfect.
Wasn't this Rubik?
Fraction of a second.
I don't know about you, Kips, but I feel like Shazam is the one that's winning this game right now for MIPH. I mean, literally, with this Rubik solo making plays, the Glimmer Cape is done as well. A very hard kill. The Storm is going to be needing a Dust if he wants to get him, and even then, damage might not be sufficient. Kishka does find them, but who has found who? Buy some time with the Snowball going forward. Faceless Void not in the fight. They're just going to be losing. Kishka uses all of his spells before going down, but also Death King did go down as well. Same a little bit low. Finally, he finds the Rubik, and there it is. He's dead. Now Mercury could be in some trouble as well. And I have the Orchid time lapse just in time, as here comes the onslaught. Z is the one who picks up the kill. But so much damage done from all three of the cores here on MIPH. They bring down the Razor. Another one fight for MIPH, while the Faceless Void is just focusing on his farm.
And this is a situation that we've seen Team Tough in, well, I think once maybe during this entire group stage so far, where they had to take the pedal off the gas, could not match up the pace of their opponents, and have to wait for their items and wait for opportunities that are given to them.
They're thinking about going for Deal Breaker. It's a 2.3k HP Primal Beast with
very
18 armor. It's way too hard of a kill. Especially now with the help coming. You have to be careful how you approach him. Glimmer Cape, running forward. He wants the Storm. He's got him with the Pulverized Gleipnir. They did overlap, but they have the lift still and the Onslaught. In the end, Mamang Da will be taken down. That is a huge kill. And MIPH, for the first time today, Team Tough are being pushed back, really pushed back. And it does look like MIPH are in a position where they're in control.
Yep.
Faces Void?
And what are the... Oh, surely. And this is his only shot.
Oh, Bashes, he got the kill. Easy. He outplayed them.
What was he even worried about?
Oh, Gleipnir there, actually. He's gonna have the chrono. Turns around with Razor coming in. We're already seeing this. So much damage coming out from the Razor. You have to be careful if the face is void or with the onslaught. You needed to be more careful. Tsukimoto will be coming over. Slows down the Dealbreaker, who still picks up the Razor and doesn't care about his lightning whatsoever. That was the best out of a bad situation, but the Weaver coming in with the Gleipnir really messed up the Faces Void jump, and then he didn't get his HP back. All 3 core skips of MIPH are at the top.
Yep, we haven't seen this in forever. And you know what? If Trezam is winning this game, or was winning this game for Made in Philippines, I have to say, this Enchantress pick for Tsukimoto is one of the most useless heroes I've seen in a while. No, useless.
Useless? Okay.
He's done nothing. He doesn't have impetus. He's bringing some creeps around now and then, but he hasn't actually been able to sneakily take down very many towers at all. His item progression is non-existing.
Laning stage did nothing. Kind of just fed Dealbreaker. I mean, the only reason the Dealbreaker is this strong is because of him, and he did disassemble the Vanguard now into the Eternal Shroud, so that was the idea. Wanted the Lotus Orb and the Eternal Shroud, that's why he bought a Vanguard. I was super surprised about it, and now it actually all makes sense.
No, great transition item there as well, because we were saying, right, surely Mamang Daya is king for a while now, but...
Got him! Nicely done.
Now Mamang Daya needs to bail.
Stolen Snowball. Shard's quite nice, but Snowball fight that a Tusk is not going to win. Just goes to show Trezam might be from where you're at, Kips, because he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he certainly knows how to deal with the cold. Good bail from Mamang Daya there. He's like, nah, I'm out. I'm gonna grab my BKB. Not gonna deal with you anymore.
Mjolnir is done on the Faces Void. Next time he gets that chrono on the Weaver, I feel like the Weaver is gone. Even with 2.4k HP, I see this item as literally murdering everybody, especially because he has the mom.
Yep. And very close to the BKB on this Razor now as well, which is some very important item timings coming up for Team Tough here. So even though they've had a rough time of it, once again, the game slowed down a little bit, this time by Made in Philippines choice. Team Tough got a bunch of space out of it.
Faces Void jumps forward, he needs to deal with the Swarm. Rubik is gonna be found, no vision, it's gonna be invincibility for now. Storm does have an Arcane Rune, that's a perfect Rolling Thunder, gets the BKB off, Mamang Daya doesn't want to risk anything, turns around, gets Zelo, Onslaught forward, and that Razor is in so much trouble. You have to get away from the Primal Beast, he's so scary. 4-2-3 has the chrono, jumps forward into the Static Storm, gets lifted back into it. You are not leaving alive as Team Tough lose 3 of their heroes with Mamang Daya using the BKB as well. Everything going wrong there, or everything going right if we are coming back from MIPH. Snowball, Kishka, he really hates F-King. Will be dying now because this Rubik, he really knows how to use the Tusk spells, keeps him in place, and in the end he's the one to finish him.
Kishka every single time. But that was just straight up a bad fight decision from Team Tough. They could have gotten out there without using the Storm BKB, without losing their Faces Void. Perhaps you can even get out of there with the Razor alive, as long as you bail as soon as that Rolling Thunder comes in. Because you don't really have the tools to deal with that right now. Just popping your BKB because you think you have the time to slap him around a bit is very much the wrong read.
For sure. Seimei will have his BKB, however, so maybe the Razor can do that. He can slap around the Pango, drain the damage, and actually kill him. But it's still not the ideal scenario. Chrono the Weaver kill him. That's what you wanna do. Mercury is in trouble.
Well, maybe you don't need to hurt him.
That's a huge kill for sure. You're not getting out of this one alive. The Walrus Punch from the Rubik. He reveals himself. Onslaught forward. Deal breaker. He's not going to be catching anybody. Catches the Faceless Void actually, but he's easily going to be able to turn back time. Still has the Chrono onto the two of them. The Rubik is in so much trouble. Nice glimpse away. No BKB on him. Storm going through and doing a ton of damage. Deal breaker uses the upper, runs himself away. They're going to be focusing on F King, who uses the Static Storm, but the Faceless Void does a little bit too much damage. Nice Glimmer protecting the Tusk. That's going to be finally some help from Tsukimoto, and now they're draining each other. Yeah, you got me on a leash, I got you on a leash. Let's see who's gonna be doing it better. Tries to get himself away, still silenced up. The Fish Punch will be coming through as well as the Snowball, and they bring Deal Breaker down. Team Tough, you just give them an inch. They are taking everything.
Everything. That was exactly what the doctor ordered for Team Tough, and yeah, not even a BKB popped from Mamangdaya either, not for the Razor, because he was there late. Faceless Void doing so much work in the fight, and they managed to kite around the Primal Beast that entire time. I'm so sorry, Tsukimoto, for calling you useless, but finally getting a level 4 enchant on that Primal Beast after he's already used his Lotus Orb. There we go.
Yep, there we go. And he's gonna be level 12 on the Enchantress, level 2 in Untouchable. Mercury is not gonna be that good at killing him, though Weaver does have a shard, so that definitely helps in dealing with the Enchantress. But, you know, when you're in doubt as a support player, Glimmer Cape 4 Staff, that can never be bad.
No. Very useful. Oh, and we have, man,
Kung Fu.
Ishka. Yeah, pulling the scepter out of his pocket. It's one of the reasons that you go and hunt for those kills constantly, even if you trade your life for it. If you do that the right way, if you always cleverly invest all the gold that you get out of that, you too can own an Aghanim Scepter.
Okay, Kips, you sold me on that one. I'm gonna be hunting some people here. I want an Aghanim Scepter.
Only the staff of the mightiest wizard who ever lived.
Exactly. Father of Rubik. Do you think he's the real father of Rubik, or is he like, I'm your daddy, right? I'm gonna show you how it's done.
Probably both. Probably both. Most annoying dad award.
Yeah, probably. You can imagine Rubik with all his ego, how he feels about it. There's the Fish Punch, you have the Fish Kick as well. Roll Up, however, will keep him safe, but not from the Chrono. Just no hesitation there. He did give a Chrono to Trezam, who's gonna get silenced up, and yep, he's not gonna be able to use that one. Gets kicked back.
He will.
Oh no, he used the Chrono. What am I gonna do? Oh yeah, it does not affect me. Mamangdai goes through it as well with the zip, and they finish off the Rubik.
2 clever kills, back to putting the pressure on, but it's definitely a little bit of a... But they do need to get the Roshan out of this now, because normally you would be saying, right, we are in a position now, enemy towers down, we're going to start living on their side of the map. They're not actually ahead at all on Team Tough right now. They can't play to their usual style. They have to go for an objective, and a different one at that.
Kips, you know that we have 60 kills in this game. Okay, 59, but are you aware?
You don't count Roche?
It's 25 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's a little unusual, isn't it?
Very much. Mamangdai will lose his career. I don't think he's gonna be too mad about it. Weaver dodging. He's like left, right. What am I to do? It's like a bug in your room when you turn the light on and you try to find the little bugger and squash him, but they always seem to escape.
Yeah. Yeah, strong outer carapaces. Flies often get carried away by the airwaves in front of you, slapping them.
Very true, very true. What do you have a word like for a fly swatter that you use?
I mean, in Dutch it's vliegenmapper.
Vliegenmapper. Easy.
Yes.
Okay, I'm
serious
saying that.
language for serious people.
Silence on the Weaver in so much trouble. They have the impetus shots as well, but the damage is not going to be sufficient. He should be getting his ulti off. That's going to be a stolen pull from the Storm. Not enough to keep him in place. Faces Void coming over. Time dilation going to be used. Weaver is not moving, but he's still going to be invis from the Glimmer Cape. It will be removed by the enchant, but he still finally gets his Shikuchi off. Mercury should live, will live. You don't have Z, you cannot team fight. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, F-King got kicked back into his own death. Kung Fu is too strong of a martial art that you cannot go up against.
No, like if you have not no martial arts experience yourself, you're going to be outmatched. And this is every single time Team Tough managed to get something out of these fights, because the Pangolier died in the river there, actually got killed by the Razor and by Kishka. So that's not just, oh, it's a little scuffle with the Weaver and a, you know, a plus 5 support dying on top. No, that is your team fight gone for a little bit. While the Chronosphere was offline, you lost the fight and now you're getting pressured with Chrono up again.
Okay, Pango.
Z?
He didn't want to blink there, or at least he didn't know he didn't want to blink in there. Faces Void. He is gonna chrono this, yep, he is. He gives away the chrono to Drubik, which isn't that big of a deal. We'll see what he can do with it. Trezam has been amazing in this game, but versus a Faces Void, it usually backfires. Silence on the Weaver. Going forward, that's a solid one to keep him at bay. Mercury is gonna have to BKB and run away, but in the end, it just baited in your F-King Disruptor. Stolen Fish Punch there, or the Walrus Punch. Still, Team Tough are again the ones that are coming out on top.
Yeah, as nice as that stolen chrono looks, it's usually not that big of a payoff, although 423 did get relatively low there.
Among Daya, the onslaught forward, Storm is out, Seimei is out, Aegis still intact for another minute and 45 seconds, so things are looking good. You know, Kips, when we're talking about martial arts, I know that you like some of them as well. Do you have like a person you look up to, like, yeah, that's a cool martial artist, or something along those lines, like Bruce Lee, Ip Man, I don't know, Muhammad Ali?
Not really. The kickboxing thing is fairly recent, right? As mostly to stay fit with. But like, of course, I can also give like the standard answers. Like I am a Jackie fan, fan enjoyer.
Oh, okay.
The
cool.
Drunken Master is
cool.
Is one of my favorite movies, I'd say.
Yeah, cool. That makes sense. I mean, his fight sequences in movies have gotten funnier over the years as well. There's the Walrus Punch onto Mamang Daya. They have the Aghanim Scepter on Dealbreakers doing a ton of damage. Has to be careful. The Glimpse gets used, but there's still gonna be a snowball. Lotus Orb protecting you from it. Still, the damage is being drained overall. Storm has to pop the BKB, not to get silenced up. Yules from the Disruptor to keep himself safe. Mamang Daya, even if he dies, still has the Aegis. Z has already lost his life. Onslaught forward. Dealbreaker won't be able to finish off the Faces Void. That's a stolen time dilation, a really big spell. Forward with the snowball. Dealbreaker again with that Lotus Orb. Now he's gonna be silenced up. He doesn't have it any longer. Fights are lasting too long. Trezam comes in with a time dilation. Super annoying. Another uproar. Faces Void does not care. Onslaught away. Dealbreaker. He is pretty speedy, but he's not gonna be able to get out of this one alive. The Weaver already gave up on it. And Kishka, did you see that usage of the snowball to make sure he stuns him? Jumps next to him. Used on a creep so that the Lotus Orb doesn't get annoying once again. And it just goes to show that this guy is thinking of everything.
He definitely is. And in general, this team is thinking of everything. That fight looked pretty easy for Team Tough, but what they did have to do during all of that was separate out the Primal Beast from the rest of the team so that they actually get to focus fire. Because as soon as that Primal Beast is in the middle, you can't just stand there and tank it with your Faces Void, with your Storm Spirit. That's gonna cost you way too much HP, and it's probably gonna cost you heroes in the end. So they're fighting out the Primal Beast on the backline. That's Kishka's job. That's Seimei's job. While the middle of the fight gets decided by the big fours.
IPH, they do smoke up on two of their heroes. They're trying to catch some stragglers, some people that are left behind. Faceless Void isn't the easiest
Caught the
target. They're gonna
Vanguard.
try. They break Linksons, lift him up. No BKB for 4 seconds. Has the chrono. Help is coming. Turns back time. Goes for it. What was stolen is gonna be a chrono again. Please don't use it over the Weaver. He just kills him. This game at this point, it is impossible to win. They both enter the snowball. They definitely like to be moving together. Z gets a lot of his damage taken away. Kicked back. Okay, this guy is not into Kung Fu. He is into football and quite good at it as well. Those impetus shots, they hurt as well. MIPH, they've lost 4 of their heroes, and now they're going to be losing the 5th as well. It is a big beast that will be roaring, but also gets kicked away. Now, we don't want to be listening to you. There will be a snowball fight that undoubtedly this time around MIPH will lose.
They will, and they took their sweet time. But finally, Team Tough once again breakthrough. There's the call. Yeah, and it's a shame because you can see that MIPH definitely have the tools to get out good fights in this game. They need to get to leverage Dealbreaker in some way, but Team Tough says like, nah, actually we are constantly on the ball. We will be playing football, in fact, with your Primal Beast, and he's not going to get to disrupt us just like that.
Nope, he is not gonna be allowed to. I have to say, Dealbreaker he was there from the start of the fight. It would have been different because you can see just how hard it is for them to kill him. But when you get to a point in a Faceless Void versus Weaver matchup, when you can just chrono him over his BKB and kill him, the game is kind of over, right? So I think Made in Philippines, they had their shot. There were times in this game when the win probability was in their favor, when things were looking up. But unfortunately, Team Tough were way too good, Kips. They were way too good. And I think with this victory of a 2-0, they are going to be securing that they are going into the playoffs 100%.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt about that. Don't really need to do the maths. But they, well, maybe there's a chance for Neon Esports to take like the actual top spot here.
Yep, there is.
Depending.
There is a chance if they win 2-0 tomorrow versus Yangon. They are going to be going into a tiebreaker. They've already went 1-1, I think, between the two of them, and then it's 2-0s. Let me check. Team Tough, they went 1-1, 1-1, and then 3 2-0s, and Neon has only one. No, they have 2 1-1s, so it would be a tiebreaker between the two if Neon wins 2-0 tomorrow versus Yangon.
All right. Well, you know what? I'm a fan of seeing Team Tough play, so I would not mind seeing a tiebreaker come out there as well. Although I'm pretty sure that they would rather just not be bothered anymore and get seeded right on into that playoff stage.
Yeah, of course, you want to get into the semifinals immediately and not get in the play-in or the quarterfinals, as we can call them as well. For people that don't know, we get 6 teams in the playoffs. 2 teams or 1 team from each group, they go directly into the semifinals, and the bottom 2, like the second and the third, they fight each other for the second spot in the semifinals. It is a single elimination bracket, so our playoffs are usually pretty quick. Kips, thank you for jumping in today last minute, as we know that Bowie wasn't feeling too well. Hopefully tomorrow he's gonna be feeling great, though tomorrow Bowie isn't working. But tomorrow we have 3 great series as well. The Immortals are gonna be playing the first one versus Garuda, then versus MIPH, and Yangon Galacticos will be fighting versus Neon to end the day. Kips, do Immortals, just a quick question, have a chance to win a single game? How would you rate them?
How would I rate them? They get to play Made in Philippines still, who have the other lowest rating here. But I do think that Made in Philippines have shown a lot of potential compared to the Immortals. So it's possible, but it's gonna be hard. And yeah, apart from that, I just want to say I think Yangon Galacticos versus Neon has the potential to be an absolutely great series. So I would be keeping my eyes peeled for that one if I were you.
So be sure to be here for that series, but also follow the first and the second one as well. Like always, we're gonna be starting the show at 9 a.m. CEST. But until then, guys, have a good day, good night, wherever you are in the world, and bye-bye.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.